So what I want to do is look at this debate between, I hope I'm pronouncing the names right, Jackson Hinkle and Vaush. Jackson I've never met and don't know much about his channel. I don't know if he's a right-winger or a left-winger. I don't know his politics whatsoever. Vaush I've debated. Just a couple things to say about my interactions with Vaush. He's never done anything to be, like, terrible to me or anything like that. I find his debate style to be incredibly dubious. I think that he's incredibly arrogant and condescending, and it shows. Maybe I'm arrogant, but I hope I'm not as condescending as he is. And I think oftentimes that he tries to cover up a lack of substance with style. And one of the things that I was interested in that I wanted to cover this debate was because not only do I see a lot of things that are exemplified in this debate for Vaush's style, but also many people that I debate on the left and the style they have. So this is kind of going to be free form. I put the link out there, and the link should be at the bottom of this video, to Jackson's channel. I will be streaming Jackson's point of view of the debate. But you'll be able to hear Vaush as well, and you can see Vaush. Vaush's screen's a little delayed on Jackson's feed. So I watched this entire debate. It looked like it was going to be a 4-hour debate. It turns out it's only about an hour and 40 minutes because, spoiler alert, Vaush rage quits. Which is usually a good sign you didn't do so well. Not always, though. So I'll let people make up their own mind of what they think on that level of it. But so to start, the debate is about the OPCW. The OPCW is the premier chemical weapons, and weapons of mass destruction investigating agency in the world. It's usually used by the UN. Basically, countries like the United States, the UK, the UN as a body, they trust the OPCW when they give their testimony or their reports on whether or not chemical or other sorts of weapons of mass destruction were used. So the OPCW was deployed around 2008. I forget the exact time. But they were deployed in the city of Douma because there was allegedly a chemical weapons attack that occurred from the government of Assad against the people of Douma. It resulted in allegedly 32 people dying. I believe it was 72 hours after this attack, before the UN actually inspected, Donald Trump authorized bombings of Syria. I thought this was the low point in Trump's presidency. I say this as a conservative. I say this as a Trump supporter. I volunteered for Trump's campaign. To me, this was the low point in his presidency. My standard is this, okay, before we get into this debate. Before we put boots on the ground or bomb countries, we ought to be almost certain beyond a reasonable doubt that they committed the heinous crime that we're accusing them of. It has to be heinous enough to go in, and we have to have beyond a reasonable doubt that they did it. That's it. Now, maybe if we had a squeaky clean record, our intel agencies, and every time they said, oh yeah, this country did this, and then we went in and overthrew them or bombed them, and the intel agencies were always right, then maybe you could accept them at face value. But that's not what we have. The past 30 years has been foreign policy mistake after foreign policy mistake. The Iraq War, a lot of the stuff that went on with Afghanistan, Libya, and on and on. So before we commit to drastic military action, we better have a damn good reason and be quite certain that that reason is accurate. And I'm always skeptical when we're launching bombs and putting boots on the ground within a couple hours of an attack. Now, as we go through the debate, I'll explain why there's reason to be skeptical of what's going on here. But that's my overview of my position on this. Jackson's position, and I can't speak for him, but it seems that his position is quite simple. He's merely arguing that there were whistleblowers in the OPCW. The original team that was sent on the ground for a fact-finding mission was basically later kicked off the team when the final report came out. So the final report was composed by people that weren't the people that were actually on the ground. Or at least not the original people that were on the ground. Yeah, Aaron Mattei has done a fantastic job on this. So those whistleblowers have written reports, at least a couple of them, testified in front of the UN, and other things. Jackson's take seems to be what I consider to be a reasonable take, one that I agree with, that we ought to take these whistleblowers seriously, and that we ought to push for an active investigation to get to the bottom of what really happened. And I think implicit in that is we shouldn't be bombing or invading countries until we're sure of what happened, or quite reasonably sure. Vaush's take is two things, basically. One, Assad is a really bad guy. Okay, no one disputes that. And second, you have to prove what happened. And then also, you're a Holocaust denier, Nazi, Sandy Hook denier, blah, blah, blah. A bunch of ad hominem attacks that just... You can see Vaush's character from his opening statement on. And you can get a feel for if this was an actual debate that he wanted to have a good faith discussion, or if he was just interested in trying to obfuscate and, call his opponent names. So that's where we start. I will say this. I ultimately, to give a conclusion, I think my opinion is Jackson easily wins this debate. And we'll talk about why as we go through. And I think Jackson's more well-researched than me on this topic. There are a couple areas where I'll be honest, where I think Jackson could do better. But ultimately, I think he did as well as I could have, if not better. So, kudos to him. Again, I don't know his politics. It's irrelevant to this specific situation. Now, what I want to look at through this is, one, the actual topic of Syria and the OPCW investigators. We're going to stop quite frequently and discuss what they're talking about. But secondly, I want you to notice the debate tactics of Vaush. Not just because it's Vaush. And let me be honest, I think Vaush is a good debater. I think on the left, Vaush is someone with a lot of support. And I think that I enjoy debating people like Vaush and others like that, because even if I massively disagree, and even if I think they're using terrible debate tactics, it's a challenge. Sometimes you debate people and, it doesn't go so well. So I actually... I don't think he's a bad debater, even if I disagree with almost all of his takes. But you'll see how he is effective through the tactics that he uses. And it's incredibly frustrating, particularly if you're on a panel or there's multiple people and where these sort of tactics can be exacerbated. One-on-one, it's easier to get through it. But if you're on a panel with 4 or 8 people, it becomes more difficult. So I want you to see how disingenuous it is. But it's not just Vaush. These are tactics that you'll see, and I'm biased as someone who's on the right, but I see it used by people like Vaush on the left all the time. And there's one thing in particular that my audience will know is one of my biggest pet peeves. So let's get into the debate, and I'll be stopping frequently. So... One second. I thought I was all ready to go.
I have him on mute.
And so obviously
today we're going to be debating the OPCW cover-up scandal.
Vaush is in the top corner. Jackson is in the foreground.
He just sent me a message. All right. Can you hear me?
And again, the links...
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit loud. Let me adjust my volume. Can you talk again? I'm streaming.
Hello?
I'm streaming on my end too, so I gotta... All right, I think we should be good. Audience will tell me if it's not good. All right.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing wonderfully. All right. No reason to continue with the pleasantries. Are you ready to get into it?
Yeah. I mean, as you know, there's a lot to get into. So I guess I'll just start off by saying for the audience who doesn't know me, I'm a relatively new streamer, political streamer. I've been doing this for about 1.5 years. My name's Jackson. And I am...
Let me pause this for a minute. I I don't think anyone speaks as fast as me on here, so I am going to increase the speed slightly to 1.25. So thank you for ever following.
Not a journalist, but I've been following this story very closely.
So much, gamer.
And I was frustrated by some of the things that you said on your stream regarding both the general findings of the OPCW investigators and of my own views on the subject. So that's why we're here. We're going to talk about it.
I'm sure. All right, so a little bit of a preamble before we get into this. I suspect this is probably going to be a waste of time because I have a lot of experience debating Holocaust deniers. I know that generally speaking, when people form their opinions based on conspiracism, it's usually not because they actually have a vested interest in the facts. It's usually because they have like a set of biases that existed beforehand, and they'll engage in like selective reasoning to adopt any beliefs that they can use to post hoc justify those, pre-existing biases. I guess we'll see how much of a waste of time this turns out to be. So
now, right off the bat, what do you all think of that? Does this sound like someone who's interested in a good conversation right out of the gate? By the way, this will be a theme for the next topic that we get into after this debate. Right out of the gate, he sets the stage saying, this guy's a conspiracy theorist. He's like a Holocaust denier. And it'll probably be a waste of time. Right? And what this shows is, one, that he's not serious about the debate. But second, to me, it's a sign of fear that he knows that he doesn't have the facts on his side. So he has to start off basically smearing his opponent because his audience is going to eat that up. And they did, by the way. And if you go to Vaush's audience, they think that he absolutely crushed in this debate. He did not. All he did was make a bunch of points that didn't really matter and insults and things like that. It's an absurd statement. It's someone that's crying for attention and that's trying to be stylistically over substance. Now, keep in mind, I'm not saying that I've never got heated or said things about people in a debate. This is literally the beginning. This is the opening statement. This will be easy. You're a Holocaust denier. You're like a Holocaust denier. I've debated conspiracy theories. Notice that word, conspiracy theory. Right? And so this will be easy. It'll probably won't be worth my time. Now, one of the themes you'll see is this claim of Jackson being a conspiracy theorist is levied over and over again. Now, I want you to think about this for a minute. If we adopted Vaush's position, say, in 2003, you would have been like a Holocaust denier to question the Iraq War. You would have been a crazy conspiracy theorist, like a Holocaust denier. And later he'll say, like Sandy Hook and things like that. This is a tool that's used by neocons. It was used in the Iraq War. Vaush, you'll see, he uses other tools. On his Twitter feed, I don't know if he says it here, he alludes to it, but him and other people on Twitter, people that support him or thought that he did good in this debate, they call people Assadist or agents of Putin. If you want to hear from these OPCW whistleblowers. Now, I can't speak for Jackson, but I think if we look at what he says through the tenure of this debate, I don't see anything he's saying that shows that he supports Assad or that he's in league with Putin. I certainly don't. This was a tactic that was used during the Iraq War, and the left should know this. Remember, Democrats back in the early 2000s, they used to say things like, it's patriotic to question our intel agencies. Now they are saying, if you don't take everything we say at face value, you're a conspiracy theorist that is a Russian. And they would have been saying, these are the exact same people that would have been saying during the Iraq War, oh, you must be a Saddam Hussein fan. You must support Saddam Hussein if you're against the invasion of Iraq. There are no bigger shills for our intel agencies than so-called progressive leftists like Vaush. And I say this because they're the ones who started calling their opponents who disagreed with them, oh, you're an Assadist. You support Putin. So if they're going to play that game, it should be thrown right back in their face. You are playing the game of Dick Cheney, of Donald Rumsfeld, of the neocons. That's what Vaush is doing. It's a playbook as old as time. You can't question us or you're not patriotic. When will Vaush start talking to us about freedom fries? So it's just right out of the gate, you can see that this is absurd. This is the left, by the way. Thousands upon thousands of people share Vaush's view. This all started because the Young Turks went after Aaron Matei, who's the premier journalist that's actually gone to Syria to cover this, and they accused him of being in Putin's pocket. So I'm not just saying this as a one-off. This is their strategy. And we saw this through the whole Russia collusion debacle. Oh, if you said something they disagreed with, you're a conspiracy theorist and a Russian. And then they cheer on the intel agencies coming after you. They are the very authoritarians and warmongers that they claim to be against. Now, you can handle this sort of rhetoric from a known neocon, but they claim to be opposite the neocons. And the last thing I'll say here, this is a theme you'll see repeat. But I do want to say this real quick. Our establishment saw that there was a growing anti-war movement in this country after the Iraq War. They are so powerful with propaganda that they have been able to take the very groups that were the most vocal anti-war people, and through 2 presidencies, 8 years of Obama and 4 years of Trump, make the most vocal anti-war people into the most vocal war people. That is impressive and scary. All it took was putting their guy in Obama up there. Oh, he's cool. First black president. Nobel Peace winner. To continue and to push for these types of wars. And then Donald Trump, who, again, I criticize heavily. Remember, when we're talking about this investigation, Trump was the one who was in charge when these bombs were dropped. Make no mistake about it. It wasn't Obama. Obama started this war, but it was Trump that dropped those bombs. But when Trump paid lip service to, let's pull out of Afghanistan, or when he said, why aren't we working with Assad to fight against Islamic terrorists? That's all it took. Orange man bad. Oh, he questioned the war? Then we're for the war. So, there we go. That's the start. You can see how this is going to go.
I wasn't that familiar with the specifics on this incident until, I guess, last night.
I saw you're doing some late-night Wikipedia prepping, right?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with like every conspiracy theory out there. I also don't know much about like Alex Jones' claims about Sandy Hook. Sometimes you got to like pack that stuff in. It's also like completely irrelevant to anything a progressive should care about. So
just a couple things to say here. He admits that basically he knew nothing about this until the night before, where he was basically using Wikipedia. Then he says he just brushes it off like it's an Alex Jones conspiracy. But the important thing here is he says this isn't something that a progressive should care about. What's that? Bombing poor people in another country under false pretenses? That's not something a progressive should care about? Of course he's right, ironically. The progressives don't care about it. If it's their side or it benefits them to drop bombs, they don't care. Just like kids in cages. They don't care when it's their side. Just like censorship of the media. They don't care. Tucker Carlson's emails being read by the government? They don't care. They don't like Tucker Carlson. All of the things that they claim, people like Vaush claim to care about that makes him a progressive is a lie. He doesn't care about those things. How could you say, like, if there was one defining feature of the progressive left in the early 2000s, what was it? Their big issue was they were anti-war. And now he's saying that's not even an issue progressives should be concerned about. So they're more concerned about pronouns or illegal immigration than they are actually bombing poor people in other countries. And when you talk to progressives like Vaush on illegal immigration, I don't know if he said this specifically, but a lot of people that sort of come from his camp will say stuff like this. One of the reasons we have to take illegal immigrants is because they're refugees. Because we have created disastrous situations in their countries. Our intel agencies, through the war on drugs or through bombing campaigns. And yet they cheer on the bombing campaigns when it suits them. So they have no problem helping destroy a country and then saying, oh my God, it's terrible we helped destroy that country. But there you have it, straight from the horse's mouth. I never heard of this until last night. I've only done a limited amount of research. And why would progressives care about illegally bombing people, anyone?
I looked into it, and the information in favor of my side was so overwhelming and so compelling that by the end of this conversation, I legitimately believe that you're continuing to disagree with me can be attributed only to mental illness or willful dishonesty. I actually believe, like, at first I thought, like, oh God, this is going to be like a really confusing and granular issue where, like, it's going to be really tough to understand. But the more I looked into it, I realized that this is such an unbelievably difficult issue to contest the general narrative on that like, wow, you know? But again, like I'm coming into this with a little bit of bias because I've interacted with a lot of members of the broader like gray zone Jimmy Dore community, and I have, let's say, like a negative opinion of them, you know? But I don't know, maybe you'll change my mind. We've, you know, had some pleasant interactions in the past, so...
So there he lays the groundwork for his audience. Oh, anything he says that disagrees. I'm obviously so right that only a mentally ill person or a liar could disagree with me. We'll see how that looks. We'll see how... Such confidence and bravado there. Let's see how that statement holds up, shall we? This is Jackson Hinkle as the other person.
Guess I'm open to that being adjusted. So you wanted to talk about the OPCW report, the chemical weapons attack on Douma, or alleged chemical weapons attack, and all of the implications and possibilities theretofore. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, we don't have to talk about anything besides that. Do you mind if I give some initial context, though? This isn't...
See, now, one of the things that Vaush is doing, and this is smart, and it's not necessarily terrible, he's controlling the conversation, the direction of the conversation. So he starts off doing that. That's part of the strategy. And this is something that don't happen a lot. And I'm familiar with this, right? He does it, and he talks a lot. He talks in big chunks. Okay, so why don't you let me set the groundwork for this? Isn't it true that you want to talk about the OPCW? Yeah. Okay, well, let me set some groundwork for this to begin with, right? And so he's going to set a framework, and the framework that he's about to set has nothing to do... He just said, we're just going to talk about the OPCW, right? Now listen to what his framework is. See if it's the OPCW.
Something my audience is that familiar with. I want to explain, like, the broader context, if possible.
Happily, go for it.
Yeah. Okay. So Bashar al-Assad is a brutal, tyrannical, far-right dictator, and he has, over the course of the Syrian civil war, engaged in many acts of barbarity against his own population, both political and military, which has led to the death of nearly 100,000 civilians attributed to him, the displacement of millions. There have been dozens of chemical weapons attacks that have been attributed to him and verified by a number of international organizations designed to engage in peacekeeping and find facts. So to fake all of like those chemical weapons attacks beforehand would be like to assemble the evidence in such a way as to form dozens of false flags that tricked so many orgs internationally. It's like unfathomable. So there's a history.
So first off, you can see I said he had two strategies in this debate. The first is saying Assad's a bad guy. Let me ask you this. What if you concede that every one of the chemical weapons attacks that he mentions there leading up to Douma in 2018, let's say we concede that those all occurred. I'm not saying that they all occurred. I don't know. They could have, though. So for the sake of argument, if we concede, and what does that have to do with whether or not this chemical attack was carried out by Assad? Because it was this attack that was used as the excuse to drop bombs and to intervene, not the previous ones. Is Vaush's argument here, well, if he did bad stuff in the past, then oh well. That's not an argument, right? And Jackson could do a little better job here, but you'll see he does a decent job. And the other thing is, notice that another feature of Vaush is he cites a lot of impressive data and statistics. Let's see how much he sources, right? Dozens of attacks. All of these international bodies agreed. Sourced any of that? Let's see.
Of the use of chemical weapons by Assad's regime.
Wait, Vaush. Sorry, before you continue, it's just important to get some of the facts right. And by the way, I know you labeled me as an Assad defender on your stream title. I have no problem saying that Assad is a brutal dictator, and I do not defend him. What I'm here to do is defend the whistleblowers and the investigators who were sent on behalf of the OPCW into Douma. But what I will say is that you said a bunch of international groups and activist groups had confirmed weapons attacks. That's a pretty broad statement. This is actually the first time that the OPCW has ever been able to go on the ground in Syria and investigate a chemical weapons attack, and that's why this is so important. So all other previous chemical weapons attacks have usually had key evidence that was passed through these rebel groups, these Saudi-funded Al-Qaeda-linked rebel groups like Jaish al-Islam. And in addition to that, a lot of these previous attacks have been contested.
Right. So we're beginning already. So first of all, you can't really claim that you're not defending Assad when you're making the claim that numerous and highly credentialed accusations against Assad with regards to him engaging in crimes against humanity are fake. Like that.
Okay, so you can see the strategy. You can see how it's playing out, right? Jackson answers honestly. He says a lot of these have been disputed. And understand what the situation is here. So just to briefly let you know, if you're unaware, by no means am I claiming to be an expert like some other people do on the situation in Syria. But in general, here's what happened. We entered Syria I believe around 2016, though I could be wrong about that date, but during the Obama years, and we entered under the auspices of fighting Islamic terrorism. ISIS, al-Nusra, some al-Qaeda fronts, etc. So that's why we're in Syria. However, Assad was also fighting those Islamic extremists. The Islamic extremists were partnered up with non-Islamic extremist rebels. So you have these two groups, the rebels, which are good people, and the Islamic extremists, which are bad people. And they're both fighting Assad. So we went in to fight the Islamic extremists, but not the rebels. But we also don't like Assad. Then there's the Kurds, who were our allies, who were helping us fight the Islamic extremists. Right? The problem is, we're not talking about... The narrative got out of hand in Syria, and it wasn't able to be crafted as carefully in places like Libya that we saw. Remember, in Libya, Gaddafi was saying the entire time, these are Islamic extremists. They're taking over the country. No. Well, how'd that work out in Benghazi after Gaddafi was taken out? So we could see that it's not as if these groups, these rebel groups, are the most trustworthy. At least not on the whole. There could be certain sectors of them that are, but certainly there have been wide reports of people claiming, and you can take it with a grain of salt because reports could be wrong, but of these groups like al-Nusra, al-Qaeda, ISIS doing terrible things to the civilians of Syria. And so it's not beyond the pale, if there was a heinous attack, to ask the question, which side did it? Both sides have really bad people. And Vaush is saying, well, they all were done by Assad. That's his claim. And Jackson's correctly pointing out, a lot of that's disputed because a lot of this evidence came through these very Islamic terrorist groups that were then passing this information off to the Saudis and things like that, who were then presenting the information as, oh, look what Assad did. Now, he may have. But what Vaush is trying to do is solidify the narrative that Jackson is a conspiracy theorist. And so Vaush says the establishment has said X, that all of these chemical attacks were carried out by Assad. And if you don't agree with that, already we could see that you're an insane conspiracy theorist, so we shouldn't listen to anything you say. But what Jackson said there isn't wrong. He should have just gone the extra mileage and said, look, they're disputed. It's come from dubious sources, a lot of the evidence, but it's irrelevant anyways. Even if we concede, I'm not saying Assad's a good guy. Anyways, we'll continue.
He's saying, like, I'm not defending Hitler. I just think that Auschwitz-Birkenau was a POW camp, and the deaths there were the product of, like, Allied bombing train lines so they couldn't get food there. I mean, this isn't really what we're here to talk about. If you're one, I encourage like any audience member to take a look at human rights violations during the Syrian civil war. There are estimations on the use of chemical weapons that range from, I believe, 32 is the conservative number that most people use. There are some orgs that claim that it's in the hundreds. There have been many international organizations that have directly observed the use of torture, unlawful killing, the bombing of hospitals, the indiscriminate shelling of civilian areas, collective punishment, the slaughter of political dissidents, the deprivation of food and water, the destruction of key infrastructure.
So we agree Assad is not a good guy? So we agree?
So
that he's done many fucked up things?
So, and you can see, it's just, what do they call that when I talk a lot? What do they say? There's a word for that, I think. But you can see, none of this has to do with the claim. Did Assad launch this chemical attack that the OPCW investigated? That's the claim. Oh, he's tortured people, he's jailed people. Okay. Like, how would this work in the inverse? What if Jackson took this strategy and said, well, so you're backing the CIA narrative? Let's look at the history of the CIA. Let's see what they've done. Have they tortured? Oh, they have? Have they been accused of using all sorts of heinous types of warfare? Oh, they have? What does that have to do with this specific claim of these specific OPCW whistleblowers? What does it have to do with it? And he's just setting up the narrative. How is this any different? And if you're on the left and you're watching this, maybe this will resonate more with you. How is this any different than looking at the George Floyd case, and someone on the left would say, wow, the way that police officer killed George Floyd was heinous. And someone saying, yeah, but George Floyd was a bad dude. He pointed a gun at a pregnant lady's stomach. He was involved in drugs. He was passing counterfeit money. He was arrested many times. So, okay. But why is that relevant to what Derek Chauvin did? The same situation here. Now, the only possible way that it's relevant is if Vaush is saying, well, it's not as if this guy's squeaky clean and so it's beyond the pale that he would launch a chemical attack. But other than that, what is that? He's just reading this litany of things. Notice he's not providing sources. He just says, I encourage people to read. Okay. And the problem is, it's a tactic that you see all the time with the left, right? They'll cite studies or they'll link you. And Vaush has done this to me personally. I debated Vaush on puberty blockers. He cited one survey. I asked him for more evidence. He said, sure, they're in your DMs. None of the evidence he cited to me had anything to do with children and puberty blockers. Both of them were about adults. Maybe one had something to do with children, but it was about transition surgery. And you'll see this is a tactic oftentimes when I debate, I notice. People say, oh, this study concludes X. And I'll say, but what was the method? How did they come to this conclusion? What did they do here? How did they do this? Read the study. Didn't you read the study? Well, that's not really what the purpose of debate is, right? We're supposed to be discussing. And so just saying, everybody says he's a bad dude. Okay, one, no one's contending he's a bad dude. And second, that's not really evidence.
So wait, really quickly.
Is that, no, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure we're in agreement on that before we continue.
Yeah, Assad is a bad guy. It's just you were just saying like, actually, these things haven't been confirmed before, and they were all passed through Syria.
No.
So, and real quick, that's not what Jackson's saying, right? And again, what Vaush wants you to, Vaush's stance is this. They both agree Assad's a bad dude. So do I. So does almost everyone. Okay, Assad's a bad guy. Got it. Okay, therefore, any accusation that was leveled against Assad, we have to accept uncritically. And if you say, well, actually, some of those were contested, oh, well, then you're supporting Assad. No. Any more than if there's a serial killer and you say, well, wait a minute, on this particular death, I don't think that person did it because people contested and blah, blah, blah. That doesn't mean you're supporting that killer. Just because someone's heinous and we can agree on that doesn't mean that you uncritically accept any accusation of them. And if you're honest and you say, well, here's the evidence or here's the competing claims about this specific incident, that doesn't mean you're supporting that bad guy. But that's the game that Vaush is trying to play. And again, this is identical to what was done in the Iraq War, where people said, oh, you have a problem with weapons of mass destruction? Well, Saddam's a bad guy. Look at all the bad stuff he did. You must be supporting Saddam if you question weapons of mass destruction. That's exactly what Vaush is doing. It is literally neocon talking points, intel agency talking points.
No, not all the things that you just said. I said that a lot of the key chemical weapons attacks have been contested by very reputable sources. For example, one of the most notable that the U.S. had indicated was a major chemical weapons attack. The alleged chemical weapons attack in Ghouta was actually, it was contested by a number of individuals. It was contested by Seymour Hersh in the London Review of Books. And in addition to that, actually, Barack Obama confirmed that these reports were false of an alleged chemical weapons attack when James Clapper told him that the evidence of the alleged Syrian chemical gas attack in Ghouta was not a slam dunk and they shouldn't act upon it.
So saying that evidence is not a slam dunk and should not be acted upon is not the same as repudiating the existence of those attacks to begin with?
Well, no, you allege...
Now, do you see what Vaush just did there? And this is a tactic that you'll see over and over and over again. So he's like, oh, no one would dispute any of this, and you're defending Assad if you do it. And this is where Jackson excels. Jackson is very well read on this topic. And that comes as the most important thing that you'll see in this. So Jackson's like, look, no, it's not just Assad defenders that are saying this. Seymour Hersh, who is one of the most celebrated, awarded journalists in the world. Did he pass away? I don't remember. He went to the ground and determined that this chemical attack didn't occur. So much so that Barack Obama and his intel agencies and Clapper came to the conclusion that Assad did not commit that attack. Now, Vaush's argument was, he's done all of this stuff. Everyone agrees, and if you disagree, you're an Assadist. And Jackson's like, well, actually, the U.S. intel agency, Obama, and Seymour Hersh disagreed with this one particular attack. And Vaush now moves the goalpost. He says, well, just because they said that they didn't have proof doesn't repudiate it. Well, who said that? Vaush was the one making the claim he did all of this heinous stuff. And if you think otherwise, then you're an Assadist. And now he quickly, in the first time that Jackson says, well, wait a minute, what about this situation? Now, Vaush could have said, can I see that source? Can you prove that? Maybe Obama didn't say that. I don't know. But Vaush accepts it and says, well, that's different than saying the attack didn't happen. But the burden of proof's on Vaush. He's the one making the claim. It's undeniable that all of these chemical attacks Assad did. Well, what about this one? Well, they didn't prove he didn't do it. And you'll see this occur over and over and over again. So how slimy, and like, he backs into the corner immediately. Immediately. He has nothing to say about this.
Like, no. You allege that they definitively took... You allege that Assad, without a doubt, perpetrated all of these attacks. That's what you said.
No, I did not. Wait, I did not say that, actually.
You did.
What I said is that there was... Wait, hold on. What I actually said was that there...
Now, what I want you to do is keep a counter on when... This is the tactic that I was talking about. When Vaush says or heavily implies something, and then within minutes says, I never said that. And if you're a regular watcher of my channel, you'll know that it's one of the biggest sources of frustration for me. People coming on and saying something, and then you'll say, after you debate it for a couple minutes, you'll say, you said this. And they'll say, no, I didn't. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. So that's one. He said it's undeniable that Assad committed all these attacks. And you're an Assadist if you're sticking up for Assad if you're questioning it. Jackson says, okay, well, here's some reputable people that questioned it. Vaush then says, but that doesn't prove he didn't do the attack. Okay, but Jackson's making the correct point. No, you said that it was definitive that he did all these attacks. Vaush says, no, I didn't say that. That's number one. Let's see how high that counter goes. But what's amazing is, think of this is what I really, really want to focus on tactic-wise. Think of the power of this tactic. You could literally say anything. And then if your opponent's not, it doesn't matter if it's true or not. And if your opponent's not ready to deal with it, it slips through. And if you get called out on how you're incorrect or the spirit of what you said is wrong, you just say, I never said that. And then you move on. You can see Jackson calls him out. I'm not going to go back because we'll be here all day if I go back. But Vaush and Jackson's kind of talking over a little. He starts to say, this is the problem with debating conspiracy theories. So right out of the gate, the first time that we actually hear someone say, well, actually, you're wrong in this statement, because we even see people like Obama and Seymour Hersh and James Clapper say that Assad, one of the attacks that he was accused of, he didn't do. And right out of the gate, Assad defaults to, Vaush defaults to, I didn't say that, and you're a conspiracy theorist. Let's keep going.
There's undeniable evidence, which has been corroborated across many international peacekeeping organizations, that the use of chemical weapons has taken place in Syria, the majority of which has been attributed to Assad. For many of these chemical weapons attacks, it is logistically impossible to determine who actually did it. We don't always have the ability to factually determine the exact circumstances that led to chlorine gas contamination in an area. However...
Okay, so that's a damning admission, right? So that's different than the claim he was originally making. 30 to 300 attacks, organizations say that Assad committed blah, 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 blah. And now he's saying, well, we can't know if Assad did it or not. We don't know if it was the rebels or Assad. Well, that's pretty damning given what this debate's supposed to be about, right? The debate's about these OPCW whistleblowers and whether or not a chemical weapons attack took place. And the reason that this debate's occurring is because the United States bombed Syria based on the allegation. So so Vaush admits right here, well, many of the times we have no way of knowing who actually committed the attack. So he's already backing off from his position. Oh, Assad did all of these attacks. Really, here's one where Obama and them said, I never said Assad did all the attacks, but attacks occurred, and no doubt he did some of them, but it's hard to tell who did them many times. But he talks fast, and he's trying to move on, right, real quick from the fact that he was just proven wrong. He's trying to move on real quick. He's controlling the conversation. And so it looks stylistically like, oh, look, he's talking fast, and he's very sure of himself. No, you just lost that section. You lost that section. You made a claim. Jackson backed up, no, not everyone who disputes these claims is unreputable Assad backers. And then you switched the goalposts. You said, I never said that. And now you've already backed off from your initial statement. And it is a theme you'll see over and over in this debate.
a lot of these are very heavily, inferentially, attributable to Assad.
And
I think
I'll
about
also
95% of them tend to be.
I'll also add, before we continue on here, that a lot of these key organizations that you are citing, like Human Rights Watch, for example, I'd imagine is one of the ones that you'd cite for, claiming that there are all these chemical weapons attacks. They all differ in how many actually took place based on the evidence and the validity of it. So some of these groups allege that there were over 300 chemical weapons attacks that took place. Some allege that there were only 30, and even in those 30, that there's still huge problems with the amounts that, or the evidence that's used to suffice the claim that Assad was responsible.
So two things to say here. One, I believe you heard him say real quickly there that he infers, we can infer that Assad committed these attacks up to 85% of them. Now think about this for a minute. So that means 15% of these chemical weapons attacks, according to Vaush, were carried out by the opposition of Assad. Now, the fact that he supports the opposition to Assad, does that mean that he's pro-chemical weapon attack? That's what he's accusing Jackson of. And Jackson's not even saying he supports Assad. He's just questioning this one attack. Vaush and so many of the progressive left that are for escalating tensions with Syria and having boots on the ground and dropping bombs, they're there to protect the people fighting Assad. That's what they want. And he's admitting that 15% of the chemical attacks that occurred were from them? Additionally, he doesn't understand Jackson's point here, right? Jackson's point is different groups have estimated anywhere between 30 and 300 chemical attacks. Now, Vaush thinks that this is somehow evidence for him. Again, what's the conversation? These OPCW whistleblowers in the 2018 attack on Douma. That's what this conversation's supposed to be about. Vaush is taking a very simplistic view of this and saying, well, if 30 to 300 attacks took place, that proves that Assad's a madman, so he probably did this one too. But the greater point here is, if the experts that Vaush claims are vaunted and they're all in agreement, can't agree but by an estimate of 270 attacks, how many attacks took place, then it's really not as clear-cut as Vaush is saying. Sure, you might say if they've estimated between 30 and 300, that means it's likely that actual chemical attacks took place. That's not a bad statement. But when we're talking about questioning the evidence for a specific chemical attack, we can see that clearly. For example, if Human Rights Watch versus the UN, a UN group, right? If Human Rights Watch says we believe there were 30 chemical attacks and the UN group says we think there were 300, implicitly the UN is questioning 270 of those chemical attacks. Does that mean they're pro-Assad? No. So the fact that these vaunted international organizations that Vaush is talking about have such wild disagreements about how many chemical weapons attacks took place seems to suggest that reasonable people would say, look, if there are actual whistleblowers and suggestions that a particular attack didn't occur as we were told, we should probably look at that evidence and question it. That doesn't mean that we're evil or we're pro-Putin or we're Holocaust deniers. But that's how Vaush is trying to spin it.
I think we can both, argue our heads off on these previous chemical weapons attacks, but what we came here to talk about today was the OPCW cover-up scandal in Douma.
The cover-up scandal is a pretty strong term. But anyway, I just think it's interesting.
That's what the whistleblowers allege.
When pointing out the fact that there was a tremendous amount of evidence of previous chemical weapons usage by Assad in Syria, you instantly leapt to his defense. Wait, hold on. It's always alleged, because he denies all of it.
No, if it's definitively proved, then it's not alleged.
It's interesting that you don't call yourself an Assad defender when your apparent defense of the regime extends beyond the one incident where we have whistleblowers from the OPCW, but extends broadly to the entire range of information we have on the subject. Again, this isn't what the debate is supposed to be about, and conspiracism is always like a rabbit hole because...
See? And he repackages the same argument over. You're a conspiracy theorist, and you're defending Assad. Again, if there were two organizations in front of Vaush right now, and the UN said 300 chemical attacks took place, and Human Rights Watch said 30 took place, would he be looking at Human Rights Watch saying, you're defending Assad, I can't believe how much you're defending Assad? But it's just the same repackaged tactics. Again, he hasn't, when he was, as soon as claims got up, specific claims about one of those specific attacks, Vaush had nothing. He backed up and he went back to, you're a conspiracy theorist, you're defending Assad.
Again, I've argued with Holocaust deniers. Did you know there was one investigation from the Red Cross that found that there were no deaths at this camp back in 1933? That's curious. Like, you can go down it forever. But if you want, you can take a look at the use of chemical weapons in the Syrian civil war. I'll put it this way.
Notice then he likens him to a Holocaust denier. Oh, well, one of the attacks didn't put that. That's not what we're discussing, right? He's the one, we were talking about this one specific incident. He's the one who wanted to bring up all these other incidents, and then he couldn't defend his initial position, and so he says, you're like a Holocaust denier.
Okay? The use of chemical weapons has been so significant and so extensive and so well documented that to falsely attribute all these instances to Assad would require a greater false flag operation than literally any other effort in human history. I would believe that as readily as I would believe that the existence of Auschwitz-Birkenau was faked by like Jewish American journalists.
I think that's clearly a hyperbolic statement. Certainly. But again, let's concede that he's conflating the issue. What does that have to do with this particular... So what he's trying to do is, you see how he's being slippery? It would be near impossible to fake all of the attacks that occurred. Therefore, this attack must have occurred. That's what he's trying to set up. Oh, if all those other attacks occurred, this one must have. That's not true. That's not true at all. Right, his third use of the Holocaust, exactly.
Who like were planted at the scene and took photos of like a summer camp and put like iron rod fences around it to convince Westerners that the Holocaust happened. Like you can look at the evidence if you want, but again, we can only like go into so much. So your claim, oh God, we haven't even gotten to what happened. Okay, so on April 7th.
Right, that's because of you, Vaush, right? Because you went down this rabbit hole to accuse him of being a Holocaust denier and an Assadist. That's why we haven't even got to the issue yet. Right? So notice how he frames it. He gets the last word on that. And then he goes straight from, oh, it's basically like you're denying the Holocaust and it would be the hardest thing in history for them to be able to fake all these attacks. Now, let's get to the specific incident, right? Because he's going to try to conflate those two things. This is no different than saying George Floyd did all these bad things, and so it would be the hardest thing in the world to fake all of George Floyd's criminal record. Anyways, let's get to the day that he was killed. One has nothing to do with the other.
In 2018, in the city of Douma, which is about 10 kilometers away from Damascus, there was a Syrian rebel occupation of the city. This occupation had taken place for about 6 years at that time. The city was under heavy shelling at the time from Assad's forces. And then the following things allegedly took place. Two Mi-8 helicopters, which are used by the Syrian Air Force, dropped chemical weapon payloads on a neighborhood in the city of Douma, releasing chlorine gas, which
allegedly
killed, I think... Yes, allegedly, which killed about 32 people, led to the displacement and injury of hundreds or more, which were then, they went off to hospitals and what have you.
And keep in mind that the key investigators who are on the ground in Douma, they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the helicopters that were claimed to have been seen did not drop any of the cylinders that were seen on the sites.
So what you're saying is incorrect, but we haven't gotten to that yet, okay? We'll get to that, don't worry. So anyway, here is the evidence, I suppose.
That is correct. That is what they allege. Now, Vaush could say that's what they allege, but they're wrong. But Jackson's correct that that's what they allege.
On my side. So here's what would have needed to have taken place. Wait, is your suggestion that this was a false flag? The chlorine bombs were dropped by U.S. or Syrian rebel forces? Or is your contention the same as the Russian and Syrian governments that there was no chlorine gas released?
Okay, so notice how Vaush sets the stage here. So, false flag, like conspiracy theory, this is a word he knows. If he says, yeah, I agree with the first, then he's going to be like, oh, false flag, conspiracy theorist, blah, 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 you're just nuts like Sandy Hook, you're like a Holocaust denier. If he says the second, that no, the attack took place, but it could have been someone else, then he already said, are you saying like Assad in Russia says? So he sets up this false dichotomy. Either you're a crazy nut conspiracy theorist, or you agree with Assad, you're pro-Assad and pro-Russia. That's what he sets up. Right? And we'll see if Jackson's able to navigate this tactic.
There's no definitive, outline as to what actually took place yet because the investigation was stopped. The key fact-finding mission team members were forced out of the team, and they weren't able to complete their investigation. So if you read in the actual...
this is also incorrect, but I'm asking you.
No,
was
it's
it a
not
false
incorrect,
flag, or did
Vaush.
it not
But
happen?
listen, Vaush, you're the one who spent all last night on Wikipedia reading about this for the first time.
We haven't gotten to the actual facts
No,
of the
let me
case yet.
finish
I'm
my point.
asking
Let me
you-
finish my point. Let me finish my point.
Okay.
So, if you read the first draft report, you will find that they left open multiple different avenues or opportunities as to what could have actually taken place in Douma and what was responsible for the alleged attack.
Okay, now this is going to be a huge theme throughout this debate. And this is something that a lot of Vaush's fans were celebrating. Even people I know, left-wing streamers I know, were celebrating on Twitter this. And it is, Jackson won't take a definitive stance of what he think happened. Why is that relevant? Jackson's argument is, I am skeptical of the narrative that the U.S. used to bomb Syria. I'm skeptical of the OPCW's final report. And the reason I'm skeptical is because the initial OPCW fact finders said that that report was contradictory to the evidence they saw on the ground. His job's not to prove what happened, it's to prove the story that was given is inaccurate. So this is a common tactic that you'll see. For example, let's take a famous incident, like the Las Vegas shooter. Remember this? The largest mass shooting in U.S. history. There were all sorts of holes in the FBI story. Little things, like claims that the maid saw this, and then it changed, and then it changed. A person could look at that and say, here are the reasons that I don't believe the FBI story on this. I'm not saying that the FBI story is accurate or inaccurate in this case. I'm just saying a person could say that. Vaush's response would be, then what do you think happened? And you might say, I don't know. I don't have the evidence. But I can see, based on the evidence we see, that what they're claiming that happened isn't accurate. It is not incumbent on you to know exactly what happened to disprove the story being told to you didn't happen. And that's where now, Jackson, he could do a little better job articulating this, but he's making the correct argument. Well, we don't know what happened because the people that were actually investigating were kicked off the team. So they were never able to come to a conclusion. They concluded that it was very unlikely that a chemical attack took place, but they weren't able to continue their investigation to see what actually did happen. Again, if we go back to like law, and I know it's different, foreign policy and things like that, but again, the framework that I set forth is that we should have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a country committed the heinous action that we think's worth bombing them before we bomb them. Imagine if you were in a court setting and someone's on trial for murder and you're on the jury. Now, someone died. There's a dead body. No one denies that. But you as a jurist believe the defense. You think that the prosecution has not proved their case. But then the prosecutor looks at you and says, well, if my client, or if this guy didn't kill him, who did? And as a jurist, you'll be like, I don't know. How would I know that? Well, then he's obviously guilty. It's nonsensical. But that's the game that they're going to try. Well, then you have to tell me what happened. You have to tell me what happened. No, I don't. I don't have access to the evidence. I believe that we should take these whistleblowers seriously. Their claim is that it looks like a chemical weapon didn't occur, that it was, or chemical attack didn't occur, that it was staged. That's their conclusion. I think that that ought to be taken seriously, and we should have dropped bombs before we hash this out. I don't have to sit here and tell you, well, here's what happened. At 8:33 in the morning, the Syrian rebels deployed these canisters to the building and then put sheets over them. And then 7 hours later, Assad was shelling the rebels, and they took the opportunity to remove the sheets on those canisters, executed 30 people themselves, made it look as if there was foam on their mouth so that it was chlorine at 7:14 p.m. Like, no, I don't know what happened. So it's not incumbent. It's irrelevant. They're changing the question. They're saying you have to prove what happened or else we have to believe the official narrative. If the whistleblowers didn't say, no, this is definitively what happened, then we dispense with all of their claims.
Okay, so the argument by the Russian and Syrian governments was that there was no attack, that chlorine gas was never released in that area. Is that an opinion that you share? Or do you believe that the Russian and Syrian governments are lying or otherwise working off incomplete information?
According to the investigators who are on the ground, there is the potential that there was a non-chemical related attack.
A non-chemical related attack?
Yes, because
like
we both agree that there were over 40 people who died, correct?
That is correct. So we're like bombs.
And Jackson says, which I believe is probably the most likely scenario, that people actually died. And this is something Aaron Matei says as well. If these people actually died, which almost everyone agrees, it's not certain, but it seems that that's the case. That's what I would default to. That's what Jackson's defaulting to. Then it's heinous if we stop investigating how they died. Right? If you really cared about those victims, and there were credible whistleblowers saying that, wait, the story of how they died was inaccurate, wouldn't you want that flushed out? But even though Jackson admits here, yes, I'm agreeing that around 40 people died, notice how Vaush will later claim he'll keep throwing out the term crisis actors. And you see how he keeps using these keywords? Holocaust denier, Sandy Hook, conspiracy theorist, false flag, crisis actors. Because that's red meat for his audience. These are terms that they use that they know evokes an emotional reaction. And so people will say, Vaush is killing it. This guy's a conspiracy theorist. He believes in false flags. He denies the Holocaust.
Were dropped, or like what kind of attack? The city was being shelled at the time. Are you saying that it was like artillery fire?
I'm not. They weren't able to identify that. You can see very clearly, though, that the people who were filmed at the scene had foam protruding from their mouths, but they weren't able to identify that. And I'm not going to act like me, being some YouTube streamer, has any more information on the subject than what they have provided. But they did leave open the avenue that there was a non-chemical related attack, and they also said they weren't able to find any sort of outlying evidence that suggested that there was a chemical attack that wasn't sarin or chlorine.
So the term leaving open the avenue in this case means nothing. When it comes to investigations like this, especially ones that are done weeks after the actual attack, it's almost impossible to deductively prove anything. The most you can do is use evidence to inferentially try to arrive at the most likely conclusion.
Well, yes, that's true, right? It's almost impossible to 100% prove anything. That's why the standard I'm using is beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Jackson's correct that the investigators came to the conclusion that it was most likely not a chemical attack. Now, notice how earlier Vaush, right, look at how he changes his standards. So earlier when Jackson brought up, well, actually Seymour Hersh and Obama himself said that one of these chemical weapons attacks that occurred, they seriously doubted that Assad committed it. And Vaush jumps all over. Oh, they just doubted, but that doesn't prove he didn't. Okay. But now Vaush completely takes the other stance. Well, we can never definitively prove something. Then why did you jump all over him, Jackson, when he brought up Obama? You see how he arbitrarily changes his standards? And secondly, I don't understand what the point he's trying to make here is. Jackson's not saying, well, the investigators looked at it and they thought maybe there's a chance it wasn't a chemical weapon attack. If that's what they said, then Vaush's argument makes sense. Well, yeah, it's hard to definitively prove something. But that's not what Jackson's claiming they said. Jackson's claiming that they said this was most likely not a chemical weapon attack. So again, Vaush is trying to set the framework and control the direction of the debate to make it seem like he's making some argument, but he's not responding to what Jackson's saying.
Of course, the final report from the OPCW. Wait, hold on. Wait, please.
Well, no, you just made a claim, so I'm going to refute that. You made a claim, so I'm going to refute that. If you believe that there's no evidence to suggest any of this stuff, and considering it's all open avenues, then we're left in the dust, and who knows what's going to happen? Who knows what happened?
I said.
Okay, restate what you just said then.
I said that when it comes to investigations on the ground that are done weeks after an alleged chemical weapons attack, it's very rarely possible to definitively prove anything. The statement leaves open the possibility or leaves room for doesn't really mean much in this case because potentially they could leave room for anything. That's
no, it doesn't because
in many such investigations.
It doesn't because they had indicated that it was highly unlikely that chlorine was responsible for this attack. It was found in there was like chlorinated,
We haven't gotten to the specific claims yet.
Okay, so we'll save that for later. We'll save that for later. We'll save that for later. So if you believe that there's no way that we could,
if you think it was a false flag or not.
I already answered that question, Vaush. I literally already answered that question.
The problem is that people in your political camp aren't just saying, we have questions. There have been
you're debating me. You're not debating people in my political camp. You're debating me.
There have been strong, definitive claims made by the Syrian and Russian governments that there was no chemical weapons attack. Do you share their opinion that there was no chemical weapons attack?
Again, this is irrelevant. It's irrelevant to whether or not the claims made by the OPCW whistleblowers in this specific attack should be warranted or should be looked at. So notice what Vaush has done. He talked about bad stuff allegedly Assad had done before. He talked about what the Russians and the Syrians said about this attack, but he's not talking about what the whistleblower said. He's very interested in what Jackson's feelings are, and Jackson's sticking to his guns saying, I am not taking a stance on what I think happened. And he's smart to do so. He could do it in I think he could do it in a more straightforward way, but this is a tactic. Vaush wants to deflect from what these actual whistleblowers said and instead say, what do you think? And then attack what Jackson thinks. So he wants to pin Jackson down. He wants Jackson to say, no, I think that it was, there was no chemical attack. Or, no, I think there was an attack, but Syria did it. That's what he wants Jackson to say. Then he'll attack that position instead of what the OPCW whistleblower said. But Jackson's stance, like mine, is we should listen to what these whistleblowers said. And Jackson's making the point right here. Vaush, if you're admitting that we don't definitively know, shouldn't we then have an investigation a transparent investigation where these whistleblowers are allowed to bring in public the evidence that they collected? But that's what this is all about, and that's what Vaush's audience wants. They want to attack Jackson for whatever his opinion is. Jackson's opinion is irrelevant to the question of the whistleblower said that the official narrative seems likely to not be what happened. It is not incumbent on Jackson or even those whistleblowers to say this is what happened, especially because the whistleblowers were taken off the case before they were able to reach a conclusion on what happened.
There's no evidence of a chlorine gas attack. They left open the opportunity that there was a non-chemical related attack. That's what the investigators
forces.
They didn't insinuate who could have been responsible for the open avenue of a non-chemical related attack. The investigation was compromised by OPCW executives before that could have taken place.
Okay, we'll get to that. Don't worry. Okay, so your argument then is that there was no chemical weapons attack, but there may have been a conventional attack.
No, that's not what I just said.
Okay. Would you mind repeating? Because I need you to commit to a position. Because
why? And that's Vaush. Why does he have to commit to a position? Right. He continually asks questions because it puts him in the driver's seat. But again, imagine if we're debating, do you think O.J. Simpson killed his wife? And someone says, no, I don't think he did. And Vaush's argument is, who do you think killed her? Well, I don't know. I looked at the evidence and I don't think OJ did. But you have to tell me who you thought killed her. Or are you saying she never really died? Why is that part of the discussion? The reason is he wants to attack that instead of the actual belief that Jackson has, which is that these OPC whistleblowers said that the official narrative is incorrect. He doesn't want to talk about that. He wants to say, well, your version is incorrect. And that's where I want to be. But that's not what anyone is there to debate. He's trying to change the fundamental direction of the debate. And Jackson's doing a pretty good job of not allowing him to do that.
if your position here is we have questions, then I don't even have a position to attack, and I'll just list out all the evidence.
So Vaush, this is the third time I'm going to have to answer this question. The inspectors told us that there was no chlorine gas release that caused this attack. That's what the evidence shows us. The first interim report. Or the first interim draft report.
The draft report? You mean the unreleased report that was not representative of the entire opinion of all those present? The one that was drafted by the, what was it, Investigator B, the Alex character? The one that was later responded to in internal emails that weren't released by WikiLeaks until 6 months afterwards that proved there were scientific reasons why many of the claims made in the draft report were contested? That report?
We'll get to the integrity of Inspector B, and I know you have questions about that, but let's save that for later because you're jumping around right now. So
So again, so that's where the meat of the debate's going to be, whether or not we can trust these whistleblowers. In my limited research of this, and I admit that maybe even Vaush has read more than me, though, who knows. What this is from an organization called Bellingcat, and Bellingcat is an organization that's been given money by groups connected to United States intelligence services. And they claimed that they had a letter that Aaron Mattei, he was this big-time journalist, and he had this story. But in reality, he was unprivy to this letter that proved that everything was garbage that was released by the OPCW. Only it turns out that letter was just a draft that was never released. That's what Vaush is referencing here. And nonetheless, fine. Then let's get into that debate on the trustworthiness of the multiple whistleblowers and the claims that they made. Let's get into that. Let's see how far we get into that debate, shall we?
I'm not trying to talk about any inspectors yet. I was just asking if you thought there was a false flag attack, because I need to know which wrong approach.
All right. For the fourth time, Vaush, what I'm saying is there's no evidence that chlorine gas was released from the cylinders, which is what the U.S. alleged was responsible for this attack, okay? So you got that, right? You want to repeat it for me so I know you can hear me?
Also, the OPCW in their report, the organization we're talking about, they alleged
in the final report. But the OPCW investigators who actually were on the ground in Douma investigating this, they found no evidence that chlorine gas was released from the cylinders, okay?
And so from where do you know that exactly?
From the report that they did.
Really?
Yes.
Because the person that you're referring to, this Alex, the one who
Okay, we'll get to the integrity of the inspectors later. I know you want to jump around, but I want to answer your question. I want to answer your question because I want to answer your question, Vaush. I want to answer your question because this is the fourth time I've had to repeat myself. So that's the first part of my answer. The second part of my answer is that they left open the avenue that there was a non-chemical related attack that took place. They didn't allege who was potentially responsible for that potential non-chemical related attack, and they also left open the potential for there to have been a chemical attack with a chemical that was not identified on the scene, though they noted that that was highly unlikely.
So your argument, the reason why you and people who agree with you call people like U.S. State Department shills who want war with Syria is because you have the incredibly bold position that there was a possibility that some other explanation may have been left open in an interim draft report that was later contested through internal documentation that was kept secret from the public for months. And
again, see, notice how he's piling on to a bunch of things here. The claim that he's making here is, just because they said they left avenues open. No, they said that they were quite certain, or I don't want to use words they didn't use, that the evidence seemed to suggest that the official story was contradictory to the evidence that they saw. In other words, that a chemical attack occurred via helicopters dropping. In fact, we'll see later, they actually said they were quite skeptical that a chemical weapon attack took place in the first place. But they left open the avenue that it could have been a conventional attack. Vaush keeps, they left open the avenue. That's what their conclusion was? No, their conclusion was that the evidence showed it wasn't a chemical attack. That was their conclusion. But they didn't get enough time to figure out exactly what happened. So they said it could have been a conventional attack, but they didn't get enough time because they were kicked off the team to come to that conclusion. So he keeps he keeps taking these words and then applying them in ways that aren't accurate. Yes, they did say the words left open, or Jackson's claiming they said the words left open the avenue. And so that makes it sound like, they were very wishy-washy. They were not wishy-washy on the question of this chemical attack. They were wishy-washy on, well, if it wasn't that, what could it have been?
And released in full and responded to in a final report. Your claim is that in an initial draft there was a possibility of there maybe being another case. You don't have any stronger claims to make than that.
What I'm alleging,
damage consistent with the drop of those.
No, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Out of their mouths.
We'll get to that,
Vaush. The corrosion of the metal, or the hydrochloric acid, or the hypo.
By the way, is anyone in the chat? What would Vaush's fans say? If I talked like that, what would they say I was doing? Anyone know? Now, they didn't get to, right? He's saying, oh, you said that they left open the window. And then he says, yeah, that's what they would say. They would say that's gish galloping. That's what they would say. Because he's just spewing a bunch of stuff. And Jackson's itching to talk about this. Yes, let's talk about the canisters. Yes, let's talk about their positioning. But Vaush takes one statement that he thinks he has a win on. Oh, they left open the window and the report wasn't released and it was one person and it wasn't agreed and it was this guy was discredited and the canisters all matched up. And he says all of these things like he's won these arguments, that these are all definitive truths. They're not. They haven't even discussed any of this stuff.
Caloric acid that was present at the location.
Vaush, if you just want to throw out stuff really, if you want to throw out stuff really quickly without actually going through each point, I can do the same. I can do the exact same thing. I won't give you any opportunities to refute the points.
So let's just go over it then, okay? So let's.
So wait. Before we do, there's one last thing I want to say, because you continue to say that the inspectors, the original report, the original draft reports, as you cite it, and you try to insinuate that because it's a draft, it's not valid, even though it was peer-reviewed by 4 other team members. And also, none of the points have been refuted by OPCW executives in that draft report.
Yes, they were.
By OPCW executives, you think they've been refuted?
In internal email documentations, they responded to claims made in that draft document, and the final one included many passages which addressed concerns levied by the draft report you're referring to. Yes.
Really? I would love to see that,
yes.
Because
By the way, reviewed doesn't mean accepted. That's why it wasn't published.
No, it wasn't published.
Now, Jackson says he would like to see that. Now, he doesn't keep asking because the debate shifts. But let's see if Vaush provides that, because Jackson's making a very specific claim here. Now, I don't know. I haven't read everything that the OPCW as an organization put out. I'm not going to claim that I have. But the claim that I've heard Aaron Matei make, and I hear Jackson making here, is the OPCW never refuted the actual claims of the whistleblowers. So the whistleblowers are doing things like looking at the positioning of the canisters, looking at the shape of the canisters, looking at the damage to the building, looking at the bodies. And they're making claims based on this physical evidence that they were on site to collect. The OPCW final draft contradicts them. They're no longer part of the team. They kicked them off the team. And it contradicts them, but it doesn't refute any of the direct evidence they're talking about. That's the claim anyways. And Vaush says, yes, it does. So what we would expect that to look like would be the OPCW saying, now, Ian Henderson and this Alex guy that were whistleblowers that released this document claimed that the position of the canisters couldn't have been done by a helicopter because of X, Y, and Z. However, that's not true, because that's what we would expect the OPCW to do if they are refuting these claims. Jackson's claiming they didn't do that. They just say, nah, it was dropped from helicopters. And they don't answer any of the reasons that the team on the ground said, no, it couldn't have been dropped by helicopters. Now, maybe they do. Maybe the OPCW does answer. But Vaush isn't going to provide that link. He just makes the assertion, like he always does. No, they disputed it. Really, can I see the link? Let's see if he provides it. Spoiler alert, he doesn't. What an easy way to debate. You just say things, and it doesn't matter if they're true or not. You never have to prove it because your audience thinks you're awesome. Oh, they disputed it. And then he instantly, really, I would like to see that. He moves on. He doesn't say, let me get that for you.
Because they omitted key information to sharply deviate from the findings of the initial inspectors who were on the ground in Douma.
By initial inspectors, are you referring to Alex? Because Alex never left his command post in Damascus. Why do you keep referring to all the people on the ground in Douma as the people who wrote that report? Alex wrote that report.
Alex wrote the report. There was a fact-finding mission team, though, that collected all of the information for that. And we will get to the integrity of the inspectors later if you want to, because
Did you see what just happened there? Vaush says, oh, the OPCW, they dealt with all these claims. They disputed all the claims. Jackson's like, really, I'd like to see that. Because in reality, what they did was they just omitted the claims. That's totally different. Disputing the claims is, a scientist says, the position of the canister couldn't have occurred because when we looked at the velocity that it would have been dropped at based on the position of the canister, we would have expected to see far more damage, and we didn't see it. Directly refuting that evidence would be saying, no, actually they're wrong. Because if we do these calculations, we could see how that could occur. That would be refuting. Omitting means you just don't talk about that. You say, no, they were dropped from a helicopter. And moving on, that's what Jackson's alleging that they did. As soon as Jackson says they never refuted it, Vaush moves on. He doesn't provide evidence showing they refuted it. He doesn't even dispute Jackson's claim. He moves on. Oh, I don't like Alex, the guy that wrote the report. That's where Vaush is at now. So Vaush makes a claim, it's disputed, and Vaush moves on. Another theme that we'll see throughout this debate.
That's worth discussing. Or we can discuss that right now if you'd like to.
No, we haven't even gotten to like so when we're talking about conspiracies, I find that it's actually better before digging into the conspiratorial elements to actually talk about possible alternatives, okay?
See, again, calls them conspiracies, and now he's going back to his old trope. I want you to tell me what you think. I want you to give me the alternative. It is irrelevant to the central question. Because they want Jackson to be like, maybe it occurred this way. And then he wants to say, but it couldn't have occurred that way because X, Y, Z. Look, I think that I'm a reasonably intelligent person. Other streamers are reasonably intelligent. But us on the fly coming up with hypothetical scenarios is going to be far less scientifically relevant than actual people collecting actual data that are blowing the whistle saying that the official story doesn't match up with the actual data. So why is he obsessed with saying, I want a YouTube streamer's opinion to attack? Because he doesn't want to talk about the actual data. He keeps saying, we'll talk about it, we'll get to it, but we're not getting to it, are we? Now once more. Oh, okay, we're moving on. Remember Jackson said, I answered the question 4 times. Now what does Vaush default back to? Well, conspiracy theorist. He calls him a conspiracy theorist again. And then he says, I want to talk about alternatives.
So you don't seem to be willing to commit to the Syrian and Russian narrative on this particular issue, which is fine. I mean, you're not like employed by Syria or Russia that I know of. But we can talk about the likelihood of other possible explanations for what took place there. So,
see? Do you see where the debate's going? Do you see where it's going? Instead of talking about the actual evidence and whether or not the official story is accurate, he wants to talk about whether other versions could have happened. Oh, he's very good at controlling the direction of the conversation. You can see every time they move on, it's what does Vaush want to talk about next?
if it was a non-chlorine-based attack, why were there 32 or so corpses found with death markers representative of death by chlorine poisoning? The foaming at the mouth is caused by the acids that form when a chlorine gas comes into contact with moisture, like moisture in our throats and in our eyes. That's how they died. I can't show these pictures or videos on stream because they're highly graphic, but there are videos taken at the time and afterwards of corpses piled up in these buildings with death markers that are directly indicative of the causes of chlorine gas poisoning. Were they killed by shells and then somebody like spray canned foam in their mouth, or like enough to convincingly like trick medic crisis teams, or how?
No, see what he's doing? He makes it sound ridiculous. And I said this in the car when I was talking about this the other day. Do you ever watch those infomercials, right? Like for a mop or like a slap chop, something like that. And it'll be like, tired of chopping onions the old-fashioned way. And it'll show some goofy guy with a knife like, whoa, like he can't figure out how to chop the onion. And he's totally ridiculous. That's what Vaush is doing here. He's trying to make, oh, are you like alleging that like, you know, he's trying to sound like he's being reasonable. Are you alleging that, like, they just fell down the stairs and then someone came with Cool Whip and sprayed it around the edge of their mouth and then it kind of looked like it could possibly be a chlorine attack? Is that what you're alleging? No, Vaush. What I'm alleging is that the physical evidence didn't match up with the official story. That's what I'm alleging.
Would that have happened?
So, you just alleged that the symptoms of the victims were indicative of a chlorine attack. Is that what you're saying?
Or the corpses, the fact that they were foaming at the mouth, that is absolutely consistent with the symptoms of chlorine death and not like trauma or like shelling. Yes.
Okay, so now we have Vaush's expert opinion that the pictures in the video he saw were consistent with chlorine. He didn't say says this expert says X. That's what Vaush's claim is. Okay, let's see what Jackson's claim is.
Will not cause that.
So that would be consistent with a mass chlorine attack, like what we've seen happen in previous world wars, where you have huge clouds of chlorine that are consuming regions of of war for hours on end. It's not indicative of what took place here. And according to the toxicologists who are again on the ground in Douma and who met with some of the leading international experts on toxicology, one of which was from a NATO state, they found that with respect to the consistency of the observed and reported symptoms of the alleged victims with possible exposure to chlorine gas or similar, the experts were conclusive in their statements that there was no correlation between symptoms and chlorine exposure. In particular, they stated that the onset of excessive frothing as a result of pulmonary edema observed in photos and reported by witnesses would not occur in the short time period between reported occurrence of the alleged incident and the time the videos were recorded.
So the toxicologist on the scene that collected the evidence in consultation with other renowned toxicologists said, no, this is not consistent with the type of chlorine attack that's being claimed to have happened. So Vaush could shout, but what about the foam all he wants? Now, to Vaush's credit, he does a reasonable job in this portion of the debate, trying to talk about how it is still possible. But nonetheless, the people on the ground concluded that it wasn't evidence of a chlorine attack. So the bigger narrative that Vaush is spinning, how did they get foam on their mouth? Well, there could have been any number of reasons. So now that the experts on the ground, in consultation with international toxicologist experts, have disputed Vaush's claim, where does Vaush go from here?
Which is interesting because it was later indicated in criticisms of the report that came from my side of the aisle, from people who do believe that this actually took place, that no, those conditions can actually take place in as little as 30 minutes, depending on the concentration of the chlorine gas in the air. Now, conveniently for my narrative, these bombs were dropped in enclosed areas. These weren't dropped into the street. They were dropped into a roof in a bedroom, meaning that the chlorine gas exposure was in a highly concentrated area.
So there were open windows, there was an open roof.
Testimony of a green cloud shortly after the dropping of these canisters. Now, highly dispersed chlorine gas wouldn't produce visual effects like that, but highly concentrated chlorine gas would. There are witness testimonies of people dropping dead within seconds of the drop of the bomb. This is consistent with a highly pressurized and highly contained release of chlorine gas.
I'm curious what those sources are.
Right, that's the point. What are the sources? That's important. But the other thing here is, again, I think that Vaush is doing what he can on this section. What do you do when the actual toxicologists, the only ones that were at the scene, dispute your conclusion? Because that's the difficult position Vaush finds himself in. By the way, go back to the beginning of this. What did Vaush say? The evidence is so on my side that you'll have to either be a blatant liar or mentally ill to disagree with me. Not looking so good there, is it? But Vaush is doing an admirable job of trying to be like, well, but it could happen if it was in a concentrated dose, and that could have been the case here. And maybe he's right. But don't you think that the people on the ground would have considered international toxicologist experts that were the only ones on the ground? They were unaware of the claims that Vaush is making here? Well, actually, if it's a highly concentrated dose, this could occur. It seems likely that they would have taken into account the architecture of the building, the location of the canisters, the size of the canisters, the condition of the bodies, etc., when they came to their conclusion, which they concluded was not evidence of a chlorine attack. Now, that doesn't mean they were right. Again, I'm not saying Vaush is doing bad on this particular point. I think that it seems more likely, though, that we would trust the actual experts on the ground rather than people that weren't on the ground. And at the very least, it's not the open and shut case that Vaush is making. Well, that's it. It must have been a chemical weapon. It'd be different if the experts on the ground said, yeah, it was a chemical weapon. Then if Jackson's on here saying, I don't think it was a chemical weapon, which that's not what Jackson's saying anyways, then Vaush would say, oh, but the experts on the ground said it was. That's what Vaush would be saying. But when the experts on the ground disagree with Vaush, he says, I don't trust them.
Are those the white helmets?
No, those are not the white helmets.
Who are they? Who are those sources?
If you'd like, you can give me a moment and I can look up the specifics of the witness testimony.
Okay. Also, I think it's important to point.
Let's see if that witness testimony gets linked. Let's see if that ever gets shared. Because the problem is when you keep talking about the witnesses, the white helmets are backed by the Saudis and they have connections to intel agencies, and they were caught doing all kinds of dubious things. For example, a New York Times reporter went over and concluded that the footage that everyone saw from the white helmets of people in the hospital getting chlorine rinsed out of their eye, that was all staged. They actually talked to the doctors that said, no, there wasn't a chlorine attack. That was staged. So that's why Jackson's like, okay, you say that multiple people said X, but where did you see them say that? Was it on the white helmets footage? Because they've been thoroughly discredited. They have skin in the game, at least, right? They are the rebels. They're on the side of the rebels. So they're, of course, got incentive. It's not like these are objective onlookers. So Jackson saying, you keep saying you have all of this witness testimony, but where? Was it witness testimony in front of the UN? Was it in front of journalists? Was it on camera? Was it through the white helmets? Where was this witness? And you'll hear Vaush say this over and over again. All of these witnesses said X. Where?
Doubt that the toxicologists who were reporting on this, they did rule out chlorine gas, as I just said. Do you happen to know more than the international leading toxicologists who are reporting on this?
This is another interesting element of conspiracism that I like.
So no.
Your claim is that the OPCW reports are flawed. That's the entire claim you're making here. My claim is that the toxicologists were incorrect. You're making the inaccurate assumption that the only ways in which the OPCW could possibly be incorrect are against the narrative of the Syrian government. I disagree.
I'm not alleging that.
Okay, so Vaush, what you see there, he calls him a conspiracy theorist again. And technically what Vaush is saying is true, right? You're defaulting to the expertise of the toxicologists that were experts on the ground. Vaush is defaulting to the expertise of the establishment of the OPCW. Fair enough. I think that there's an argument that the people on the ground, especially given what their claims are, right? Because Ian Henderson, one of the whistleblowers that was on the fact-finding mission, he claims that he was told specifically that they were supposed to come to the conclusion it was a chemical attack because that's what the United States wanted. That's what he claims in one of his documents. I only bring this up to say, wouldn't that make Vaush a conspiracy theorist? So it's a conspiracy theorist if you trust the toxicologist on the ground. That's conspiracy theory. But if you distrust them and think that they're all shady liars, that's not a conspiracy theory.
I'm alleging that the final report omitted. I'm alleging. No, you just said that I said something which I didn't say. I'm alleging that the final report. I'm alleging that the final report omitted key information that the toxicologists, engineering, and ballistic experts and the fact-finding mission team members, found on the ground. And by omitting that information, they sharply deviated from the findings of the initial investigators who were on the ground and used it to paint an outcome that insinuated that a chlorine gas attack was responsible, when the toxicologist, as I just read you, said that it was not possible.
So, yes, you do believe that the OPCW...
No, see? Just totally... The actual people that collected the data said it wasn't possible that it was a chlorine attack. Jackson's argument is the OPCW basically let those people go and then issued a report that omitted all of... It didn't refute. That's different. It didn't say, no, here is what they said, but they were wrong, and we'll show you out. It just omitted their evidence and their conclusions. And Vaush wants to say, oh, well, if you disagree with the OPCW, you're a conspiracy theorist. Notice how he doesn't address anything Jackson just said there. Now, I'll guarantee you that if the toxicologist on the ground said, yeah, this was a chlorine attack, I will guarantee that Vaush's argument would be, why wouldn't we trust the experts on the ground? Guarantee that would be his argument. But now all of a sudden we don't trust them. So let's hear Vaush say, okay, here's where they refute those claims. Here's where the OPCW in their official report refutes the claims of these people. Remember he said he was looking for that and he was going to send it? Did he send it yet?
The report was inaccurate. I believe that there are inaccuracies.
I believe they
also
omitted
present.
information.
So wait,
That's
hold
different.
on again. So wait, hold on. This is the
That's
selective
different. It's
credibility
different.
that I'm contesting right now. Essentially, when information lines up in a way that's inconvenient to your narrative, you can explain it away with internal bias, meddling,
Vaush,
corruption,
these
or with
inspectors,
censorship.
these
But
inspectors
when
are not
I say-
politically
wait,
minded.
wait,
These are
wait,
international
I know
experts.
you're upset, but I need you to.
These are
hold on.
international experts.
And take it one claim. So you keep saying international experts. So are all of the people who found that there was a chlorine weapons attack. The OPCW was not the only organization at the ground on Douma, by the way, nor the other locations of chemical weapons attacks.
Okay, so real quick, we'll get to Vaush's claims here that he's making at the latter part of it. But I wanted to stop and say he's literally doing exactly what he's accusing Jackson of doing. He says, oh, well, when bodies of experts agree with you, you say, well, we should agree with them. But when they disagree, you say we shouldn't trust them. That's literally what Vaush is doing as well. Literally. It's the exact same thing. Every time Jackson says, it's been every issue. Vaush says, all the experts say. Notice this. This is another thing that you hear all the time that I constantly talk about on my channel. Particularly from the left you hear. There's a consensus. Everyone agrees. All of these prestigious organizations agree. And then you're like, oh, okay. Well, let's look at why. Can you tell me why? Can you give me the evidence why? Can you show me the study? Can you give me proof that they all agree? Well, they just all agree. They all agree. And it's just this appeal to authority without any rational reason why. And that's it. That's the end of it. Just saying they all agree. No evidence provided. They just all agree. So if Vaush is making a credible claim here, which I don't think he is, because I think Jackson is articulating what the whistleblowers alleged. If the whistleblower story is accurate, that they were the people there, that they came to a conclusion, that basically they were told, look, you should try to change that conclusion. And when they didn't, they were let go. That's a story that would consistently make sense. If Vaush's story is accurate, then we would have expected to see the OPCW refute the claims of the whistleblowers, which they haven't. But Vaush saying, well, you only trust the experts that agree with you, that's exactly what Vaush is doing. And here he goes back to then, oh, and all these other organizations were there, and they all agree that. So now, right, did you see this? Now that he's losing the debate on the OPCW, what's he do? He says, other organizations agree. But why should we prefer those other even if that's true, which we'll see if it is, why should we prefer them over the actual organization that was sent by the UN? The people that were on the ground. If Vaush's argument is the people that were on the ground were disputed by the actual OPCW, therefore we should trust the OPCW. Okay. But trying to deflect from that to, well, other organizations also agreed with the OPCW. I mean, maybe that helps his case, but let's see what evidence he gives.
Syria. You keep referring to international experts. Buddy, the international experts have already agreed. This was a chemical weapons attack. If you're going to defer towards
the
international
US
expertise,
Vaush,
the world already agrees with me.
Vaush,
so
the
you're
US,
not going to have to rely on that, all right?
Vaush, the
Let's
US,
just
the
take
UK,
this a
and
second at a
France
time,
all...
okay?
Vaush, the US, the UK, and France all pointed to the OPCW to lead the investigation into this, and the investigation omitted key information that was found by the inspectors.
You keep repeating this. We haven't even gotten to that yet, and what you're saying is
well, you
also
keep
inaccurate,
misinterpreting
okay?
what I'm saying. I don't know if it's because you're daft or it's because you can't hear me.
Remember, the question that I initially asked you was, how did all of these corpses with foam at their mouths show up with deaths that are consistent with the effects of chlorine gas exposure?
They're not. I just read to you that the reported this is according to the toxicologist. That's
See, and yeah, Baird, you said what you say there's accurate. He just keeps talking until he hopes you forgot that you asked him for the sources. So after all that, Vaush re-asked the question. He asked it, and it's in a loaded way. How do you explain the fact that these deaths were consistent with chlorine? We just went over that. We just went over that the experts on the ground, consulting with other international experts, concluded that it wasn't chlorine. We just went over that. And Vaush repeats the point after he heard that, and after he had nothing to say about that debate, or very little, he just repeats that he's definitively right. Remember, the question was, how do you explain the fact that these deaths were consistent with chlorine? And Jackson's correctly going to be like, again, that's not what the people on the ground said.
Observed and reported symptoms of the alleged victims with possible exposure to chlorine gas or similar, the experts were conclusive in their statements that there was no correlation between the symptoms and chlorine exposure. So I don't know why you keep alleging that they were consistent with chlorine exposure when the world's leading toxicologists have said that they are not.
So what else happened to them?
They didn't identify it because they were forced off of the they were forced off the...
And see what happened? Vaush can't argue the point, so he goes right back to the well. Then what's your theory? Why is that relevant? And Jackson again repeats himself. They were unable to get a definitive conclusion because they were kicked off the team. He's answered this a billion times. He could have done better, I agree, answering this, but I think he's doing a damn good job. He has his facts down on this case, and I think that's impressive. But he could have done a little better job here, being like, it is irrelevant what a possible alternative could be. All that's relevant is the official story accurate?
Investigation.
So this is not correct. So let's break down some possibilities here. So there's a claim then that an alternate source of death might have been the product, like something else might have killed them. What could have killed them that would have led to there being foam on their mouths and to demonstrate all of the symptoms of pulmonary edema? Keep in mind, the testimony of the toxicologists was not that these deaths' symptoms were inconsistent with chlorine gas, only that the symptoms demonstrated rapidly compared to what is expected with heavy exposure to chlorine gas. So the symptoms are consistent, only not within the time scale the toxicologists defined.
No, I'm gonna repeat it. I'm gonna repeat it. You just made a statement. 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 You just made.
Okay, so real quick, and Vaush is doing a better job here. Sorry about Vaush's audio. Can everyone still hear it? By the way, this is someone asked the Twitch handle. I don't know if he has a Twitch handle. That's Jackson Hinkle. I do have a link to the YouTube video, and from there you could see, you could check out the video, and he has like where to find him on there, so you can check that out. But I don't know if he has Twitch or not. I know he streams primarily to YouTube. So Vaush is losing. Vaush is losing terribly bad on all of the specifics. He's losing. Right? Now, this is a stronger argument from Vaush. Vaush is saying, look, they're not saying that it couldn't have been a chemical attack. They're saying that it couldn't have been in the time frame allotted. But perhaps the dosage was higher than they anticipated, or that the ventilation was worse than they anticipated, which would justify these symptoms. Now, Jackson's going to say, no, this is what they said. They definitively concluded it wasn't a chlorine attack. What Jackson could do here to make this argument better is to say, Vaush, do you not think the people on the ground that were actually looking at the building, at the canisters, at the body, took the things that you were talking about into consideration? Why would a bunch of people that weren't there have better insight as to the exact situation that this chemical attack occurred in than the people that were on the ground? Like forensic investigators, crime scene investigators, and people of that ilk, they don't just go, I guess a chlorine attack normally wouldn't be like this. They look around. They try to say, what is the exact situation in this scenario? What building are we in? What's the landscape? What would the concentration from a canister of this size have been? And after investigating those factors, they concluded that it wasn't a chlorine attack. But Vaush's argument's going to be, and I don't blame him for trying to make this argument, is, but in certain situations, this could have been a chlorine attack. The symptom seen could have been a chlorine attack. And Jackson saying, yeah, but this situation didn't meet that criteria. What Jackson could say better is, and who would know better than the people on the ground? Oops, wrong video, sorry.
A statement. You just made a statement, and I'm going to refute that. So you said that it's due to the time frame. I'm going to repeat the toxicologist, findings one more time for you here. They said, and I'm not cherry picking here. They said that the experts were conclusive in their statements that there was no correlation between symptoms and chlorine exposure. Okay, that's the sentence.
Okay, so we're familiar with the minutes of this meeting. We've already heard you. Thank you. So
well, you're just making stuff up, so it's important to repeat what the inspectors found.
In front of me, by the way. If you've actually read the document, okay, you will find that the reason why they did so was because the onset of the pulmonary edema was done too rapidly, okay? It's not because the frothing at the mouth wasn't consistent with the effects of a chlorine gas exposure. Additionally, here's another quote.
That's what they just said, though. That's what they said.
Please. The experts were also of the opinion that it was highly unlikely that victims would have gathered in piles at the center of the respective apartments at such a short distance from an escape from any toxic chlorine gas to cleaner air. So what's interesting is the toxicology report said, dude, why would people be piled into like a super like close together internal contained environment with minimal ventilation. When these bombs were dropped on apartment buildings, the chlorine gas load being dispersed in a highly contained area. This wasn't a formal report. These were minutes from one meeting. The reason why these were leaked is because this is one specific set of findings, not even findings necessarily, but of assessment that disagreed with the overwhelming plurality of evidence found elsewise. This is only one point of a broader question that I'm asking you, by the way, which is how the hell are there corpses with frothing mouths at this site if there was no chemical weapon attack? Chlorine gas there is evidence for, which we'll get to later, but other nerve agents there isn't evidence for. What else?
Okay, so we'll see if he gets that evidence later. So what he's claiming here is, well, this was just from one meeting. This was just from one meeting that it occurred. But all the other evidence suggests that there's a chlorine gas attack. Okay, let's see if he presents that evidence, right? And the problem is, even if this is just from one meeting, this is the conclusion of the people that were on the ground, of the experts that were sent there. It's their conclusion, right? And so Vaush is doing what, and I'm not saying that you can never do this. I'm not someone who totally appeals to authority, right? That's Vaush. That's who the left is. They're constantly saying, well, a study says X, therefore you can't challenge it. So I don't mind that Vaush is trying to look at how they arrived at their conclusions and say, are there other explanations? I just don't think that it's the slam dunk that Vaush is claiming. You have to be mentally ill not to agree with Vaush. Why are we prioritizing Vaush over these experts? So Vaush's next argument that he makes here is, well, they also said they didn't understand why these people, if you were in a building and chlorine gas came, right, what would you do? You would run. You would run out of the building. And so the experts are like, we don't understand why everyone would be piled up in the center. Why would that be? Wouldn't you run? Wouldn't you disperse? The chlorine doesn't kill you instantly. So why would everyone be piled up in the center instead of dispersing? And Vaush's argument is, well, when they said that, they didn't take into account, that it came in this building and that there was shelling, and so they would be afraid to leave. That's going to be Vaush's argument. But again, I don't find that compelling to overturn the opinion of the experts on the ground.
What would have caused it?
As the dissenting inspectors and whistleblowers noted, they would have been able to potentially identify what was responsible for this had the investigation not been compromised. And also, you continue to say that you continue. No, Vaush, I'm not done. You just said like 5 different things, so let me continue here. You said that this was a poorly ventilated building. There was a massive gaping hole on the top of the roof. There was open windows, and there was multiple avenues for people to leave the building and go out into the open where they would have been able to have fresh air. The toxicologist pointed out that it didn't make sense, in addition, that in the short time period between the reported occurrence of the alleged incident and the time that the videos were recorded, that they would have had that onset of excessive frothing or pulmonary edema.
Jackson, the city was under siege.
Vaush, there were
So, in other words, from the time that the video was taken, from allegedly when the chemical attack occurred, these sort of symptoms of foam wouldn't have occurred. Now, Vaush's argument is, well, the reason they didn't flee the building was because the city was under siege. But nonetheless, right, even you might be, so think about this hypothetically. You're in a building and you hear bombs going off outside. Vaush is correct. You're probably unlikely to go outside. True. But if all of a sudden one of those bombs bursts through your ceiling and gas starts to come out, you're going to make an effort to escape the house. You're not going to say, well, I'm going to sit here with this gas because if I go out there, there's bombs. It doesn't make sense. That version doesn't make sense. Now, it's true that hypothetically it could be that these people chose not to flee. The question is that more likely than the toxicologist experts that were on the ground looking at the evidence who concluded that all of these factors and more strongly suggest it wasn't a chlorine attack?
Open windows.
For your life,
there were open windows.
Wait, please hold on. And you hear your roof get blown out. Is your
response so you acknowledge that there was a gaping hole in the roof too? This doesn't sound like a very contained building.
There were people in the lower floors of the building. All they heard was the roof get blown out.
Where were the bodies found?
Gas is heavier than air. It sank to...
But again, why, if you heard the roof get blown out, why wouldn't you flee the building? So in addition to the gas that you're now choking on, you heard the building be hit. So the idea that, oh, well, the reason they didn't leave was because bombs were going to... The building was hit, according to Vaush. According to the official story.
The lower levels, which is where most of the corpses were found.
It was not a highly contained building. There were open windows. There was very clear avenues for people to leave the building, such as doors, and there was a gaping hole in the top of the building, which is where the cylinder was found. Okay, so in one of the cases,
Chlorine gas sinks. So wait,
So just real quick, what Jackson's saying here is, Vaush's argument is, look, the reason that these toxicologists were wrong is because actually that sort of foam would happen if this chlorine gas was in a very contained setting. So for example, if you're in an enclosed space and chlorine gets unleashed in that enclosed space, because you're breathing in far higher concentrations of it, then we could see these rapid onset symptoms that Vaush is talking about. And so the toxicologists would be wrong because they assumed, no, we would never see these symptoms given the environment of where this canister was at. Again, I find it ridiculous that the toxicologists would not have taken these factors into account. That's exactly what crime scene investigators are doing. So I don't see any evidence, like there's no rebuttal because these whistleblowers were fired in silence. So there's no rebuttal to a YouTube streamer's claim from the experts saying, oh, well, they're wrong because of X. For all we know, if those toxicologists were on this stream, they'd say, no, we heavily took that into account. We looked at the ventilation from the windows, we looked at the hole in the roof, we looked at the access to the doors, and that's, given all of that, that's how we made our conclusion. Right? So when Jackson's saying, but there was all this ventilation, he's refuting the claim that Vaush is making, that it was a really enclosed space. Jackson's saying, no, there were windows open, there were doors open, there was a gaping hole in the roof.
I get this sometimes when I argue with like wannabe Jackie Chans who think they could kung fu their way out of like assault. If you're in Syria and your city has been under shelling from the government for a long time now, you hear your roof get blown out, people are screaming, dust is billowing down, and all of a sudden people start choking. Is it dust? Is it gas? You don't know, but you do know you're not supposed to go outside during a fucking shelling. Now, normally when it comes to chlorine gas attacks, you head to higher ground, but the gas was coming from the higher ground. This was a worst case scenario for the people in the lower levels of
Vaush,
the building.
there was
So again, I just don't believe, I mean, trying to give Vaush the benefit of the doubt, it could be possible that what he's saying could have happened, right? That still isn't evidence to me that dispute. Remember, Vaush said you would have to be mentally challenged to not believe his evidence. So we're now taking Vaush's word over the toxicology experts. But even trying to steelman him and give him the benefit of the doubt, it is possible that this situation could have happened. I just think that more than likely that's not what would occur. If your building's hit, and if there's dust and chlorine choking you to where you can barely breathe, you're probably going to try to escape, even if there are bombs being dropped. The idea of you don't go outside when there are bombs are being dropped, unless your building's bombed and you can't breathe.
no evidence that chlorine was released from those cylinders, though. So you keep saying that chlorine sinks. You keep saying that chlorine sinks and that, you know,
My claim is that my story is consistent with an explanation as to why these people would have experienced the effects of pulmonary edema quickly, because they were in a contained environment and because they died in an area where there would have been minimal ventilation because chlorine gas travels downwards.
Okay, now I do want to say, just in full honesty, this is the first time that Jackson kind of did what Vaush is doing the whole debate. Jackson, instead of responding on point to what Vaush is saying, is like, yeah, but it wasn't chlorine in the first place. So he moves on from this particular area of discussion. Now, Jackson, to his credit's already answered this position. He already said there's ventilation, they would have ran, they would have scattered, there was a big hole in the roof. Right? He could be doing a better job saying the experts would have taken those things into consideration. They probably know more than a Twitch streamer. But, just being fair there.
Okay. It's not a contained building.
Separate claim that we'll address shortly.
All right, I'll let you finish. Is that all?
Yeah.
For that point.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So
how do these corpses get foam in their mouths?
so you continue to say that this was a contained environment. It wasn't. There were open windows. There was a gaping hole in the
By the
roof.
standards of chlorine
Vaush,
gas,
I just let you talk. I just let you talk. And granted, I've let you talk a lot in this stream so far, so please let me just talk. There was open windows. There was a gaping.
Baird makes a great point there. He said, what happens to a building when police shoot tear gas into it? Like, we could go back to Waco. What happened? Now, everyone at Waco knew that there were authorities outside waiting to arrest them, or worse. And yet, once their building was choked out with tear gas, they fled. They exited the building. That's human nature. If the building's crumbling around you and you can't breathe because of dust or poison, you're going to try to escape.
A hole in the roof. There was doors that they could have exited. And again, the toxicologist pointed out the fact that it would not make any sense, first of all, that there was a correlation between the symptoms and chlorine exposure. In addition to that, they said that the onset of excessive frothing as a result of pulmonary edema observed in photos would not occur in the short period of time reported in the reported occurrence. So unless you can, concoct a situation, unless you can concoct a situation in which these victims were just running around in the building and somehow the windows were, I mean, there's no evidence that the windows were shut. The windows were open.
Wait, okay,
I'm not done. And then in addition to that, there's no evidence. There's no evidence that chlorine gas exited those cylinders.
Okay, so hold on. That's a separate claim. So if chlorine gas was released from those cylinders, the concentration of that gas in the lower levels of that building would have been sufficient to produce the effects of pulmonary edema extremely quickly. Do you know for a fact that these toxicologists were familiar with the limited environment in which this gas was exposed? Probably not, because they specifically say in these minutes that they found it highly unlikely the victims would have engaged in the behavior that they then died engaging in. So it seems like the only thing the toxicologists knew were a couple of biomedical pieces of information on the corpses, not the broader context in which they were killed.
But again, why would he assume that about... First off, the statement that Vaush just read there from the report, he begs the question, right? He says, well, it must be that they were unaware of these things because they concluded that they wouldn't have behaved that way. Well, no. Maybe they concluded they wouldn't behave that way and were aware of those things and still came to that conclusion. And seeing that they were the only ones on site, why is Vaush willing to say, well, they must not have been aware of these facts when they were literally on site, and so he's taking the word of people that weren't on site? Wouldn't it be more likely that the people not on site were unfamiliar with the specific structure? So Vaush is just making the assumption, well, the fact that they didn't conclude the way I wanted them proves that they were unaware of the evidence. But he has no evidence that they were unaware, or he has no proof that they were unaware of this evidence.
So
if you want to Google it, evidence exists of pulmonary edema taking place near instantly in severe concentrations of chlorine gas. Since chlorine gas.
So no. That depends on the concentration of chlorine. It depends on the concentration of chlorine.
That it was released at all, considering that it was contained within the building and that it's heavier than air and that the death took place in the lower level. This is a very strong indication that if chlorine gas was released, it would have been able to be released in amounts significant enough to cause pulmonary edema.
So Vaush,
these toxicologists were working off limited information.
That's not an accurate characterization. That is not an accurate characterization. Vaush, for the frothing.
Okay, he says they were working off limited information. Okay, well then who's his expert? What information were they working off? Did they go to the building? Did they see the building? He's making a claim. The experts didn't have all the information. Okay, so there are experts that contradict him. Cool. Who are those experts and what information were they working off of? And by the way, notice how, if you think about this, look at how Vaush is on the defensive. He went from, it's proof that it was a chlorine attack to, well, it's possible it could have been. Right? It could be edema in these situations. It could theoretically have happened. But that's different than proof positive. Isn't that what he claimed?
Develop. They would have had to been there for a prolonged period of time based on the concentration of chlorine. The sources that you're citing referring...
By the way, he says the people would have had to have been in that chlorine for a prolonged period of time. Vaush says correct. So again, if his argument's right, that people were afraid to go outside because of the shelling, imagine, how long are we talking here? A minute, 2 minutes? I don't know exactly what Vaush is claiming. But a prolonged period of time, he says correct. So imagine that you're choking to death on chlorine. You're not going to try to find an exit? You're all just going to huddle in the middle of a room? It doesn't seem to make sense. especially given that the toxicologist experts that were on the scene came to that conclusion that it didn't make sense.
To instantaneous deaths from chlorine exposure are in world wars where you have massive clouds of chlorine consuming open war fields and sinking into trenches where troops are stationed. This is completely different. We had open roofs, open windows, and 2 cylinders, which the inspectors found did not leak chlorine. If you can prove to me how the inspectors, if you can prove to me that chlorine came from those cylinders, this would be a different scenario. But
But again, Vaush is right here. That's not the same question here. The debate they're having here is assuming if there was chlorine, it wouldn't have killed people in this way. That's the debate we're having here. So deflecting to, but there wasn't chlorine isn't really the point. But everything else Jackson says here is accurate. The types of edema that would on set like this would be super high content, like trench warfare. And Vaush does make the argument, well, trenches didn't have roofs. That's somewhat true, but because the way the gas would sink and go through the trenches, you were basically stuck breathing this in with no egress, no exit, right? But that's not the situation that we saw here.
The inspectors could not find that chlorine came from the cylinders.
Please, we can't. Normally, when I talk with guys like you, they start to realize they're out of their depth, and they don't stop talking because they know every additional point is another nail in their grave. Okay?
Touche.
We need to get point by point.
Now, I don't think you wanted to say touche there, Jackson. That is one of the most ludicrous. Vaush is getting absolutely crushed in this. In fact, the chlorine discussion is easily Vaush's best performance up to this point. Every other specific thing that they've talked about, he's just been blown out of the water. Every time that it became specific, and it wasn't just resulting to, but Assad's a bad guy, and you're a pro-Assad, and you're a Holocaust denier. Every time they got to specifics, Vaush has been wrong. So for him to arrogantly say, this is what people like you do because they realize they're getting blown out of the water, it's ridiculous. Also, I apologize. I don't know why it's something to do with this YouTube video, why Vaush's audio has lowered here, but hopefully you can still hear him.
We're like 1/20th of the way through this. I did way too much reading on this to let you get
Vaush,
only being
you read Wikipedia, Bellingcat, and relied on Patrick Hillsman in your DMs for information on this.
You should have a very easy time. By the way, another thing Holocaust deniers like to say, oh yeah, you got your information from the ADL and from ex-Goldberg historian? Okay. Why don't we...
So there we go. Holocaust number 5 likened him to a Holocaust denier again. Jackson's just making the point when Vaush is like, I've read too much. Dude, you already admitted that you just read Wikipedia last night.
To look at the evidence available rather than just assuming that it's not valid based on the preconceived biases you have about their agents. Okay? If I wanted to, I could just scream that you're an RT agent. I'm trying to actually own you based on evidence.
Well, you're wrong that pulmonary edema.
Okay, first off, for Vaush to say, oh, I could just say that you're a Russian Times person, that's literally how Vaush started the debate, and he's done it 5 times. He's mentioned Holocaust denial. He's mentioned Sandy Hook. He's mentioned that he was pro-Assad several times. And now Vaush is like, oh, I'm actually arguing the facts instead of just calling you names. No, you're not. You don't, after you've done that the whole debate, you don't say, I'm trying to argue facts. And Vaush is also smart enough to know, even though I don't think he's winning this chlorine debate, he's losing it less than the rest of the debate. So he's really focused here. Ooh, there's where I can make some hay. Here we go. I can make some hay here. So that's why he wants to keep hitting it home, like, oh, this is the point, this is the point, this is the point. Which, he's right, is just one small facet of this whole thing.
Would develop quickly based on the circumstances.
So, again, and this is the final thing that I'll say. Assuming chlorine gas was released, and we'll get to that, the evidence available is consistent with the development of pulmonary edema quickly because the toxicology minutes report, again, not a report, it was just minutes that were cataloged. This wasn't like a formalized report that was verified. These are literally just minutes from a meeting from people who didn't have a full understanding of the info, as made evident by the minutes where they indicated that they couldn't believe people would engage in the behavior their corpses were found engaging in.
Again, do you see what he does here? Do you see this clever trick? It's clear they didn't have all the evidence. Okay, what's your proof that it's clear that they didn't have all the evidence? Because they concluded that it wasn't a chlorine attack. So he says the reason he knows that the actual experts that were on the ground didn't have all the evidence is because they didn't agree with him. Now, the way this would work would say, they didn't agree with me because here is evidence they didn't have access to. But instead, he does the inverse. He says, they must not have had evidence because they don't agree with me. It's an absurd claim. Does everyone see that? That is not... Vaush has given no proof that the experts on the ground did not have the evidence of what the building looked like, and the ventilation of the building, and the positioning of the canisters. To claim that they didn't have access to that evidence, you would think that Vaush would have a better argument than, well, because the reason I know they didn't have access to the evidence is because they reached a conclusion that I disagree with. Instead, I would like Vaush to explain to me how the people that were at the site had more access to evidence than the people that were at the site. Because if they reached a different conclusion, presumably they had different evidence. So what was that evidence? How did they get access to it? Who are these experts? None of that's provided.
Claimed that pulmonary edema couldn't be set in that quickly, but the evidence shows that there's actually plenty of circumstantial, surrounding conditions which may have led to it developing much faster than 2 to 4 hours, possibly within 30 minutes. So with all that said, can we get back to the original question? How did corpses with foaming mouths get there?
Again, do you see what he did? Do you see what happened? How do you explain what happened then? Again, it's not incumbent on Jackson to come up with an explanation. This is his entire strategy. And this, again, I was watching on Twitter the day after this debate, and I was watching left-wing streamers and other people on Twitter going, oh, Vaush crushed him. Jackson was so slippery, he wouldn't defend a position. And I was like, oh, I wonder what happened. And then when I watched it, I'm like, because the question is the official narrative accurate or not? It is not incumbent on Jackson to come up with an explanation. Jackson has said repeatedly that the whistleblower said we would have been able to come to a more definitive conclusion had we been allowed to complete our investigation. Imagine the Central Park Five, right? Imagine that. 5 black kids who were accused of murdering someone, I believe, right? Imagine if we would take Vaush's tactics in discussing them. And so someone comes up, a defense person comes up and says, we've analyzed this evidence and it turns out they're innocent. There's no way they committed this crime. And Vaush says, but weren't they bad people? Didn't they have police records? Just like he's saying about Assad. Wasn't Assad a bad guy? Well, yeah, they were bad people. But again, we have evidence that they didn't commit this specific crime. Well, then who did commit it? Who committed that crime then? How do you explain the fact that there was blood on that body? That's not our job. That's not the question of the debate. And they have to take it there. And again, I keep repeating this, but you can see this is his strategy. Ad hom attacks, say all these words to trigger his audience, conspiracy theorist, Holocaust denier, false flag. And keep saying, I want you to tell me what you think happened so I could attack that instead of talking about what the experts said about this. Now, let me humor Vaush. How could there have been foam on their mouth? There could have been multiple ways without chemical that there would be foam on their mouth. They could have had a reaction to non-chemical weapons. They could have had foam placed on their mouth after they died. The pictures that shown could have been from a different scene altogether. It could have been from a different time. It doesn't matter. It could have been a different chemical that wasn't chlorine. I don't know. But again, and we'll get to this when he starts talking about helicopters. Now, you couldn't say this in the debate because this is what they would have focused on. So Jackson's right. The correct strategy is saying it's irrelevant to the conversation. He could be saying it better, but that's basically what he's doing. In the Iraq War, there was a situation where there was a video of a girl that was mutilated that was shown. I believe she was dead. And it was shown all over the place into the lead up of the Iraq War. We found out after the war that that was actually a pro-US politician in Iraq's daughter, and they had staged it. Now, does that mean that these deaths were staged? Absolutely not. I'm not saying. But it's not impossible. There are other ways the foam could have got there. Are we going to say now, anytime we see a video, that justifies U.S. bombing? Oh, there were corpses. The CIA put out a video that showed corpses with foam on their mouth. Therefore, bomb, 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 bomb. Their version of the events must be correct. But as soon as you say that, he's going to be like, oh, conspiracy theorists, you're saying a false flag, you're saying crisis actors, blah, 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 blah. That's what they want you to say. There are any number of explanations for how the foam could have gotten in their mouth. And again, investigators came to the conclusion that the video that was most popular of the people getting chlorine rinsed off them at a hospital was staged. If there was an actual chemical attack, why would pro-US rebel groups stage the reaction?
Love to get back to that original question, but your premise that there would be
you didn't even
your
answer
premise,
it.
your premise that there would be a rapid onset of pulmonary edema is completely reliant upon the concentration of chlorine. Okay?
Yeah, we're going to get to that. But we were only talking about
Stoked.
the
I can't
potential
wait.
for pulmonary edema being evident in cases like this. Well, obviously, we'll talk about the likelihood of chlorine being released later. But we have to get to this point by point. We're only on this point because you couldn't answer the question, why are there corpses with foam?
Vaush, I literally just did answer the question, I think 4 or 5 times. I gave you my answer.
Chad,
Do you remember it?
Did he answer why there were corpses with foam? I don't remember that.
I said exactly what the inspectors on the ground found.
How did they get there? I don't want what the inspectors found because the evidence sides with me. I want your alternative explanation for what took place.
I don't allege to have that because I'm not an inspector.
The evidence does not side with Vaush. It does not. As was this whole discussion.
And the inspectors who were investigating that, their fact-finding mission investigation was compromised before they could have alleged what was responsible for
so
the alleged
it didn't
attacks.
happen, but there's no just don't look at any of the corpses with the foaming mouths, guys. It didn't happen. Just don't look at them. Okay. All right, we can move to the next one. Okay, that's fine. So, okay.
They wanted to investigate.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. We're just beginning. We have to move faster than this. Okay. So, with that being said, what about the numerous witness reports of the helicopter? The Syrian government was the only agency that had any control of the airspace over Douma, the Syrian rebel forces.
Okay, real quick before we get to the helicopter. So it took, again, I'm not an expert on this. I don't know all of the reasons that someone could foam at the mouth, but I'm reading things like this. It could be pulmonary edema onset from chemicals. It could be myocardial infarction. It could be seizure related. It could be some respiratory diseases. Drugs could cause this. Maybe they had foam on their mouth because they died because of the dust in the home, which caused respiratory situations and carbon dioxide to mix as they were expirating, which caused foam. The key point is the experts concluded that it wasn't chlorine. That's the key point. Now he wants to move on to the helicopters. Again, let's assume that... So he didn't definitively prove, because what he's trying to do is, he's trying to discredit Jackson as a conspiracy theorist, saying there's no possible way that these whistleblowers could be correct because of the foam on the mouth. Well, do you feel, in all honesty, even if you think Vaush made some points that could be considered credible, I don't think any objective person could say that they definitively concluded that that it had to be a chlorine attack. That's why that foam proves it had to be a chemical attack, a chlorine attack. Now he's going to move on to helicopters, which there's a lot to say on this. It gets worse. Jackson makes one mistake here, which I'll point out, but it gets worse for Vaush, believe it or not.
I haven't found any evidence that they had a functioning air force in that region. So What about all the witnesses who spoke not only to the OPCW claiming this, but also to journalistic organizations that showed up before the OPCW could?
What regarding what?
The existence of the helicopter, the 2 helicopters that flew in the air over Douma, the 2 helicopters that were found to have deported from the Douma Air Base just 15 minutes before they arrived at that location in Douma. And
Sure.
the fact, I mean, we could also rope in the fact that the damage done to the 2 buildings that had the cylinders dropped in them were consistent with damage done by very heavy cylinders being dropped from a couple hundred meters.
Okay, so first off, he says multiple witnesses. He doesn't say how many witnesses. He says that they talked to the OPCW and to reporters. But he doesn't link any of that information. But that's fine. So far, Jackson hasn't asked. So let's hear the response.
So a few things on that. First of all, the OPCW investigators found tons of inconsistencies in the testimonies of the people on scene who you allege to be witnesses of these helicopters, these 2 Russian helicopters. But what I will say is
It's okay, inconsistencies in testimony. And that's something that I might as well talk about it here. Eyewitness testimony is remarkably unreliable. Now, it's funny because Vaush keeps bringing up things like Sandy Hook and other conspiracy theories. Just pick Sandy Hook or the Las Vegas shooting or any time there's a mass shooting. Almost every single time, what's one of the first things that you hear? Multiple witnesses saw a second shooter. Right? Isn't that what you always hear? Now, Vaush, who's willing to discredit conspiracy theorists, if in this case we have to say, look, witnesses said they saw these helicopters, therefore it must be true. I wonder if he has the same take every time there's a mass shooting, and people say the initial reports of witness testimony contradict the official findings. Does he also say, oh, wait a minute, we have to believe the witnesses? Or does his stance change? Just something to think about.
it's possible that there were helicopters. Listen, please listen. Just let me finish. There is a possibility that there were helicopters. I don't know their flight routes on that given day. But what I will say is that it is highly unlikely that.
Okay, here's where Jackson begins to make a mistake, and it gets into a red herring. And again, one of the things that Vaush is good at, and you see other debaters that are good at this, even though this point has nothing really to do with the central point of this debate, Vaush thinks that he caught Jackson in a little trap, and he's gonna magnify it now, right? The real answer is this. Okay, first off, eyewitness testimony is remarkably inaccurate. Second, do you have the sources? How many witnesses were they? Who did they testify to? And third, let's assume that they were accurate. Okay, they saw helicopters. And? I saw a helicopter today. If a gas line burst later tonight and I looked up and saw a helicopter, does that mean the helicopter blew up the gas line? No. Just because there were helicopters in the air. You mean your startling point here is in a war zone, there were helicopters in the air. That's your point? I'll bet around that time in 2018 in Douma, and we'll get to this based on what Vaush says, I'll bet on any given hour you could have looked in the sky and seen helicopters. What does that prove?
You had two helicopters flying that close to the ground in an area that was controlled by Jaish al-Islam, which is a Saudi-backed extremist militia group that had advanced artillery access that could have easily, shot those two helicopters out of the sky. It makes no sense that they would have done that, especially considering that they were just on the
Syrian
verge
army
of regaining
control rebel-controlled cities. They do that all the time.
They were just on the verge.
Now, there is a greater point here that I wish Jackson would make, and that is, let's look at the motivation for Assad to drop these chemical weapons. So, basically, the war was all but over, particularly in Douma in 2018. Now, in 2017, Assad was accused of using chemical weapons, and Trump bombed him, right? That happened. That's a whole different story, and there's questions about that attack as well. Nonetheless, that happened. So Assad was very aware that if he was accused of using chemical weapons, that the United States would likely to get involved. So you're Assad, put yourself in his shoes, and you're on the precipice of victory, so much so that the rebels are saying, we'd like to come to the table and negotiate. The only thing at this point you could do to lose is to get the ire of a country like the United States and the rest of the world. So you mean to tell me that Assad, when he's got it all wrapped up, decides, I'm going to risk it all by using a chemical weapon to kill 40 civilians? It's not like he was losing a battle and he was like, I have to throw this Hail Mary and use chemical weapons because I'm losing this battle. It's not like the chemical weapons alleged to have killed a bunch of fighters. It killed 30 civilians, 30 to 40 civilians, is the allegation. Why would he do this? Now, if there was a chemical attack, it would heavily benefit the rebels. Rebels which included Sheikh al-Islam, Al-Qaeda, Al-Nusra, ISIS. Are they beyond committing an attack like that? Now, if you're astute, you'll say, but didn't the chemical weapon investigators at the OPCW that blew the whistle say that they thought that a chemical attack didn't take place? Yes, that's true. But there's two parts to this. Even if an attack did take place, which the whistleblowers are saying seems unlikely, how do you know it was Assad? We bombed Assad. What if it was the rebels that committed a chemical attack? Then we did exactly what they wanted. Nonetheless, the focus should remain on the OPCW whistleblowers, as Jackson's doing. So he's saying, and the point he's making, it's not a good point, and it's going to get him into a trap here. He's saying, look, why would helicopters be that low when they're already winning, so they don't have to send those helicopters? So why would you risk getting shot down by an RPG flying that low if you're going to win anyways? That's the point Jackson's making, and we'll see how Vaush deals with it.
Of regaining control of Douma, Jaish al-Islam had already began to release a few of the prisoners earlier that week on Wednesday. So it would make no sense for them to have done that because they knew.
Wait, helicopter bombings. Wait, first of all, they were currently shelling the city, and second of all, helicopter bombings from the Syrian Air Force take place constantly.
Sure,
that's
but
like,
there was no evidence.
That's not just like this happened here because it's happened a few other times. This is like an ongoing reality of the Syrian civil war.
Vaush.
See, do you see how excited Vaush gets because he thinks he has a point here? What Vaush doesn't realize is he just disproved his own point, and Jackson doesn't pick up on it. Vaush's argument is the helicopters are in the air all the time. Great. Then it's not that unusual that witnesses saw them. That's it. End of argument. Right? Because the idea that witnesses saw a helicopter, the implication is like, well, that's unusual. Helicopters were in the air when this attack allegedly took place. Must have been that the helicopters did it then. But if Vaush's argument is, shit, there were helicopters there all the time. They were constantly shelling Douma. Okay. Then the appearance of a helicopter isn't that unusual. Well, he's getting fast, yeah, because he's excited, because he finally, and you can see, look at Vaush's tone here compared to the rest of the debate previous to this. Excited, fast, because he knows that Jackson's argument, like, why would they be there? Because Vaush is going to be like, so you're saying they weren't bombing Douma? That's what you're saying? And this is proof that this was Vaush's strategy all the while, which is why Jackson did good elsewhere in the debate. He's trying to get, what do you think happened? What do you think happened? What do you think happened? And then have Jackson say something that he can attack that and make the debate about that. So now he's going to make the debate about, oh, well, you're just wrong. They were shelling. You're claiming they weren't shelling? You're claiming they didn't have helicopters? That's what he's going to do now.
You didn't let me finish. So it's possible that there were helicopters, sure. But Ian Henderson's report on the ground in Douma found that there was no evidence that suggested and that it was improbable that helicopters actually dropped the cylinders in Douma.
We'll get to Ian Henderson. Don't you worry, buddy.
Sure.
So I just think it's interesting that, like, one of the claims you made to discredit the helicopter one was like, and why would they even drop bombs from helicopters anyway when it's something they've been doing, like, all the time for years? Like, just like a reflexive defense on your part.
For years,
We'll
as they're trying to regain control of this area, as they're trying to regain control of this area, as they're trying to regain control of this area, and then on this day, where they knew they were on the verge of regaining control, Jaish al-Islam had already indicated that they were about to negotiate a controlled release into the Idlib province. Why would they continue bombing? It makes no sense, knowing that if they did,
at the time.
We're 47 minutes into the debate. Now, it looks like it's a 4-hour video, but it's not. It's only like an hour and a half because Jackson keeps streaming after Vaush rage quits. So again, the point here is, what happened was, I read what Jackson read. Jackson should be making the argument. The argument he's trying to make is, there would be no need for them to drop munitions at a level low enough that they would be seen in the way they were by these witnesses, because they would risk, like, let's say that you were going to drop a chemical bomb, right? That's a huge step that you're taking, right? Why would you risk getting shot down when you could drop it from a far higher? Right. That's kind of the argument Jackson's trying to make, but it's irrelevant anyways. This is all red herring. Let's say that in this particular section, Vaush would totally win this argument. That it's entirely plausible that these witnesses saw helicopters. What does that prove? Literally, the focus of the debate at this particular section is whether or not helicopters would have been in the area. Okay, that's so far off the central debate. Jackson doesn't need to be arguing any of this. But Vaush is getting super excited because he doesn't have the facts on his side when it comes to the actual claims of the OPCW whistleblowers. And so he's more than happy to address this other stuff. And he says, we'll talk about Ian Henderson. No, you won't. We'll see what he says about Ian Henderson. But to me, it's just Jackson's making, he's just he's off in the weeds where his point just needs to be like, one, eyewitness testimony is unreliable. Second, there were many reasons. Okay, they saw a helicopter. What does that mean? And there was helicopters around all the time. Moving on. All right, keep going here.
If they did,
Wait,
well, you allege that
Assad
there were
wasn't shelling the city at the
that
time?
there were cylinders, that there were chemical cylinders. You allege
Wait,
that.
one claim at a time. Are you saying Assad wasn't shelling Douma at the time? You're saying, why would they helicopter bomb Douma? They were currently shelling the city at the time. The alleged chemical weapons attack took place.
And again, doesn't this dispute Vaush's implicit claim? Well, if they saw helicopters, that's unusual. He's literally answering himself. The helicopters were everywhere. They were bombing at that time. Okay. It doesn't matter if you prove that Assad was bombing rebels. By the way, every country in this world would attack rebels if they were attacking them. That's what happens. So it doesn't matter if you prove that Assad was shelling these rebels. The claim is that he used chemical weapons, which resulted in the United States attacking. That's the claim. So Vaush is just giving arguments as to why it wouldn't be unusual for witnesses to see helicopters. Just listen to him. He's so excited. He doesn't realize he's disproving his own point. You're saying that they weren't there? There were helicopters there all the time. They were shelling them. That moment, you're saying they weren't shelling them? And Jackson's not making the correct argument here. Again, I think Jackson did better than I would have done in this debate. So I'm just being honest. That's all I'm trying to do. And, it's just okay, if these helicopters are everywhere, why is it a big deal that witnesses saw them? Moving on.
Helicopters dropped chemical cylinders. That's what you allege.
Wait, you need to answer one point at a time. I'm not letting you run away from that.
I'm not letting you run away from that
Assad
either.
Wouldn't have reason to bomb the city when they were currently shelling the city.
They had a long history of shelling the city in an effort to regain control. But what you allege is far different. You allege that the helicopters dropped those alleged chemical cylinders.
You're mixing up. Wait, hold on. You're mixing up claims again.
Oh, by the way, this is something that Vaush did in the early parts of the debate we saw. That's exactly what Vaush did. Vaush would make a claim. Jackson would refute it with a specific point. And then Vaush would move on to something different. Well, you're a conspiracy theorist. So Vaush understands that tactic. And so he uses that tactic to his advantage. And now he's calling out. And he's right. Jackson is now moving on from the claim Jackson was they wouldn't have helicopters that low. So Jackson's now but you said they dropped chemical weapons. And Vaush really wants to hammer this point home. Again, the point means nothing. It doesn't prove chemical weapons. Vaush is doing all of this effort. And if he 100% wins this argument, what he wins is people saw helicopters. Okay? But Vaush knows that even if we're looking at this debate, we could see, if we take a bird's eye view, this does nothing to prove the central claim. It seems like an area of the debate that Vaush is winning. So he's really going to focus on it. Oh, Jackson slipped up. He said something that I think was wrong, and so I'm going to keep focusing on it, even though it doesn't do anything whatsoever to prove the central point of the debate.
I'm confused.
No, so I'm not. Is that not what you allege? Vaush, is that not what you allege? Is that not what you allege? Is that not what you allege?
Really quick.
Is that not what you allege?
I'm curious. Very
no, you don't want to answer the question.
There's no. Wait.
Is that not what you allege?
You can't. Wait. Please don't turn into I hypocrite levels of brain dead yet. Please.
No, is that not what you allege? You allege that the helicopters dropped the cylinders, right?
Oh no.
Because there's
it's
no.
already happening.
No, is that what you allege?
So you claimed that Assad would have no reason to bomb Douma but they were currently shelling Douma.
I said they would have no reason to bomb with chemical cylinders.
You didn't say that, actually. You just said they would have no reason to send helicopters on a bombing run.
They have no reason to bomb with chemical cylinders, which is what you allege.
Wait, no.
And Vaush is right here. Vaush is right to say, no, you've changed the question. Because in this particular section of the debate, this line of questioning, this line of discussion is, Vaush said people saw helicopters, and Jackson's response was, why would helicopters be that low, right? That low is the key point. But it got changed, where Vaush is like, well, of course there were helicopters there. They were currently shelling the city. And he's probably right. They probably were. So Jackson realizes, oh, I got to move out of this discussion. So he goes, but they had no reason to drop chemicals. But that's a different question than did they have a reason to be there. So Vaush is right that he's moving that goalpost. But again, what does Vaush win here? There was a reason for... He doesn't even win that means people saw helicopters. He just gives the rationale for why helicopters may have been there. Okay.
You didn't actually say that. You said they would have no reason to send helicopters in a bombing run.
There's a less
so
than
you're
likely
saying they did have
opportunity
reason
that
to send helicopters in a bombing run? They did have reason to do that?
No, they have no reason to drop chemical cylinders
on those buildings. We're not talking about chemical cylinders yet. We're talking about helicopters, okay? Hold on. So you're saying then that they did have a reason to send helicopters on bombing runs. Not chemical bombing runs, but a bombing run. Because they were already shelling the city.
Syria, the Syrian government, had a long history of shelling Douma in an effort to regain control. But what you are alleging is that chemical cylinders were dropped there, which has been ruled out by Ian Henderson.
So you can see they're just spinning their wheels. It's the same thing. And Vaush is right that Jackson is running from the claim that he initially made. He's right. But again, I'm sorry, like, it's just the debate's going nowhere at this point. It's just repeating this claim that's totally tangential and has nothing to do with the facts of the debate. But it's interesting to see the strategy of the debate. And it is an effective rhetorician's tool. If you're losing an argument, find one small piece, even if it has nothing to do with the grand scheme of things, that you think you're winning and hammer home on it. Because then perceptually it's like, oh, well, if that person was wrong about this little piece, they must be wrong about all this other stuff.
Cylinders yet. We're just talking about the act of bombing with a helicopter, which you said they didn't have a reason to. So again, for like the fifth time, do you believe then that Assad did have reason to bomb with helicopters, considering he was currently shelling the city, just not with chemical weapons? But you do believe he had a reason to use helicopters to bomb the city. Not with chemical weapons, but just with conventional armaments.
Not necessarily, but the allegation is that those helicopters dropped chemical cylinders into the building.
I know that. Can we take it one claim at a time instead of you trying to run from this one by jumping to the next one? Why would they not have a reason to run helicopter sorties over Douma?
The principal claim is that helicopters dropped chemical cylinders into the buildings. That is the principal claim by you.
The principal claim we're on right now is whether...
And let me further make Vaush's point here, what Vaush is trying to say. Each specific claim we might want to look at to determine whether or not a chemical weapon was deployed. So if the official story is helicopters dropped cylinders, right? Vaush would have to prove, if you prove that any of those steps didn't happen. For example, if you could definitively prove that, obviously this would be impossible, but if somehow you could definitively prove there were no helicopters in the area, then you've disproven the allegation. It couldn't have been helicopters dropping chemical weapons if there were no helicopters. So Vaush is trying to lay the groundwork for how it could be. Now he thinks he's going to claim it lays the groundwork for proof that a chemical weapon attacked, but it's not. He's laying the groundwork for one plank that would have been necessary for the attack to have happened in the way he did, or he claims. And so we look at that plank and we say, okay, witnesses claim they saw helicopters. What do you say about that? And Jackson says there would have been no reason for helicopters to have been there. And Vaush is like, yes, there would have been. And Jackson's response to that is, but you said they dropped chemical weapons and you don't have proof of that. Well, that's true, but Vaush is saying in this particular plank, I'm right and you haven't rebutted that. And he is right. So I understand, but again, it's just, it's yeah, I know I'm repeating myself, but it's because they are. So we'll hopefully move on from this soon.
Not they would even have a reason to bomb the city. So
they had a
were
long
already
history
shelling
of
the
it.
city.
They had
So
a
did
long,
they have a reason to
they had a
bomb it as
long
well?
history.
This is yes or
they
no.
had a long history of shelling the city. Yes, in an
were
effort to
currently
regain
shelling
control.
the city.
They had a long history of shelling
They were
the city.
currently. Are you shorting out right now? They were currently on that day, April 7th, 2018, bombing the city, shelling the city.
They had a
And
long
you said
history
they
of
would have
shelling
no
the
reason
city.
to run a helicopter.
You allege
sorting.
your principal
Quit
claim
running to
is
other
that
points,
chemical
dude.
cylinders were dropped from those helicopters,
You-
from those two Russian
are you
helicopters.
broken?
That's your claim. That is your claim. Are you broken? Do you not know your own
You
argument?
can't. You need to answer this one, and then we can move to the chemical weapons.
Vaush,
Do
mad.
you believe the Assad government would have had a reason to run a helicopter sortie over that city?
Not necessarily.
You said they didn't, but they were shelling the city at the time.
Not necessarily. But your claim is
And I think you can see even from Jackson's body language that he knows he's kind of running from this. And like, if I don't like giving advice, but it depends on what your intention is when you're doing a debate. Look, I'm conceited, I'm arrogant, I want to win debates I'm in. But honest to goodness, my number one priority is to be myself and to try to be honest. And that's all I can do. And if I'm wrong or if I learn something, so be it. But even if you're trying to win a debate, so even if you're just trying to get to the truth or you're trying to win a debate, in both scenarios, don't stubbornly refuse to admit if you're wrong, especially if it's about something small. There's something innate in people where they think if they admit they're wrong that it's a sign of weakness. It's not. It actually makes you more persuasive. And when I coached people in policy debate, and even when I debated, in your final speech, you're giving a speech to a judge. You just had this 2-hour debate, and you get 6 minutes for your last speech, and your opponents get 6 minutes for the last speech. And one of the things we do, it's called an overview. And so you're basically, of that 6 minutes, you're taking 40 to 60 seconds, and you're explaining to the judge, this is how you should evaluate the round. And one of the things that's very powerful to do is to admit to the judge the arguments that your opponent's making that is good. Because perceptually, you come off as a very honest and reasonable person. Actually, our opponents are right that there's some good points that they're making when it comes to the fact that there could have been helicopters in the air. And there's also true that hypothetically, it is possible that foam in the mouth could be a sign of chlorine. However, we think we're going to win this debate because we could see that the actual experts on the ground concluded that it would be impossible in this specific situation for it to have been chlorine. We could see that they concluded that it would have been impossible for those canisters to have been dropped from helicopters at the scene. And we can see that they were the only people on the ground, and the OPCW kicked them off the team after they didn't reach the conclusion that they were told they had to. It sounds more persuasive because everybody knows you're a bullshitter. Particularly, think about this. If you're in collegiate debate, particularly at the highest level, it's stupid, and I hate to use a sports analogy, but it's like a professional sport. Once you get to that level, even bad teams are good teams, right? So the worst baseball team's still going to win games. They're not like high schoolers out there that don't have a chance to win. And so if you're in a debate at that level, your opponent's going to have good arguments. And if you just arrogantly say, like Vaush started this debate, say, I'm right about everything and you must be mentally ill or a Holocaust denier if you disagree. It makes you sound like an asshole. And perceptually to the judge, they're like, what? No. And so anyways, I think Jackson's making a mistake here. And I think that he should just say, okay, maybe there was a reason for helicopters to be there. I don't think they would have been that low, but sure. That's it. Now, what Vaush will do is he'll then amplify. Oh, see, you admit I'm right. You admit I'm right. And then he'll tell his audience after the debate, he conceded. But you just have to be willing to deal with that. Now, we're talking about Douma, the chemical gas attack in Douma.
They dropped chemical cylinders on the buildings.
Why not necessarily? Why would
Because
they not be willing to bomb the city when they were currently shelling it and have bombed it many times before?
Because they were on the verge of regaining control. Not necessarily they could have. I don't know. That's not what the investigators were looking into, okay?
And why'd you make that claim? Then why were they shelling the city?
Vaush,
if they already were on the brink of winning.
Your claim that we are here to debate is whether or not those helicopters dropped chemical cylinders onto buildings.
Dude, you can't make spurious claims and then get mad when I call you out on them. If you made the claim, you should be able to defend it.
We're here to talk about.
No reason to run a helicopter to bomb the city. Okay.
Okay, so let's talk about the chemical cylinders.
Okay, so you're acknowledging then that the Assad did have justification or like a reason to send helicopters to bomb Douma because he was already shelling it and he's bombed it many times before. There's no reason to contest that.
Not necessarily.
What? Then what? Then can you justify that claim? Well, are you just saying it to like reflexively defend Assad? Are you like between his like legs right now? Like what? Why are you making?
Let's see. And then Vaush, instead of like taking a small victory here, right? He's are you in between Assad's legs? It's just childishness. You know? And again, if you're actually interested in the truth, even Vaush knows this is such a tangential point. Like, it doesn't even prove the point that he thinks he's actually, again, disproving his own point. If there was such a reason for helicopters to be all over the place, then the fact that people saw helicopters isn't unusual. And it doesn't speak to some sort of evidence that there was a chemical attack. But, whatever. We're still on this.
Claims and then refusing to defend them.
Because it could have been. I don't know. That's not the investigation, and I'm not going to allege to know this.
Okay.
But what I will say, let me finish.
No.
Let me finish. It's possible. I don't know. I'm not going to act like I purport to know this. But what I will say is that Syria was on the verge of regaining control of this area, which had been under control of a Saudi-backed extremist militia group that was torturing civilians in Douma for years and years and years on end.
This is just a propaganda run. This has nothing to do with the claims being made right now.
No.
Okay, and again, I don't disagree with Vaush here, but look at how this is the exact same tactic that Vaush used earlier, right? So when Jackson can't really refute this point, which again, he should just say, okay, sure, there was helicopters. There was a reason for helicopters to be there. Witness testimony still unreliable. Just because there was a reason for helicopters to be there doesn't mean the witnesses saw them. Second, if they did see them and you're right that there was helicopters all over the place, what does that prove? Right? That's what he should be saying. But isn't this exactly what Vaush did at the beginning of the debate? So Jackson is like, oh, but look, the other side is this horrible people that were torturing people and stuff. This is exactly what Vaush did. Assad did this, and he's tortured people, and he did this, and he did this, and he did this. And Vaush is calling Jackson out here saying, oh, you're running from this. What does this? You're just basically giving a laundry list of stuff that has nothing to do. Okay, isn't that what Vaush did? So again, it's funny because you can see Vaush isn't a bad debater. Now, it depends on what you mean by good or bad debater. It comes off as rhetorically effective. If you know how to use abusive tactics or shady tactics and then call out your opponent when they do them, it sounds really impressive. But if you're looking at it for a good faith discussion, this isn't it. I don't want to say good faith. It's certainly slimy. I'll say that.
Has everything to do with it, because I'm getting to the key point here. The fact that they had pretty much, there was people within Jaish al-Islam who had indicated that they were ready to negotiate an exit from Douma into Idlib, and they had already released some of the hostages on Wednesday. So there was no reason for them to continue
the helicopter being there?
Because why would they continue? Again, it's very possible that they did continue shelling. That's why I say not necessarily. I don't know. But why would they continue shelling if they were on the verge of regaining control and there were already voices within Jaish al-Islam?
Why were they? Dude, if you want to know why, ask Assad. They were shelling the city. That's not a contested statement. The Syrian government doesn't deny it.
Really, that has nothing to do with your principal claim, though. Your principal claim is that these helicopters dropped chemical weapons. That's what we're here to talk about.
Did you bring it up? You were the one who said that Assad would have no reason to be shelling and bombing the city when they were currently...
No, that's not what Jackson said. He didn't say they'd have no reason to be shelling and bombing the city. He said why would these helicopters be there? Why would they be that low? That's what he said. But he did leave Vaush, paint him into the corner, and so Vaush is basically more right than Jackson here. Jackson's the one who brought it up. He's the one who brought up why would the helicopters be in that situation. That's the exact wrong argument. That's the opposite argument. If Vaush's argument is there are helicopters everywhere, that helps your side. Okay, then it wouldn't be unusual to see a helicopter. It doesn't prove a chemical attack. So actually, they're each making each other's arguments. Because Jackson's argument's like, there's no reason that a helicopter would be there. And Vaush could be capitalizing on this more, being like, okay, if you're right that there would have been no reason, then it's highly suspicious that there was, if these witnesses are right, correct? So Jackson makes Vaush's argument for him at the beginning, and then Vaush spends the next 20 minutes, or however long, it feels like 20 minutes, making Jackson's argument for him. Both of them, it just, not good debate tactics here.
No. You're the one. You're the one who brought up the helicopters. So let's talk about.
Why were there witness reports saying there were helicopters there?
Vaush, let's talk about your allegation.
And the last thing I'll say here, real quick, is can you see this is why he wanted Jackson to give his opinion on what he thought happened, because this was going to be Vaush's strategy. Because if you're good enough at this sort of stuff, you could tongue tie anyone. Right? Just keep asking them questions and keep poking little holes. Right? Jackson did a very good job up to this point into not falling into a trap like this. But you can see the slight misstep that Jackson had, Vaush was all over it. It's the biggest issue now. What are we talking about? Did witnesses see helicopters? We're not even talking about that. Could it have been that there were helicopters in the air? Yes. Moving on. It should take 5 seconds. Again, I'm not trying to criticize Jackson. I'm just calling it like I see it, and I think Jackson did very well in this debate. But
that the helicopters dropped these chemical weapons, because that's your principal claim.
I get it. You want to run from those points. That's fine. So wait, the actual question was, why were there so many witnesses who said that there were helicopters at the time that the alleged chemical weapons attack took place? Like right over that area.
I'm not going to purport to know that. The investigators didn't investigate that. And you can't purport to know that either. But what you do purport to know is that the helicopters dropped chemical weapons
suggesting they were
on
paid
buildings.
off?
What?
Oh, why did all of those dozens of witnesses confirm they saw helicopters drop those bombs on locations 2 and 4?
I didn't.
Did you hear what Vaush just said there? And I'll repeat almost verbatim. Why did so many witnesses claim they saw helicopters drop those bombs on location 2 and 4? Does everyone agree that's what he said before we continue with this debate? Can I get confirmation? I'll rewind it if I have to. He said, why were there so many witnesses that saw those helicopters drop those bombs on locations 2 and 4? Can I get confirmation that that's what people heard? I'm not hallucinating? Believe me, it's gonna matter. Okay, here we go. Ready?
Say that they were paid off. I said that the OPCW investigators who were on the ground found inconsistencies with the witnesses on the ground.
Their witness testimonies, of course they're going to find inconsistencies, but the overwhelming majority of people at that area confirmed that they saw helicopters drop those bombs.
And again, we've had other things that Vaush considers horrible conspiracy theories where we had multiple witnesses say that they saw other people shooting. Would that mean Vaush would say, oh, well, then that must have been what happened? No. He would say witness testimony is unreliable. And by the way, let me go back here.
Oh, why did all of those dozens of witnesses confirm they saw helicopters drop those bombs on locations 2 and 4?
I didn't say that they were paid off. I said that the OPCW investigators who were on the ground found inconsistencies with the witnesses on the ground.
Their witness testimonies, of course they're going to find inconsistencies, but the overwhelming majority of people at that area confirmed that they saw helicopters drop those bombs.
Okay, and
drop those bombs. He said it again. You hear it? Okay. They saw, the overwhelming amount of those witnesses saw those helicopters drop those bombs. That's twice he said that.
It's a war situation.
Vaush, and the ballistic and engineering experts who were on the ground investigating this, they said that there was no evidence to suffice that the helicopters definitively dropped those alleged chemical cylinders into the buildings. And that's your principal claim. That's what I want to talk about.
Are you referring to Ian Henderson right now?
Yes.
Ian Henderson was never there.
That is a false claim. What are you talking about?
I'm mixing up. Wait, hold on.
Okay. Now, I want you to, so keep in mind, Vaush said the witnesses, twice he said witnesses saw them drop those bombs, right? Remember that. Now remember this claim. He said that Ian Henderson, who is one of the fact-finding mission engineers, investigators, was never there. Meaning never at Douma. That's what he said, right? Now I know if you're listening, you're like, why is Rob saying this? Remember when I said that one of his strategies is to make claims and then when disproven, say, I never said that. So remember, he said multiple witnesses saw the helicopters drop those bombs, and he said Ian Henderson was never at the site. That's what he said. So let's remember that.
1 second. Where's that report from the OPCW?
That is a false claim.
Hold on.
But,
wait, hold on. With respect to Investigator A...
Did you really just say that Ian Henderson wasn't there? Did you really just say that? You really just said that Ian Henderson wasn't on the ground in Douma? He was literally, Vaush, he was literally taking measurements in the building He was literally taking measurements in the building.
Didn't. He worked off a drawing that he did off of the actual OPCW reports. Remember?
No.
The reason why his findings
Vaush.
were rejected was because his measurements were inaccurate. His measurements of the cylinders were nearly 0.08 meters off because he was using a drawing, and they weren't let into the buildings. Hold on. This is the official claim from the OPCW.
No, that's not the official claim from the OPCW. That's actually a claim from Bellingcat. The 0.08 meters off. That's a claim from Bellingcat,
it's corresponded from internal email documentation.
That's a claim from Bellingcat, which used image matching software to make that claim. Ian Henderson was on the ground taking measurements in the building.
And I believe, I could be wrong about this, and I'm fully admitting this. So if you're watching and you're a Vaush supporter and you're right, Rob's talking out his ass, I could be wrong. I tried to verify this. Aaron Matei was basically attacked by Bellingcat, which again is this organization that's been trying to dispute these OPCW whistleblowers, and they have connections to the State Department and things like that in the United States. Bellingcat claimed that there was a letter sent by officials at the OPCW that disproved Aaron Matei's reporting. And I believe that reporting was what Vaush is referring to here. That there was a high-ranking member of the OPCW that sent a letter saying Ian Henderson was never there. He was never there. But it turns out that letter was never sent because it wasn't accurate. It was just a draft that was never officially sent because it turned out that person was wrong and that Ian Henderson was there. So Bellingcat had to basically delete all their tweets that were making fun of Aaron Matei once Aaron Matei proved that they were wrong about this point. So that's what Vaush is referring to, and Jackson's like, no, the guy was there. And furthermore, if you wonder if the guy was there, he testified, as I'll get to, I'll show you the evidence of this, Ian Henderson testified at the UN as a whistleblower, talking about his experience being there. Why wouldn't anyone at the UN speak up and say, you weren't there? What are you talking about? Why would they invite him to speak if his story was a lie? But anyways, we'll continue.
But you just said he wasn't there. What are you talking about? You just said he's not there.
Wait, can I read the report? Yeah, I said it because I briefly mixed up Inspector A and Inspector B. It's hard to keep up with all the conspiracy stuff. I corrected myself like 2 seconds afterwards. I know you're gloating because this is...
Okay, but wait a minute. That's not what he did. He just said that Ian Henderson mixed up the measurements because he was going off a drawing and he was never there. Now he's saying I mixed up Inspector A and Inspector B. Okay, well then your claims refuting Ian Henderson are incorrect. So you've yet to refute the principal whistleblower.
Closest you're getting to a W in this conversation, but let's take a deep breath and read this report, okay? So this is from the OPCW on independent investigation into possible breaches of confidentiality reports, okay? And they said, with respect to Inspector A,
is this the doctored
that's the
report?
Ian Harrington person. Huh?
Go on.
Wait, what'd you say?
Go on.
Nah, come on, don't be a coward. What'd you
No,
say?
I was just fucking with you. I was like, is this the doctored report? But go on.
Okay, gotcha. Very nice. You know, is this from a Goldstein? You know, very, very common joke I'm familiar with from your kind. Anyway, with respect to Inspector A, he was not a member of the fact-finding mission.
So that's a lie.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
As described by the investigators, Inspector A played a minor supporting role in the investigation of the Douma incident, and he did not have access to all the information gathered by the FFM team, including witness interviews, laboratory results, and analyses by independent experts.
So,
although Inspector A...
I'm
almost done. Please. Although Inspector A's assessment purports to be an official OPCW FFM report on the Douma incident, it is instead a personal document created with incomplete info and without authorization. So to be clear, when you're saying that an on-the-ground team found inconsistencies and evidence of a helicopter dropping a bomb, what you're actually saying is that one guy who wasn't a part of the fact-finding mission produced an unauthorized and incomplete report that when he didn't have access to the broader information available to the FFM team.
Okay, so now notice what Vaush just did here, right? He says, Ian Henderson was never there. Jackson's like, yes, he was, right? Vaush says, my mistake, I mixed up Inspector A, Inspector B. So that seems to be that he's retracting his statement, right? Oh, okay, I was wrong about Ian Henderson. And then he immediately proceeds to say Ian Henderson wasn't there. We're talking about this specific, there were multiple whistleblowers, so we're talking about the whistleblower Ian Henderson. Vaush starts off saying he wasn't there. Jackson's like, yes, he was. Vaush says, I made a mistake. I was referring to a different whistleblower. And then he proceeds to read evidence implying Ian Henderson wasn't there. So he's just wavering. He gets caught not having the facts, and so he just flails wildly and just says stuff. So let's see what Jackson says about Inspector A not actually having access to information.
Not a broad team, just Inspector A.
So I was prepared that you might make these claims because these are the claims that have been leveled by OPCW Director General Fernando Arias, but they are completely false, and I have images of OPCW documents that can prove you wrong. But first, I just want to briefly summarize.
On what?
That you allege that he wasn't a part of the fact-finding mission team. Earlier on, you alleged that he wasn't on the ground. So OPCW documents describe Henderson, and I'm just briefly summarizing here, but I have all the links if you want me to send them to you. OPCW documents describe Henderson as an FFM member, fact-finding mission team member, and list him among the mission personnel and add the group of inspectors, and in the group of inspectors on the Douma mission. They also list Henderson in the group of inspectors on the Douma mission, that he was a part of the team conducting the technical secretariat visits, and the Office of the Director General also noted, and I have pictures for all of this, that it would be happy, quote, happy, if the visits to the cylinders in hospital are led by Ian Henderson. So this is a debunked claim that was espoused by the OPC.
So we can't see the links, but he sends these links to Vaush that show that the actual documents from the OPCW show not only was Ian Henderson a member of the team, but that the superiors were saying they would be happy to have him leading the team when he went. So he's going to send these images to Vaush. So Vaush is wrong. Ian Henderson was there.
Director General? Yes, I will. But these claims were espoused by him, and they've been debunked, and this is the same guy that the inspectors are alleging omitted key information in this investigation, and I'm now going to send you those.
And this was the guy, by the way, which is not brought up in this debate, but Ian Henderson alleges that this man approached him and said, the United States wants you to find a chemical attack. And when they refused to do that, they were let go.
If he was part of the FFM, then why did he have to produce a personal document with incomplete information and no authorization? The document that he released wasn't
wait,
Vaush,
Vaush, sorry. I'm just trying to send you these, so give me 1 second.
Okay. Wait, no, hold on. Please don't send me grainy screenshots that look like they could have been from like a World War I training manual. Please give me the actual documents that these are from.
Why would it matter? If you have screenshots of the PDF, why would it matter? And notice that unlike when Vaush is asked to send evidence, he hasn't sent one piece of evidence. When Jackson is asked, he sends evidence, and Vaush says, it's too grainy. Do you see the double standard here? He should have just took Vaush's tactic and just talked real fast until Vaush forgot. He's backing up with evidence.
Yeah, this is some cotton ADP type stuff right here. I'm going to need the actual documents these are from.
By the way, I believe these documents were released on WikiLeaks, is where they came from, proving.
And while you're posting these, we can review the broader question, which is why so many witnesses claim that helicopters were present at the scene.
You see this? Do you see what just happened? Now, what did Vaush accuse Jackson of in the helicopter discussion? Jackson made a claim. Basically, why would helicopters be there? Why would they be that low? And Vaush grills him for like 20 minutes and says, you're running from what you said. You're running from what you said. Now we're on to the next part. Vaush says that the whistleblower Ian Henderson was never at the scene. Jackson starts sending evidence. Vaush says, let's get to the central question of why did witnesses see helicopters? He's running from his claim. The very thing he accused Jackson of doing. That's what he's doing now. He realizes it looks really effing bad. Whoops, Ian Henderson was there. So the claim that Vaush made was wrong. And Jackson's actually showing evidence to back it up, unlike Vaush. So Vaush has to fall back to the previous discussion. What did I tell you? Vaush thought he was winning that debate about helicopters. So as soon as he perceives himself as losing, he goes back to the helicopters. But didn't witnesses see helicopters? What the hell does that have to do with the discussion of Ian Henderson?
All right,
okay, we're spamming WikiLeaks. Wait, do you have like citations in here, or did you literally just send me 500 pages?
They should be. No, Vaush.
This is the first draft interim report. You're just sending me like random shit. Didn't the first draft interim report come out before Ian Henderson published his undocumented report? Wait, what was the timeline?
Sorry. Wait. Vaush.
Why would that matter? right? And that is true. So what happened was there was a first draft of the report from the people on the ground, including Ian Henderson. And because that report didn't conclude there was a chemical attack, they were let go. So Vaush is like, oh, the evidence... Remember, what's the question that they're discussing right now? Was Ian Henderson there? Why would it matter if the evidence that he was there was from the first draft report? That's still proof that he was there. Now Vaush is going to move the goalpost. Oh, but this is only a first draft. Okay. But if the first draft proves he was there, how is your claim that he wasn't there true?
Vaush, my apologies. I didn't mean to send that last one. But the other ones, wait, and there's one more, because I accidentally sent the wrong one.
Are you sure you're not just link dumping everything on WikiLeaks to me?
No, I was actually very prepared, so I had the leaked documents ready for you.
Okay, well, I appreciate that.
One second. Email reason concerns.
Yeah, the engineering assessment was published by Henderson's engineering report. It wasn't like it was a personal document. It was published in early 2019.
So that's Vaush. That's saying that it's a personal report is incorrect, but we'll get to that in a second because I'm trying to send you the last thing here.
Wait, what official supervision did that report undergo?
We'll get to that in a second, but let me please just finish sending you this.
Okay, I'll look at these, but you still need to explain to me why so many witnesses saw helicopters at the scene dropping those bombs.
See? Back to the helicopters.
No. Witnesses do not claim to have seen them dropping.
Let's go back. What did Vaush just say here? For the third time, I want you to hear him. Listen what he says.
We'll get to that in a second, but
he's going back to the helicopters.
Okay, I'll look at these, but you still need to explain to me why so many witnesses saw helicopters at the scene dropping those bombs.
And
third time he said, helicopters at the scene dropping those bombs. Now, Jackson finally picks up on it.
No. Witnesses do not claim to have seen them dropping the chemical cylinders. That is
no, they claim that helicopters were present over the site at the exact instant people started dying. Okay?
That is a gross misrepresentation. See, you're already moving back on your claim.
That's right. Jackson's right. He moves back from his claim right as soon as pressed. Jackson says, no witnesses saw them dropping these chemical bombs. And Vaush says, I'm saying that witnesses saw helicopters over the buildings at the time they would have been dropped. But that's different than saying you saw them drop bombs. So do you see how Vaush, as soon as he's challenged, he changes. He backtracks. Do you see how that works? Now let's see how it goes here.
Because you know that was an incorrect statement. No one claims to have seen them dropping those cylinders. And in addition to that, the inspector, Ian Henderson, who I just pointed out here, is part of
So wait, can you answer the question? Did they hallucinate the helicopters, or did helicopters from the Syrian government just happen to be directly overhead right as the false flag happened?
See? Now he changes. And he's condescending. Oh, so you're saying they hallucinate? But he conveniently leaves out that little slice of what Jackson's saying. None of them said they saw them dropping bombs or these chemical bombs. So Vaush totally moves on. He acts like he never said that. No, so you're saying they hallucinated seeing helicopters. That's not the point. The point was you said they saw helicopters dropping bombs at sites 2 and 4. Now you're changing that as soon as I challenged you on it.
I'm not going to purport to know that the investigators didn't look into that, but what I will say is that the witnesses don't claim that they dropped the cylinders, and Ian Henderson, who was a part of the fact-finding mission team, the ODG said that it was happy if the visits to the cylinders and hospital are led by Ian Henderson.
Helicopters when they left.
Vaush, you just...
Okay, now he's saying the witnesses couldn't have seen them drop. But he said 3 times the witnesses saw them drop bombs. Now he's saying, well, the witnesses couldn't see because they were indoors. Then why did you lie? And this is what he does. And we'll see another example of it in a minute. Now, if you're just objectively watching, right? And you're like, I don't have a skin in this game. I'll listen to both sides. It's very compelling. Think of these 2 different claims, right? So we're questioning whether or not helicopters dropped chemical bombs on these buildings. Claim 1. Many witnesses saw helicopters dropping bombs at these exact sites. Now that sounds like, geez, that could be strong evidence that yeah, that's what happened. Claim 2. Many witnesses saw helicopters. Well, that's completely different, isn't it? That's not evidence of shit. But Vaush's strategy is, I'm just going to make shit up that sounds really good for my argument. I saw helicopters dropping chemical bombs. Or people saw helicopters dropping bombs. And then if he gets called out, pretend like he never said it. It's a win-win for him. If he doesn't get called out, and if Jackson wasn't read up on this, Jackson might have said, oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that they saw helicopters dropping bombs. And Vaush would say, see, yeah, I was right. If Jackson is read up on this, then Vaush will just say, but why are you being so stupid? They saw helicopters. Are you saying it's a conspiracy theory? You see? That little sleight of hand where he just moves on. Now think about how you could do this in every debate. I was doing a debate on systemic racism the other day, right? And in that debate, there was a study cited. They call it the Veil of Darkness study. And it was a study about black drivers supposedly getting pulled over more often when it's light out than when it's dark. And the implication is if they're being pulled over at a higher percentage when it's light out, it's because officers can see them, and therefore it must be because of race. So my opponent cited this argument. Imagine if this was my tactic in debating it. I said, yeah, but you're aware of the fact that ultimately the author concluded that it wasn't because of race. And my opponent might say, oh, really? Oh, wow. Now that whole study shot. That whole study that was a crucial part of my opponent's argument is completely dismissed because the very author that wrote the report says that, no, it's not proof of racism. Now, the only thing would be that I just made that up. I completely lied. Thank you so much for the follow. I completely lied when I said that. But my opponent didn't catch it. Okay, I win that argument. But what if my opponent does catch it? No, that's not true. Here's the conclusion. It doesn't say that at all. But the report's stupid anyways. What does it matter? Anyways, moving on. You see how that works? Thank you so much, Les Bones, for the follow. That's the kind of dishonest garbage. That's not, I made a mistake. We all make mistakes. Bush didn't pass tax cuts. Actually, he did. I just found this article that said, we make those mistakes. Of course, everyone does. But claiming shit that is blatantly false, that you know is false, and then when you get called out, not being like, oh, okay, my bad, you're right, I misspoke. And he does it over and over. That's the second time. Remember the first time we talked about him? He said something, and then he later says, I never said that. This is time 2.
Tried to discredit the guy who did the reports that found that there was no evidence that those were dropped from a helicopter, that the cylinders were dropped from a helicopter.
We're not talking about the cylinders yet. We're talking about
what have we been talking about for the last few minutes? What have I been imagining? That's exactly...
the reason why this conversation feels like it's really...
Okay, and I just want to say, in addition to everything I just said, notice we were talking about Ian Henderson. Vaush makes the definitive claim. This is the central whistleblower. So this is the meat, unlike the helicopter discussion. This is actually crucial to the debate because Jackson's stance is these whistleblowers were the people on the ground looking at the evidence, and they concluded that the official story totally contradicted their finding of the facts. That's Jackson's claim. That's what the whole debate's about. So Vaush makes a claim that would be devastating to Jackson's argument. If the whistleblower was never even at Douma, if he never even saw the physical evidence, then that would heavily discredit the whistleblower's report. So this is a crucial part. And Vaush claims he wasn't even there. And then Jackson provides evidence showing that's bullshit. He was there. And so what does Vaush do? He goes back to the helicopters. And it worked. Now, Jackson was right to call out how Vaush was lying about the helicopters, but even then, even with the lie, you could see the effect of this lie. If it doesn't get caught, then wow, Vaush's argument seems really strong. Wow, a bunch of witnesses saw helicopters dropping bombs at the exact site? If the lie does get called out, great. You just obfuscate from it and keep talking about the helicopters. Either way, we've moved on from your infactual claim that Ian Henderson wasn't there. No, I don't no, Vaush is making the claim that Assad gassed his own people.
discontinuous is because every time you can't answer a question, you move to the next one that you
No,
do
I
have links
don't.
prepared
I
for.
just.
That's exactly what Vaush does. That's exactly what Vaush does. We're talking about Ian Henderson. He couldn't answer it, so he moved back to the helicopters. Then on the helicopters, he said that helicopters dropped bombs. Witnesses saw it. When Jackson points out, no, they never said that they dropped bombs, he deflects for it. And then he says, every time I pin you down, you have to move on to a different topic. That's literally what Vaush is doing. Literally.
Backed it up with the actual leaked documents. I just backed it up with the actual
do
documents.
these leaked documents explain why dozens of witnesses claimed there were helicopters present at the attack?
You're the one who's jumping from argument to argument. Are you gonna retract the claim that Ian Henderson was not a part of the fact-finding mission team?
Wait, how about wait, one point at a time. You realize that was the original point we were making, right?
No. You moved on from the helicopter point. You see, he literally, Jackson does a great job here. He says, you're the one who's moving on. What about this Ian Henderson shit? You ready to say you're wrong? So Vaush not only is engaging in the very behavior he's criticizing, he's literally doing it in like the next sentence. You're jumping from topic to topic. Now can we get back to helicopters? It's just laughable. He's flailing so hard. He's flailing. Now, did you see the bravado when they were talking, how he was sitting up in his seat and he was like talking faster and getting more excited when they were talking about Jackson's admittedly poor situation where he was saying there wasn't a reason for helicopters to be there? That was an argument Vaush felt he was winning. Now look at how he's flailing. You're moving from argument to argument, and that's why this debate's circular, and and Jackson's calmly like, no, that's you. That's what you're doing. And he's right.
I haven't even gotten to any of the whistleblower things yet. You keep wanting to jump to them because that's where like the conspiracy owners
you
are.
made the claim before me. You made the claim. You
Can
said
you
he wasn't a part of
answer
the
the
fact-finding
question?
mission team.
Thanks for the follow-up.
Why did witnesses all like overwhelmingly, like the vast majority of people interviewed, say that helicopters were present at the scene?
Again, he's losing this section of the debate, so he has to go back to a preview. What does he get, even if this is true? I mean, think about it. Why is he focused on, honest to goodness, even if you're on Vaush's side here, again, what does this prove? Why is Vaush spending so much time on this? Jackson could be like, okay, yeah, every witness saw helicopters. Great, granted. They didn't see him dropping bombs. You lied about that, but they saw helicopters. Great. We'll assume that's true. And the reason Vaush is spending so much time here is because he's getting blown out on the conversation of the whistleblower, which is the central conversation to this debate. And so he has to go back to an area where he thinks he was winning. And that's what he's going to keep doing, going back to it. We didn't answer. They moved on. Vaush was the one who moved on. He said Ian Henderson was never there. He's the one who said it. Vaush moved on. And then as soon as Vaush was proven wrong, he wanted to move back. That's what happened. Friday, I'll be discussing this debate on Booksmart's channel.
Vaush, again, there were a lot of inconsistencies with the witness testimonies. They don't allege that the helicopters dropped the cylinders, and Ian Henderson, who is the investigator, claimed that there's not evidence to suffice the allegation that the helicopters dropped the cylinders. So you continue to bring up this non-point.
We need to break the loop. Can we break the NPC dialogue tree?
I'm so happy to break this loop. And
then?
Vaush, we had already broken this loop, and then you made the claim that Ian Henderson was not a part of the fact-finding mission team. I gave you the documents. I gave you the documents, and then you went back to the argument that you're trying to say regarding the witnesses in the helicopters.
In these documents that say what you say they say?
Okay, now, but Jackson's exactly right here. Exactly right. We moved on. You made a claim. I sent you evidence disproving it, and then you went back. You're the one who keeps going back. Perfect to call about. That was fantastic. And now Vaush is like, well, show me where the evidence says this.
You just provided me like links to WikiLeaks articles.
So pull them up and read them. They're highlighted.
Wait, okay, so I would love to, but it takes me time to do that. So wait, there's an echo on your end. Why is there an echo? What happened?
I could not tell you that. There's an echo?
Hello?
I'm gonna go to the
there's
restroom
an
while
echo
they
coming
talk
from your
about
end.
the
Do you have
echo.
earbuds
I'll be
in?
right back.
Did it just start?
It just started like a minute ago.
No, everyone on my end saying no echo, so I think it's something on...
No, it means that is your audio being broadcast audibly? Like, is it being picked up on your speakers?
Yeah, but I mean, I haven't changed anything. It has been for this entire time.
Might have something to do with auto sensitivity detection. Okay, so we can move to this.
I'll just turn my
but
volume
I have
down.
to ask you again, do you think there were helicopters Like, why did all these witnesses claim there were helicopters? Was it a coincidence that Syrian Air Force helicopters were just hovering over the area right as this alleged attack took place?
I don't know, Vaush, and the investigators did not look into that, but what they did look into was whether or not helicopters could have dropped those cylinders, and they did not find that.
Wait, by investigators, you mean one guy who was discredited by the rest of the organization and published a personal report that was never filed officially.
You said
Don't
you
use
said
investigators
Vaush,
plural.
Vaush, you just said he was discredited by the investigation. And your allegations for that was that he was not a part of the fact-finding mission team. I proved that wrong, and I also pointed out the fact that the Office of the Director General said they'd be happy if the visits to the cylinders in hospital were led by Ian Henderson. In addition to that, I just want to point out that Ian Henderson is a chemical and engineering ballistics expert.
I
He
know that he is
authored
an
the study, and in addition to that, he took measurements on scene, which you claimed he didn't. He served with the OPCW for a total of 11 years so far, and in 2005, a senior OPCW official wrote that Henderson has consistently received the highest rating possible. I consider him one of the best of our inspection team leaders. No, you just said that he's been discredited, and I'm trying to prove that wrong.
Being discredited in one report doesn't mean that like your entire career has to be a legacy of failure. This is
well,
nothing to do.
your
You're
accusation.
Why do I hear the echo again? Wait, why do I hear the echo again? Can you
Dude,
like
I
put
don't know.
earbuds in or something?
That's your problem, dude.
Okay, so conversations of echo aside, I'm not going to comment on that. I don't care. But again, he's actually providing evidence that this was a credible guy who took measurements on site and was well respected. And Vaush is saying, but that doesn't prove that this report couldn't have been wrong. That's true. But Vaush is impugning the person's credibility. Again, remember, go back to when they were talking about the whistleblower way earlier, right? And Jackson said they never refuted the claims of the whistleblower. They just omitted them. Because Vaush claimed that they refuted these claims. And so Jackson said, I would like to see those links. Has he got those links? So now, Vaush saying that Ian Henderson has been discredited. He said he wasn't there. Well, he's losing that argument. And so then Jackson's going further and saying, and he was very well respected. Yes, just because he was well respected doesn't mean he couldn't have screwed up this particular investigation. But Vaush, if he was well respected, it makes the burden of proof on Vaush even further to prove that we shouldn't believe this guy's report.
It's not on my end.
Wait. Is this how limited your knowledge of how the world works is? It is my problem because I'm hearing my echo.
It seems.
I mean, what probably is happening here is Jackson doesn't have earphones in, and so the audio is being picked up on the mic. But Vaush is still, as always, a jerk about it.
Like every single time I bring up the fact that your claim about Ian Henderson not being on the fact-finding mission, there's somehow an echo. But we'll try to figure this out.
Put earbuds in. Do you have earbuds? You
Not
can
for
turn
my
my volume
PC.
down.
Not for my PC. Everyone on my end says no echo. That's
They
your
can't wait. Do you know how echoes work?
Copium.
You can't hear echo because I have earbuds in.
copium. No echo on my end, brother.
You don't. Are you trolling? You would be, wouldn't you? That's your out into this conversation, isn't it?
What?
This is your way out, isn't it?
No, this is your way out. What are you talking about? I said that.
You can listen to
look
my
at my
stream
chat.
if you want.
Go on my
There's an
YouTube.
audible echo. It's very distracting. Everyone on my end can hear it. How many people are watching on my end?
And I'm just
Okay, I
leaving
have
this
7,500
play so you can see
people
I'm
who
not
attest to the
skipping
existence of
anything, so Vaush fans can't say,
let's figure this
oh,
out.
Rob
Let's figure
skipped
this
part
out.
of the debate where Vaush won.
We've been streaming this entire time, and we haven't had an echo issue. I did not change my volume levels. Did you change any of your volume levels?
It wouldn't matter. I have earbuds in.
Well,
My audio isn't being broadcast on a speaker.
Can you still hear it?
Echo. Yes. Yes. Wait, it's a little bit lower. Did you lower the volume?
Try again.
Hello?
Try again.
Hello?
Is
Oh,
it
wait,
good?
I don't hear it now. I don't
Okay.
hear it now. We did it.
Let's go.
We did it. All
Let's go.
fixed.
Let's get it.
Yeah, and the accusation that Vaush makes there that Jackson's trying to get out of the debate is laughable because you'll see how this ends. You'll see who runs away from the debate.
Okay, so you have no alternate explanation for the presence of helicopters at the scene.
What's that?
You have no alternate explanation for helicopters at the scene.
Back to helicopters. You notice that? Ian Henderson, Ian Henderson, Ian Henderson, Ian Henderson. Echo, echo, echo. Now we're off Ian Henderson. Back to helicopters.
There's one witness, according to the witness testimonies, who alleged to have seen this helicopter. Beyond that, there's no information surrounding them having, like, dropped cylinders, which is your principal claim.
We're not talking about dropped cylinders. We're talking about the helicopters. One claim at a time. And no, it's not.
Okay, first off, we were talking about them dropping bombs because that was Vaush's initial claim. And then once he got called out on it, then he switched. So if Jackson had never called him out, Vaush's argument would be, oh, what about the witnesses that saw the bombs being dropped? That's how slimy he is. Now he's like, we're not talking about bombs being dropped. Yes, because you got called out on that bullshit lie. Now, Jackson's claiming there that there's only one witness in the OPCW's official statement. I don't know if that's true or not. Let's see where Vaush provides links.
One witness. There were many witnesses that corroborated this information. There were people who talked with NGOs and journalistic organizations immediately after the attacks took place.
Well, the original report says that around hour 1900, I just pulled this up, on the same day, a witness reported seeing a helicopter. So that's just one witness. I don't know if you have more, but your principal claim is that the helicopter was responsible for dropping the chemical cylinders, but
I'm just saying there were helicopters there. Again, you keep jumping to the next claim.
Let's just say.
Okay, but again, Jackson at least read from the report that seems to suggest there was one witness. Does Vaush have evidence there were more? And him saying, well, other people talked to reporters and stuff. Okay. But again, would you accept that level of evidence in any other case in the United States? For example, what's Vaush's stance on the election? Thousands of witnesses signed affidavits saying that there were things they saw at polling stations that were wrong. Is that proof enough for Vaush? He would say, no, that doesn't prove they could have misinterpreted what they saw, or just because they saw it, it doesn't prove that there was something shady, or they could be making it up. Those are the things Vaush would say about that, and he would be correct in the sense that just because a bunch of people say they saw something doesn't prove that they did, or that they interpret it correctly. But all of a sudden here, if these witnesses were so credible, why didn't the OPCW interview more of them? So Vaush doesn't, again, you would think he would be prepared, since this is a claim that he keeps going back to, that he would have definitive proof that the official investigative body talked to many witnesses who made this claim. He doesn't. As soon as he's pressed, he says, well, they talked to other NGOs. Okay.
Let's just say I'll agree with you that a witness claimed to have seen a helicopter. Let's just go with that, and let's continue on.
Wait, multiple witnesses, not one witness. There were dozens of them that corroborated that information.
According to the OPCW report, the original report.
What was the original report?
What's that?
What was the original report?
You mean
the
one that you label as being just a draft
report? Yeah, so you mean the Alex draft report, the one that wasn't published? Okay, the original report, right? So
yes, the report that was doctored. So let's continue on here, because I'd love to hear your evidence.
Okay, so Vaush is making a claim here, and I'm willing to hear this claim. So Vaush's claim is the initial report only had one witness, but that's because the witness interviews weren't done yet. That could be true. So then, what would be the next step if Vaush makes that claim? Vaush is claiming, so we have one person citing evidence from a report saying they interviewed one witness that claimed that they saw a helicopter. Vaush says, but that was just the initial report. Later reports had more witnesses. Don't you think he would then provide the link or read that? That's what I would do. That'd be a simple way to win this little battle. And again, this battle has nothing to do. We're back on the helicopter thing. But why would we just take his word when he lies all the time? And if you were ever in a panel with Vaush or debate him, don't let him get away with, oh, well, the evidence says this. Show me. Liar. We're not going to take you at your word. You've already articulated through this debate how you just make shit up out of wholesale cloth, and then when you get called out, act like it's not a big deal. So I want to see proof of Vaush's claim here. He could be right. I'm not saying he's wrong. But you would think that the way to refute Jackson's claim here, there was only one witness that saw a helicopter in the OPCW report. And Vaush's claim is, no, in the final report there was more. Show us. Why has Vaush not gave one link? Not one. He keeps talking about stuff, but he doesn't give any links.
For what?
Oh, he did supposedly link, I think, the video of the foam in the mouth, to his credit.
Or how you believe the cylinders were dropped from the helicopter.
Okay, so we're conceding the helicopter point. Okay, gotcha. So there were helicopters. Now we're talking about the chemical, or them dropping like the chemical.
Vaush, I never said that there
canisters.
weren't. I just said not necessarily. But let's continue.
Nonetheless, Vaush claims that he's conceded the helicopter point, which gets him nowhere. And Vaush conceded the greater point, which none of the people saw helicopters dropping bombs, which was Vaush's point, which he lied about.
Okay, so let's try to build this up piece by piece. So do you acknowledge that there were chlorine gas canisters found at locations 2 and 4?
There were cylinders there.
Okay. And do you acknowledge that the cylinders were consistent with the method and the technique that would traditionally be used to deploy a chlorine chemical weapons attack?
What are you alleging is a typical way to deploy a chemical weapons attack? Are you referring to dropping by helicopter?
No, I mean that the canisters themselves were of the appropriate dimensions, contained the appropriate mechanical components to contain highly pressurized chlorine gas. Essentially, that these are the types of munitions that would be used to do such a thing. These are also consistent, basically, with the types of designs that have been used in previous chemical weapons attacks.
So the argument here is the canisters look like canisters that hold chemicals. Okay. And then he's like, do you think that they were consistent with how they would be deployed? And Jackson's like, do you mean like dropped out of helicopters? And then, of course, he weasels. But you'll see, no. The investigators say no, it's not consistent with the narrative that they were dropped by helicopters. But we'll leave Jackson to that.
In Syria.
So, I don't contest that.
Okay. How do you suspect those arrived there?
The investigation concluded that there was no evidence that a helicopter dropped them, first of all. And they said,
wait, hold on.
No, I'm not done. Let me
that you
finish.
please use specific language. Not the investigation. The investigation didn't make the claims you're making. You're talking.
It's funny, Vaush wants specific language. How many times has he just blatantly lied? Witnesses saw the helicopters dropping bombs at Site 2 and 4. But he's all about specific language, isn't he?
About the personal report from Ian Henderson, the one that was never published.
The engineering investigation, which, as let
There
me
was
just
there were
pull...
other engineering investigations. You're talking specifically about the one that was published by, not published even, that was produced by Ian Henderson. Just be specific with your language, okay? There were other engineering reports that disagreed with what he said. You're talking just about Ian Henderson.
The engineering report that was asked to have been led by Ian Henderson, yes, and that report found that there was a higher probability, I'm quoting this, that both cylinders were manually placed rather than being delivered from aircraft. And then it goes on, at location 4, where a cylinder was found on the bed, the study determined that the cylinder was too large to have penetrated the hole in the roof above. At the other site, location 2, the observed damage to the cylinder and to the roof it allegedly penetrated were incompatible with an aircraft bombing. Ballistic experts, and this part is not a quote, ballistic experts also said it was more likely that the crater had been made by an explosion, probably an artillery round, a rocket, or a mortar. With both cylinders, the study concluded, and I'm quoting again, the alternative hypothesis that the cylinders were manually placed and that the craters were caused by other means produced the only plausible explanation for observations at the scene.
So let me translate. In other words, the actual investigators on the scene that were there looking at the evidence said the holes in the roof didn't match. The hole was too small for it to have been a cylinder that dropped through. That the only plausible explanation was the cylinders were placed there by hand. If that's the case, then the official narrative of all that we've heard from the U.S. excusing it to drop bombs on Syria, etc., is a lie. That's why Vaush spent so much time on helicopters. He needs to prove that there were helicopters in the air, and the canisters came from helicopters. Otherwise, it's a lie. And so the definitive report from the engineers that were on scene, the team that was on scene, said, we conclude that these were placed by hand and not dropped by helicopter. Now let's see what Vaush says.
Okay, so a couple of questions then. If this is the case, you do realize Ian Henderson did conclude that there was a chemical weapons attack, or at least that was where he believed the evidence led.
Now this is the most important part of the debate. I want to play that back for you again. Please listen to this part if you don't listen to anything else. Right? We're at an hour and 15 minutes, 27 seconds is where we're at. Now the claim that you're about to hear Vaush make, and this is a devastating claim. Jackson's arguments revolve around the claims of these whistleblowers. The primary one is Ian Henderson, who was the engineer. Vaush is making the claim that that whistleblower ultimately agrees with Vaush. You remember when I gave you that hypothetical? I did it for a reason, where I said, oh, this veil of darkness study. But what if I would have answered that by saying, ultimately, the author of that study concludes that it wasn't racism? Remember when I did that? I did that for a reason. So Vaush is making the claim that Ian Henderson concluded that Vaush is right, that there was a chemical weapon attack. That's Vaush's claim here, okay? Let's listen to him again, so you don't think I'm making it up.
Okay, so a couple of questions then. If this is the case, you do realize Ian Henderson did conclude that there was a chemical weapons attack, or at least that was where he believed the evidence led. You're the one making the claim that...
Henderson concluded there was an attack, or a chemical weapon attack, or at least that's where the evidence led. That's Vaush's claim. And then he's going to say, you're the one claiming that there wasn't one. That's Vaush's claim, okay? Let's see how that goes for him.
Was no chemical weapons attack, but in doing so, you're citing evidence from an engineering report from a person whose conclusion aligned with mine.
He says, the guy agrees with me that there was a chemical attack. You're the one who's saying there wasn't one, but ultimately the guy concluded that there was. That's what he's saying. Everyone agrees. That's what he said, right?
There was a chemical weapons attack.
Where's your evidence that Ian Henderson claimed there was a chemical attack?
Have you read his report?
I'm asking you.
This is lefty debate tactic 101. They say something, you're like, can I see proof of that? They say, did you read the report? Did you read it? Yeah, I read it. Can you show me where it says that?
The information.
Sure. I mean, we can go and read the report if you want.
Well, you're stating it like it's fact, so I figured you'd have it in front of you.
That was his conclusion, yes.
So where did you get that?
From his report.
That there was a chemical weapons attack.
He said that the evidence led in that direction, yeah. He was under the impression not that there wasn't a chlorine gas attack, but rather that it was placed there. The implication was that Syrian rebels had done so, which is the reason why it wasn't published. Because the OPCW...
Now, see how he's back? Already he's backtracking. The implication was... Well, that's not what you said. You said that he concluded that there was a gas attack or that the evidence pointed in that direction. That's what Vaush said. Now he's saying, well, the implication was there was a gas attack, but the Syrian rebels did it. That's what he's claiming. All right, let's listen.
Is legally disallowed from making any claims as to the agents who are responsible for any alleged chemical weapons attacks. Henderson's document seemed to suggest that it was Syrian planted, and for that reason it wasn't published.
So
now it seemed to suggest, and that's why it wasn't published. So we went from he said that there was an attack, or that the evidence suggested there was an attack, to it seemed as if he was suggesting this. Okay, let's keep going.
I don't believe that, and I could be wrong about this, but I don't believe that Ian Henderson claimed that there was a chemical attack. I could be wrong about that.
Strong,
but what I do...
Okay, so here's the deal. Wait, let me... I'm going to go back so you can hear what Jackson said again. So Jackson's in a tough spot here. And I've been there. I've cited stuff, and then upon more careful reading, I'm like, oh, maybe I missed that. So Jackson's doubting himself here. He's like, oh, maybe Ian Henderson did say that. So he's like, I could be wrong. I don't see it. He's looking. He's like, I could be wrong. I don't see it. Right? That lets you know how effective this strategy by Vaush is here. Because Jackson is instantly like, oh, geez. If that's true, that's really bad for my argument. Really bad. If the central person I'm saying we need to listen to ultimately concluded with Vaush, that's really bad. Because remember, Jackson's argument this whole time is we need to listen to these OPCW whistleblowers. Vaush, with the checkmate move, well, they agree with me. At least the central one. So Jackson's like, uh-oh. So let's see what he says. And then watch what Vaush says as soon as Jackson says this.
Alleged chemical weapons attacks. Henderson's document seemed to suggest that it was Syrian planted, and for that reason it wasn't published.
So I don't believe that, and I could be wrong about this, but I don't believe that Ian Henderson claimed that there was a chemical attack. I could be wrong about that. But what I do know, what I do know,
you don't know that?
What I do know,
Vaush says he didn't use language that strong. You didn't know that? You didn't know that he said that? See, Vaush thinks he's won. Oh, I didn't know he said that. You didn't know, says Vaush? Okay, Then Vaush will be able to provide us evidence of that, right? Let's keep going.
Well, you continue to claim that he said that without a beyond a reasonable doubt, but
Wait, I did not at any point. Wait, please do not lie about what I've said. Okay, I said that he believed the conclusions indicated that as the evidence inferring.
Okay, wait. No, he did not say that. He did not say that. Vaush, you're making this stuff up.
And now Jackson realized he gets his confidence back. Wait a minute, that's bullshit. And he's right, it is garbage. Ian Henderson never said that. That's the entire reason he's a whistleblower. Why would he be a whistleblower if he ultimately concluded? So you can see it in Jackson's eyes. He realizes, oh, this guy's lying. He's lying.
So again, please, one more time, just so I don't get it wrong here. What did you say? What did you say?
His claim was not that there was no chemical attack, only that the canisters were planted there rather than dropped. His contention was with the deployment of the canisters.
So wait, so you know, because a few seconds ago you said that he said that there was a chemical attack, but that it wasn't carried out by helicopters.
I'm trying to be like.
Do you see how Vaush's arguments change? Do you see what he did? You see how slippery it is? His initial claim was, Ian Henderson ultimately agrees with me that there was a chemical attack or the evidence strongly suggests so. Then when pressed, he says, well, he said that he had a problem with the way the canisters were deployed. And he didn't say there wasn't a chemical attack. Do you see what he just did? And he almost got away with it. Jackson was doubting himself. And I'll guarantee you Vaush would have celebrated a victory. He did anyways, even though he got crushed in this debate. Do you see how effective that tactic is? Just blatantly lie, blatantly make stuff up, and hope that your opponent isn't completely well-read. Call them names, deflect, act like you didn't lie. Did you hear Vaush saying before there? You don't misstate my words. Don't misstate my words. Now let's let it go on.
Specific with my language, and it keeps not working because you keep not hearing. Okay, I'm going to be as specific as I can with this language.
Is the echo about to start coming in again, Vaush? You said that Ian
point.
Henderson claimed that there was a chemical attack. That's what you said.
So I'm pretty sure what I said was that the report was principally on the method of the canister's delivery.
No, you said he said that there was a chemical attack.
As presented in it, did not indicate that Henderson was contesting the existence of a chemical weapons attack.
No.
Do you see what he's doing? Do you see what he did? He started off saying, your guy agrees with me that there was a chemical attack. And now, when he's cornered, he goes, well, his report didn't say there wasn't a chemical attack, so therefore I assumed he thought there was one. Now, I'm prepared for this, just in case you're questioning. Now, Vaush lied about what he originally said. That's beyond dispute. Everyone agrees? He lied. He's full of it. He lied. He said Ian Henderson agreed with him that there was a chemical attack. That's what he said. So he's lying now. And he's saying, I'm trying to be careful with my words. And I'm jumping the gun a little here. But now the way he's lying is, well, he never said there wasn't an attack. That's different. Do you understand how that's different? Someone saying there was an attack is different than, well, he didn't say there wasn't one. However, oops. I'll put this in the link for you. This is the same gentleman, Ian Henderson. The transcript of his statement to the UN on January 20th, 2020. Now, Vaush claims he never said that there wasn't a chemical attack. The findings of the final fact-finding mission report were contradictory, were a complete turnaround with what the team had understood collectively during and after the Douma deployment. And by the time of the release of the interim report in July 2018, our understanding, meaning his team that was on the ground, the fact-finding mission, was that we had serious misgivings that a chemical attack had occurred. In my case, I had followed... I'll read just some... What the final fact-finding mission report does not make clear, and does not reflect the views of the team members who were deployed, in which case I really can only speak for myself at this stage, the report did not make clear what new findings, facts, information, data, or analysis in the fields of witness testimony, toxicology studies, chemical analysis, and engineering and/or ballistic studies had resulted in the complete turnaround in the situation for what was understood by the majority of the team and the entire Douma team in July 2018. The entire team that was on the ground thought that this attack didn't take place. He finishes, in my case, I had followed up with a further 6 months of engineering and ballistic studies in these cylinders, the result of which had provided further support for the view that there had not been a chemical attack. Vaush said that Ian Henderson ultimately concluded that there was a chemical attack. Then when pressed, he said, well, he never said there wasn't one. On both cases, he is a liar. He lied about what he said. He lied about what Ian Henderson said. It's that simple. Now let's see where we go from here. So so far, what's he said to discredit the OPCW whistleblower? What's he said to discredit them? He said the guy was never there. That was a lie. Then he said, well, the guy ultimately agrees with me. That was a lie. Then he said, I never said that. That was a lie. So what has he said to discredit Ian Henderson so far? What has he said? He said, well, they must not have had the full evidence because they didn't conclude with me. That's not an argument. So what's his argument? Again, this whole debate, right now I know it's been forever, but I'm enjoying doing this though. We're an hour and 18 minutes into their debate. The entire debate was supposed to be about the OPCW whistleblowers. That was the debate. Their claim that the final report after they were kicked off the team was completely contradictory to the team that was on the ground. Thank you so much, Ross. Or Free Thought, for the gifted sub. I really appreciate it. All Vaush has done is lied, hoped that he didn't get called out, and then he did get called out. And then he claims he never said it. So we're almost finished, I promise. Let's keep going.
Oh, you said that. No, Vaush, you're changing your words now. Now you're saying that he didn't contest that there wasn't a chemical attack. A few seconds ago, you said that Ian Henderson did believe there was a chemical attack, but that it was not helicopters who carried out the attack, and that it was likely manually placed. So you're changing your words here. But what I will say is that he did.
And let me tell you, as someone who's dealt with this many, many times in debates, and people that watch me a lot see it. People will say something, then they'll say they didn't say it, then I'll go back in the VOD and prove they said it, and then they'll say, I never said I didn't say it. I've had that happen many times. It's frustrating. It throws you off your game. Because you assume the person you're talking to believes the words they're saying. There's an implicit agreement when it comes to a discussion or a debate. You both are using a language that you understand. You both assume that you're telling the truth. You both assume that you're going to acknowledge the words that you have said. And so when and again, I can't stress this enough, you could see the doubt in Jackson when he was like, uh-oh, Ian Henderson ultimately concluded with Vaush? And Vaush was like, you didn't know that? Did you see that? Like, Vaush was getting all excited, ready to declare victory. And then Jackson finally was like, wait a minute, no, he never said this. And Vaush instantly backs down. That's his strategy. That's what they do. Name calling, lies, saying stuff that they then later claim they didn't say once you call them out. Jackson did a very good job of getting through that. That's 3 things that Vaush said and then later implied or claimed that he didn't say.
Believe that it was likely a manual placement. You're lying about him saying that there was a chemical attack, and if you're not, if you believe you're not lying, I'd like you to cite this, but you can't because you're lying. And
I like how you've been weaseling off everything that you've said, and me being very slightly more specific with my language to avoid being taken out of context.
I've literally proven you wrong so many times throughout this debate. I'm just asking you to.
Now wait a minute. We saw Vaush weasel off everything. Remember, he kept going back to helicopters. Jackson weaseled out of the one thing. I agree. And that was whether or not the helicopters. And Vaush kept going back to it, kept going back to it, kept going back to it. But right from the beginning, remember the first thing Vaush said? All of the experts agree that all of these attacks, gas attacks, were carried out by Assad. And Jackson's like, well, what about this one that was alleged? And then Seymour Hersh and Obama and them, they said no. Oh, you're an apologist for an Assad. Backs down and right out of the gate, straight down through it. The discussion of Ian Henderson, the discussion of witnesses seeing bombs being dropped by helicopters. The entire thing. Vaush is wiggled out. Said stuff, when he gets caught lying, he just obfuscates and moves on, or he calls names. Now he says, I'm trying to be more precise with my language. If it was one time, maybe it's a mistake, but it's over and over. And listen, when I said people make mistakes, that's different than concluding that an author said something that they didn't say. That's different than concluding that witnesses said something that they didn't say. He didn't misread that and make a mistake. He intentionally lied. That's what he did, because he's getting blown out. You don't have to lie like this if the facts are on your side. The reason he keeps lying is because he's getting blown out of the debate. That's what's happening. Not much left, I promise.
Cite one thing that you said, and you can't cite it because you lied about
You
it.
haven't cited anything that you've said. I asked you for citations on a claim about helicopter sources, and you linked me 5 articles. I said, hey, are these...
He did not. Vaush did not ask for a citation on helicopter sources. Vaush asked for... Jackson said... Remember, Vaush said Ian Henderson was never at Douma. He wasn't on the fact-finding mission. He didn't make the measurements. He worked off a drawing. That's what Vaush said. And Jackson said, no, he was there. Would you like me to send sources? And Vaush said yes. That was not sources about helicopters. No one asked for those sources. In fact, Vaush is the one making the claim. The only person to cite any evidence this entire debate was Jackson. Even on the helicopter question, Jackson cited from the one report saying they interviewed one witness on helicopters. Vaush didn't cite anything. But in this particular case, again, Vaush is lying. He did not ask for sources for helicopters, and Jackson sent 5 links to other unrelated stuff. He asked for sources on Ian Henderson, which Jackson sent. But Vaush is lying again. He's floundering. He's just lashing out. He's lying more and more to cover up for his lies. Thanks, Ribba. I appreciate the follow.
really all relevant, and you were like, actually, hold on, wait. And you were like, no, wait, actually, I sent you 200 irrelevant pages.
No, did you contest the other 3 links I sent you? Because those links...
He didn't say to... Now he's being hyperbolic. Jackson literally said, oh, I'm sorry, that last link I sent you wasn't the right one. The other ones are good. And Vaush is like, you sent me 200 irrelevant links. That's not what happened. And again, even if that was the case, the only person even attempting to send evidence is Jackson. Vaush continues to lie and doesn't back it up with evidence. Remember early in the debate where Jackson asked Vaush, he said, I'd like to see that. Vaush, send that source yet? Remember he was going to send that source and all those agencies about the chemical weapon. Remember that? Still hasn't got around to that, has he?
were all accurate. You only contested one link, and then I said, Vaush, I said, sorry, I sent you the wrong link for the 4th link, but the other 3 are accurate.
You didn't cite anything in there. You just gave me documents.
Vaush, I want to go back to what you just said, because you said that Ian Henderson claimed that there was a chemical attack, but it was not carried out by helicopters. That was...
I think I've been very specific on my language, and your attempts at obfuscating the situation are indicative.
Do you see that? He's been very specific with it. Do you think he's been very specific? He was specific. He said witnesses saw helicopters dropping bombs. That was a lie. He said Ian Henderson ultimately concluded there was a chemical attack. That was a lie. And then when Jackson calls these things out, Vaush acts like Jackson's doing something horrible. Oh, you're just wrong. Because he thinks if he lashes out and calls him names, that the audience will be like, oh, then Vaush must not have said that. It's on film, you moron.
Of desperation on your part.
Vaush,
so
can you
Ian
just
Henderson's
cite,
report
can you just
did
cite
not
that?
contest.
Can you cite it?
Ian Henderson's report?
You said that he believed there was a chemical attack. Can you cite it?
Can you wait? I've repeated this like 20 times now. Are you like
can you
deaf?
cite it?
I'm being very clear on this. Can you cite any part of the report where he claims that there was no chemical weapons attack?
Bro,
do you hear this? Do you hear how ridiculous this gets? Now, if he doesn't definitively say there was no attack, and remember, Vaush said earlier, that's not the way these reports work. They never definitively say. You remember when Vaush said that? Now Vaush, he said that. He literally said that earlier in the debate. The way these reports work, of course, they always leave room that there are other things. Now, at the end of the debate, after he's been crushed and provided no evidence for his claims, and after he claimed that Ian Henderson said that there was a chemical attack or that the evidence suggested it, now he's fallen so low, he's like, can you show me in the report where Henderson says there wasn't an attack? Well, as Vaush correctly said, that's not how these reports work. They don't use definitive language like that. But I showed you what his testimony from the UN said, didn't I? That he and his team concluded that there wasn't an attack. Or that they strongly believed there wasn't one. Pathetic.
Well, your allegation is that he believed there was a chemical attack, which I'm asking you to cite. But
I said very specifically, this document does not speak on the existence of the chemical weapons attack.
Exactly. So why did you say that he believed there was a chemical attack?
Do you want to read? Wait. So I keep telling you what I said, and you're like, oh, then why'd you say this? And then you say I said a thing I didn't say. I've been very clear about what I said.
No, we can go back and listen to
He said it. He said it. And he could, what he'll act like, I'll guarantee, if I could talk to Vaush, he'll say, whatever, I slipped up, that's not what I meant. Bullshit. He said it because he knew that it would benefit him and help him win this debate if it wasn't called out. And he did the same when he said that witnesses saw the helicopters drop bombs. He does this all the time. That's the strategy. Lie. Hope you don't get called out. If you do get called out, claim that you never said what you're being accused of saying. And then even at the end, if you ultimately get caught with video evidence, just say, yep, it was a slip up. What's the downside? If Jackson wouldn't have caught that, Vaush looks like he's crushing him on that point. If he does get caught, just deny that you said it, and then at the very end, if you have to, say it was a slip up. Anyways, moving on. And it's not just once, it happened over and over in this debate.
Later, you said that Ian Henderson believed there was a chemical attack.
You're not even arguing against my positions at this point. We can read this together if you want to.
Bro, you literally told me that Ian Henderson believed there was a chemical attack. You didn't say that he didn't contest that there wasn't a chemical attack, or he didn't weigh in on that. You said he believed there was a chemical attack.
This guy's
and
literally
you can't
like
cite
shadowboxing. Holy fuck.
You can't cite it.
Do you want to read it with me?
I'm still waiting on you for you to cite this.
You're asking me to cite a thing that I don't believe. Why? Like,
no,
how long do you want to spend on this?
I'm asking you to cite something that you said a few seconds ago, and it doesn't exist. And now you're asking me to read the report with you, but there is no sentence in that report that claims what you just said.
Yeah, because the report wasn't on the chemical weapons attack. The reason why this wasn't published to begin with is because the inference here was that there was some degree of responsibility on the part of the Syrian.
He says the report wasn't on the chemical weapons attack. Well, of course that's what the report was on. And secondly, if that's true, then how could you, if you're admitting the report didn't take a stance on whether or not a chemical weapon attack occurred, how are you going to cite that as proof that he thinks that there was one?
Rebel group for the chemical weapons attack. It was because this document seems to assert that the chemical weapons attack was a product of Syrian rebellion interference that it didn't get published to begin with.
And if that's true, so then Vaush, speaking of conspiracy theories, so this is what Vaush's claim is here. You ready? This report, the meaning behind it, what Ian Henderson and his team were trying to say was there was a chemical attack and the rebels committed it. But then for some reason, when Ian Henderson testifies as a whistleblower to the UN, he says, our view was that there had been no chemical attack. Wasn't that strange? So there's two possibilities. One, Vaush is correct, and that even though it doesn't say it, this report secretly was alleging, yes, there was a chemical attack, and the rebels did it. That's Vaush's interpretation. And then, for no reason whatsoever, Ian Henderson decides to totally lie when he gets to the UN and say, we never believed there was a chemical attack. Or, now this might blow your mind. You ready? The other possibility is Vaush is wrong and they weren't saying that there was a chemical attack in this paper. which would be why they said that, or he said that when he testified in front of the UN. I know. Could it be that Vaush is wrong in his claims of what this is implying? We have to take Vaush's word over the word of the guy who actually did the report. That's what we're supposed to believe here. Not much longer.
This document is not about there not being a chemical weapons attack. It is only about him talking about the logistics of the delivery of the bomb. Statements which, by the way, were contested later from within the OPCW significantly, which is why they weren't included in the final report.
You realize that every single member of the fact-finding mission team, except for one member, agreed that it was highly unlikely and there was no evidence to suggest that helicopters dropped the cylinders. Every single member except for one.
Do you have evidence of that claim?
It's in the
so
it's
we weren't
in the
even
first
on this yet, man. We weren't even on the whistleblower shit yet. Okay, so is your claim then that the canisters were placed there like manually, like they weren't dropped from helicopters, but helicopters were seen at the location like coincidentally, like a bunch of witnesses saw the helicopters, but then there just happened to be these canisters?
Again, he says a bunch of witnesses. First, his claim was a bunch of witnesses saw helicopters dropping bombs. That was a lie. Now he's saying a bunch of witnesses. He was unable to provide any evidence of that. The only person that provided evidence was Jackson, who said that there was one evidence. Third, Vaush's own claims are there were helicopters there all the time because they were dropping conventional bombs. So now he's acting like, oh, you think it's just a coincidence that there were helicopters in the sky? Well, it could be. You're the one who claims they were there all the time.
There. And it was like a coincidence that those two things happened. And also that there was damage to the buildings, which like correlated with the weight and the size of the canisters being dropped from a high velocity at a high altitude.
What I'm saying is...
And again, all of this has already been over. Vaush just he ignores everything. Jackson's reading from the actual experts saying the holes in the ceiling are not consistent with dropping from a helicopter. The condition of the canisters are not consistent with it being dropped from a helicopter. And Vaush just asserts, just like he did with the chlorine. He kept saying it. He just states it as fact. The dead bodies were consistent with chlorine attack. And Jackson's like, that's not what the experts say. And then after 5 minutes of running around, Vaush just says, but how do you explain that the corpses are consistent with the chlorine attack? That's not what the experts say. Same thing here. Jackson read the engineering report showing that they concluded that the only possible way for the canisters to be there was to be placed by hand. By the way, another thing, Vaush says the implication is saying that the canisters were placed by hand means they had to think that they concluded that there was a chemical attack. Not necessarily. Maybe they thought empty canisters that didn't have chemicals in it were placed by hand. But here you can see, he says something is true, ignoring all of the evidence that's been provided. Again, did Vaush read one piece of evidence? Did he read any evidence contradicting what the engineer's report? All he said was, these people were stupid, they're wrong, they didn't have access to all the evidence, they weren't actually there. Oh wait, yes they were. Well, he ultimately agreed with me. Oh wait, no he didn't. That's it. He hasn't cited any evidence. He just asserts it's true. Well, the evidence is consistent with dropping from helicopters.
That Ian Henderson believes, according to his own engineering report, that there's a higher probability that both cylinders were manually placed rather than being delivered from aircraft.
Do you say possibility?
The higher probability.
Higher probability. Okay, well, it seems like the other engineering reports and the broader...
Now, do you see what he did? Again, do you see? Go back to when, remember... Go back and watch this later. Right at the beginning of the debate, Vaush is like, all of these agencies say that Assad's a really bad dude that's committed 30 to 300 chemical attacks. And Jackson says, well, wait a minute, this one Seymour Hersh, a renowned journalist, investigated and concluded that Assad didn't do that one. And so much so that James Clapper and Barack Obama publicly said that they didn't think Assad did that one. And what did Vaush say? Wait a minute. What did it say? It said that there was... that he probably didn't commit it. It was something, the language, something like that. Well, that's not definitively proving that he didn't do it. Do you see how that works? So when it's against Vaush, Vaush says, if you don't say 100% definitive, then there's room that I'm right. But when Vaush is presenting evidence, what has he said? Well, of course, they never say 100% definitive. Because if that's Vaush's standard, again, We're talking about bombing people. We're talking about putting troops on the ground. Vaush has lost this debate so bad that he's resorting to saying, so you're saying there's a chance. There's a 1% chance that it could have been done in the way I said. What happened to that big man at the beginning of the debate that was saying, I have all the evidence on my side. And if you disagree with me, it's either because you're mentally ill or you're a liar. What happened to that big man now saying, so you're saying there's a chance? It only says most likely wasn't a chemical attack, so you're saying there's a chance. That's where the big man's, that's how far he's fallen? It's pathetic.
OPCW disagree with them, which is why it wasn't included in the final report.
So the other engineering reports that you're flippantly citing here, they have no evidence. They're completely redacted, and they're from anonymous experts, which we haven't been able to see yet. If this
and this was something that Jackson was alluding to earlier. Did the new reports refute the claims of the original report? Or did they just omit the claims? And Jackson has consistently said the reports later omitted the evidence. And I just read to you. Right? Again, let me go back to buttress Jackson's argument here. Look what Ian Henderson, the whistleblower, again, who was on the original fact-finding mission, look what he says. What the final fact-finding mission report does not make clear, and thus does not reflect the views of the team members who deployed to Douma, in which case I can only speak for myself at this stage, the report did not make clear what new findings, facts, information, data, or analysis in the fields of witness testimony, toxicology studies, chemical analysis, and engineering, and or ballistic studies had resulted in the complete turnaround in the situation from what was understood by the majority of the team and the entire Douma team in 2018. In other words, what Ian Henderson's saying is what Jackson's saying here. The reports that contradicted us, they didn't explain why. They didn't talk about how, it wasn't like they said, oh, well, we have new evidence, or here's where their calculations were wrong. They didn't say any of that. They just omitted all of the facts. Jackson's been saying that the whole time. And Vaush hasn't responded. Now, Vaush, if Vaush is right, that he's not even claiming this, but if it's true that, if that claim's inaccurate, if Ian Henderson's wrong and Jackson's wrong here, and actually those final OPCW reports did refute these claims, why isn't Vaush providing a link to show that? Why isn't he reading from that report? Simplest thing, right? Actually, you're wrong. Here's how they took Ian Henderson's claims and dismantled it. Here's the new evidence they found. Here's where his calculations were wrong. Why wouldn't Vaush cite that if it exists?
Investigation was taken before. Vaush, let me finish. If this investigation was taken before the entire scientific advisory board of the OPCW, which is what I want to see happen, right? They could adjudicate this issue by meeting with the dissenting inspectors and all the original team members to weigh their evidence and arguments and their claims that they were censored, which you don't believe in, I guess. And they could weigh all of this and they could come to a conclusion as to what happened. But the OPCW executives have denied every single request for this to happen. So I'm curious.
So this is more conspiracy. I'm asking you a question. Do you think they were planted there?
It's not. I'm curious if you believe that there should be a scientific advisory board panel led by the SAB into what took place here and the allegations of censorship and doctoring.
So you realize, like, you just completely moved away from what we were talking about to a broader conspiracy about censorship. Let's talk about what we were actually.
See, now notice that the left will say, oh, well, when Vaush asked him, how do you think they got there? How do you think they got? He wouldn't answer. That's a pretty concise question that I think is germane to this conversation. Do you think that there should at least be a further investigation, more transparent? Vaush refuses to answer.
Talking about before you pivoted off of it, do you think that those canisters were just planted there?
I'm alleging exactly what Ian Henderson...
And do you see the strategy? Right back to the original argument. He doesn't want to talk about... The facts are not on their side. So he has to say, well, how do you think they got there? This is the exact... Remember at the beginning? right? Where Jackson's like, this is the 4th time I've answered this. This is probably the 8th or 9th time that Vaush has gone back to this. You tell me how they got there. That's not Jackson's argument. Jackson's argument is the way that the people that investigated on the ground claim that the final version of the OPCW report completely contradicted what they found. They were unable to conclude how they got there because they were kicked off. Now he's going to have to repeat it again, but that's how far Vaush has gone. He has no facts on his side, so he has no choice but to keep screaming about helicopters and about, well, what do you think happened?
Investigation found that there's a higher probability, it concluded both cylinders were manually placed, okay, than being delivered from aircraft.
Believe that? You believe that they were planted there?
I'm alleging that there's a higher probability, and the investigation was cut short before they could come to a determination as to what happened. But yes, a lot of the evidence does point in the direction that they were manually placed.
From one guy's report.
From yes, from Ian Henderson's report, the one of the international leading experts on ballistics and engineering issues related to chemical weapons attacks.
You can't keep doing that. The overwhelming international consensus.
Well,
is
it's
in
just the
favor of
truth.
my narrative here.
If you don't want to reckon with the truth, and the OPCW investigators who on the ground,
God, dude, you guys really are indistinguishable from Sandy Hook deniers either.
So Vaush, can I?
You see what happens? You see, it's Sandy Hook now. That's all he has. We'll finish up here, but you can see it's at this point it's getting pathetic.
Continue
against the truth, dude, come on.
Vaush, I'm going to continue, regardless of whether you like it or not, I guess.
So Henderson made that claim, but then there were other three independent engineering studies.
It's not just Henderson. It's not just Henderson.
Wait, hold on. Well, you're referring to Henderson's report, are you not?
I was, and then you allege that it's insufficient because it's only one person. So I was going to continue.
No. So the claim that hold on.
That's what you said.
Answer. You haven't answered any of the direct questions. Were cylinders...
And you never cited your source that Ian Henderson believed that there was a chemical attack.
About your belief. I'm asking you a question about your belief, so you can't keep weaseling out of your insane conspiracy
You weaseled out of this.
What, again, he keeps saying it's a conspiracy. What's conspiracy? You're getting crushed in this debate, Vaush. The facts are not on your side. You haven't cited anything. And so now you want to change the conversation to, well, what do you believe?
Fighting the claim that Ian Henderson believed there was a chemical attack, but let's continue.
You can't contest the official narrative.
You're a pathological liar, but let's continue.
Please, wait, please. You can't contest the official narrative and then not have another reasonable explanation. There has to be another reason why this happened. Why corpses were found with foam in their mouth. Wait, hold on. Why corpses were found foaming at the mouth. Why, for example, so many people saw helicopters over the city. So now I'm asking you, how did these chlorine gas canisters get at locations 2 and 4? And furthermore, how was there damage done to the buildings, which was consistent with an aerial deployment of these canisters? Did they look around for buildings that looked like they had recently been shelled and then ran up there with an empty chlorine gas canister and then dropped it there and nobody saw this?
It wasn't consistent. The ballistics experts said that it was more likely that the crater... Are you going to listen? It was more likely that the crater had been made by an explosion, probably from an artillery round, a rocket, or a mortar. With both cylinders, the study concluded the alternative hypothesis that the cylinders were manually placed and that the craters were caused by other means produced the only plausible explanation for observations at the scene.
Which study?
That is Ian Henderson's report that has not been contested by the OPCW executives.
And stop saying the ballistic experts when what you mean is the one guy's...
It's not one guy, as Jackson was trying to say. It was the entire team that was on the ground. And again, he's not providing any evidence to the contrary. Right? And again, remember when I said that he's doing the old, the slap chop? Are you tired of trying to chop onions? Oh, I can't figure it out. All those infomercials where the person always looks really stupid. Oh, how are you saying these canisters were heavy? How are you suggesting they got there? Were there mortars flying around and people running around and it's just guys running with these canisters and setting them down? How about this for a plausible explanation? They put the canisters in that house the night before and then draped cloth over top of it or tarps over top of it so people didn't see them. And then they removed the tarp at the time of the incident. Do I know that happened? Nope, but that's a plausible explanation. What I do know is that the only experts that were there actually looking at the evidence concluded that they were placed by hand and not dropped out of helicopters. And you want to attack the hypothetical, well, how do you think it happened, as opposed to look at the actual evidence because the evidence doesn't side with you.
completely unverified report. Can you please stop pretending there are more people on your side than actually are by not naming the people who we've already directly implicated in the broader conversation? Just say Ian Henderson's report, okay? Now,
the investigation...
how did the cylinders get there?
Vaush, that is the principal argument that I'm trying to make here. That this investigation was cut short, and the key investigators were forced off the fact-finding mission team before they could complete their investigation. That is the exact argument that I'm making, and that's why I want to see this taken before a scientific advisory board of the OPCW, so we can identify and weigh out all the evidence on both sides, and come to a conclusion as to whether there was a cover-up, and potentially start another investigation as to who was responsible for this attack.
How did the cylinders get there? They weigh about 180 pounds. They were brought up to 2 locations. One of them had a harness on it that was so large it would be difficult to fit through narrow hallways. How did they get up there when no witnesses, not even witnesses that the Syrian government or the Russian government interviewed, attested to have seen, like, people planting that stuff?
So,
again, first off, 180 pounds, is that an amount that is being claimed would be difficult to lug around? Like, 2 people, I think, could lug around 180 pounds, maybe with a dolly or something, one person quite easily. So I don't know why he thinks that the claim means anything. And again, it's just the same tired argument. And this is impressive to people on the left. But as I'm not going to rehash what I said. Again, you would never accept this in any other thing where you were looking beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, if you can't prove to me who the actual murderer is, it's not enough to prove that you're innocent of murder. If you can't prove to me, it doesn't matter if all the evidence suggests that the official narrative is wrong. Unless you could give me your version of how it happened, then it must have happened the official way.
Henderson's report was focused specifically on the issue of how the cylinders got there, not whether there was a chemical attack or anything like that. So he doesn't purport to know who was responsible for placing them. His investigation was how they got
there. My narrative is really simple. Why were there people who died with foam in their mouths? Why were these buildings blown out without there being any shrapnel nearby? Why did these people die? Why were there canisters there? Why were there helicopters there? Oh, the helicopters dropped chlorine bombs, something that Assad has done many other times.
No. There's absolutely no evidence that has been made public or published publicly by the OPCW, which suggests that aircraft bombing was responsible for those chemical cylinders, alleged chemical cylinders getting there. In addition to that, the cylinders the report produced the only plausible explanation for the observations at the scene were manual placement. And Vaush, I haven't even gotten to this yet. I haven't even gotten to this yet, but I think this is important. This is important relating to all of this stuff. You might find this interesting.
Whose report?
You might find this interesting.
And there are 3 independent
James Harkin,
studies
who is a
commissioned.
journalist at The Intercept, who's been covering...
What does this have to do?
You don't want to hear what The Intercept found?
No, I want to do the question by question instead of jumping around.
Now notice, again, Jackson citing evidence, Vaush not citing anything. Vaush making one argument the whole time. Well, what's your theory? Well, I'm citing experts saying that the official story is wrong. But what's your theory? Well, that's irrelevant. My theory is that the experts say they would have been able to come up with a theory had they not been kicked off the job. But what's your theory? Again, that's what this debate's become, because Vaush, after going through... Remember earlier when he thought that he had legs to stand on? Let's talk about helicopters. Let's talk about chlorine. Let's talk about foam on the mouth. But now that he's realized he's been blown out, he's just like, but what's your theory? But what's your theory? And only one study. Again, we've gone over that. Do you have evidence? That one study was never refuted by the future studies. Do you have evidence that that's wrong? Oh, you don't cite evidence? And it wasn't just one person. It was the entire team of people that were on the ground.
Well, this is directly related to your claims. This is directly related to your claim, so I thought you might want to hear it. But then again, you don't really like hearing the facts, so I mean...
Of chlorine bomb canisters.
Let's just go into it anyways. James Harkin believes that and this actually relates to the initial point that you made regarding the makeup of the canisters themselves. So in his report, he found that the canister valve was unlikely to have snapped off so neatly without the benefit of a detonator.
How did they get there?
Please,
I can't keep doing this.
Yes, in the
Please,
investigation.
just tell me.
Okay, Vaush. If you are so concerned with how they got there, I'm asking you.
That's a pretty big
what
question,
is your evidence? What is your... No, because I've highlighted many times that the only public investigation we have into this that hasn't been challenged by the OPCW executives has ruled out the fact that this was dropped by a helicopter, and that there is the only possibility is that they were manually placed. So I'm curious, what is your smoking gun evidence that these were dropped from a helicopter? I'm just going to let you eat yourself live on this one.
I'm just asking for a basic alternate explanation for how they got there. This is specialty equipment that weighs an enormous amount that would have been incredibly difficult to transport, yet no witnesses saw it happen, and we have videos of people scrambling and, like, dying right after this hits, like, the top floor of one of the buildings. There's, like, a video
making stuff
of people,
up
like, choking and... Hold on.
You're just talking out of your ass right now.
But again, how does he... There could be a video of people... See, Vaush, this is what he does. As soon as these hit, there's a video. No, there might be a video of people choking and dying, but you don't have proof it was as soon as these chemical cylinders hit. That's you making shit up again.
You're saying, oh, there was...
Wait, hold on, please. There's, like, a video of, like, people screaming and dying as, like, a chlorine bomb is half poking through a
there's a
portion
video?
of the ceiling.
That would have been so helpful for Ian Henderson to have when he was doing this investigation.
I'm begging you so hard.
That would have been so helpful for Ian Henderson to have that video, Vaush. I can't believe you had the video this entire time, but you haven't shown it to all of us yet. You want to show us the video of the chemical cylinders being dropped?
I can't... Wait, it's not a video of the chemical...
What is your... No, because I've highlighted many times that the only public investigation we have into this that hasn't been challenged by the OPCW executives has ruled out the fact that this was dropped by a helicopter, and that there is the only possibility is that they were manually placed. So I'm curious, what is your smoking gun evidence that these were dropped from a helicopter? I'm just going to let you eat yourself live on this one.
I'm just asking for a basic alternate explanation for how they got there. This is specialty equipment that weighs an enormous amount that would have been incredibly difficult to transport, yet no witnesses saw it happen, and we have videos of people scrambling and, like, dying right after this hits, like, the top floor of one of the buildings. There's, like, a video of people, like, choking and... Hold on.
He doesn't have video of this hitting the building.
Wait, hold on, please. There's, like, a video of, like, people screaming and dying as, like, a chlorine bomb is half poking through a portion of the ceiling.
That would have been so helpful for Ian Henderson to have when he was doing this investigation.
I'm begging you so hard.
That would have been so helpful for Ian Henderson to have that video, Vaush. I can't believe you had the video this entire time, but you haven't shown it to all of us yet. You want to show us the video of the chemical cylinders being dropped?
I can't... Wait, it's not a video of the chemical cylinders being dropped. It's a video of people panicking after the chlorine gas starts being disseminated into one of the buildings.
Oh, see, that's completely different than what he said. There's a video of them screaming as these cylinders are hitting, or as it's hitting the roof. Well, that would be damning. Let's see it. Oh, no. It's just a video of people running and screaming. Well, that's way different. Do you see how he constantly does this? Do you see that? Witnesses saw helicopters dropping bombs at sites 2 and 4. Really? Well, they saw helicopters. There's video of when these things hit, people running around and dying. Really? Well, it doesn't show the thing hitting, but there's people running. He just expects someone to let him get away with this, with the lies.
Way different, Vaush, because you just said that there was a video of helicopters dropping, and I'll give you one. You didn't say chemical cylinders. You said of items being dropped. You said there was a video of items being dropped, so I'll give you one. You said that, but where's that video? Because you just said there was a video of that.
Is there a third person in here?
What are you talking about?
Are you hearing somebody else's claims? Is there a third individual here making...
And again, Vaush then gets facetious here, but he's been lying the entire time. He says these things, gets called out, and then goes, "Is there a third person? I never said this." He's repeatedly done this.
Claims that I haven't made?
You just
realize all this is being recorded, right?
You just said there was
It's a video of the chlorine bomb partially in the building and people freaking out and around. I can't show it on my stream because it's TOS. It's not like a secret video. I can link it to you if you want. It's like
are you referring to the hospital scene?
No, I'm not. I know you're very really want to do the white helmets thing, but no, I'm not. I'm talking about in the building.
You mean like I want to talk about the thing that has absolutely
you can't.
standing?
So you have no alternate explanation for the...
So again, the white helmet thing that he's talking about, a group that's connected to the Saudis and U.S., that independent investigator from the New York Times concluded that the footage that they showed of people in a hospital suffering from a chlorine attack was faked. Now, why would you fake a chemical attack if it actually occurred?
Of the canisters. This is the third thing you're saying you just have no explanation for.
What I'm saying, you're just baselessly, saying that Ian Henderson's report is bogus, right? I mean, what are your claims that Ian Henderson's report was bogus?
You can't answer it, dude. Oh, okay. All right, let's move to the next one then.
No, because Ian Henderson's report was peer reviewed. Okay. It was peer reviewed, and he consulted with
What do
experts
you
for
mean
this
peer
report.
reviewed? Who reviewed it?
The members of the fact-finding mission team and independent ballistic missile experts.
Independent ballistic missile experts.
So
then why did all of the independent engineering investigations afterwards disagree with Ian Henderson's report? That's not what peer review means, by the
I'd
way.
be so curious to find that out, but unfortunately, the OPCW hasn't made any of those investigations public, and the only investigation that has been you're referring to 3 different investigations.
See, and this is the point that he's been making the whole time. And if you're just not interested in the debate, but interested in the truth of it, this is the problem. The people that were actually on the ground concluded that they thought the official story was wrong. But then 3 supposed reports said, no, we're right. But they didn't release any of the information. And it never refuted the claims made in the initial investigation by the people that were at the scene. So Vaush keeps saying, well, they debunked it. Okay, let's see the evidence.
By independent experts. None of those have been made public. The only public investigation we have is Ian Henderson's, and it's been peer-reviewed. And I'm still waiting on that video where you said there was a helicopter dropping stuff on a building.
Peer review is an academic process. It doesn't mean other people have read this document. That's not what peer review means.
Okay, so what are your claims that it was...
Right, but this was peer-reviewed in the sense that his team members looked and agreed with the work, and independent ballistic missile experts, if Jackson's correct, looked at it and agreed with the work. So that is his peers reviewing. That's not just some guys looked at the document and said, looks good.
Because you said there was a video showing something being dropped from a helicopter onto the buildings, but you haven't been able to show me that video. You haven't shown me that video.
Of this conversation that it's either going to be dishonesty or mental illness, and I'm leaning towards the latter one right now because this is like schizophrenia. Like, are you hearing shit I'm not saying?
Well, you said there was a video, and there's no video.
They tell you to kill?
And you also can never cite the claim that Ian Henderson believed there was a chemical attack. I'm still waiting on that as well.
You need to get these voices checked out, okay? This is some serious...
And again, Vaush said these things that he's accused of saying. He did. And he's just acting incredulous because he's lost the debate that bad. So he just has to be... When he gets backed into a corner, he just has to make insults. That's all he could do.
Shit that you really need to... I really hope they don't tell you to like, kill or hurt people.
I cannot wait to clip this all up. I cannot wait to clip this all up. You know, your lack of preparation really shows.
Because
reading Wikipedia and Bellingcat at like 3 a.m. clearly didn't help your case. Neither did Patrick Hillsman's DMs.
What about Patrick Hillsman's? You know, it's funny.
Where's the video, Vaush?
This really does feel like a... Does it make you uncomfortable that like I'm feeling like I'm arguing with a Holocaust denier right now?
That's what, times 7 that he accused him of being a Holocaust denier? See it? Back to Holocaust denial. Oh, you're correctly calling me out when I said things. No, and just to be specific, what Vaush said this time, he said there's video of people running around screaming when these cylinders hit. That's in almost exactly what he said. He brought up Holocaust denial right out of the gate. This is the 7th or 8th time that he's done that.
Vaush, where is the video?
Wait, does that make you... Wait, you actually want the video of like people
send
dying?
it to me. Because you said there was a video from showing a helicopter dropping something on... You didn't say it was chemical cylinders.
I can't prove claims I literally haven't seen. Made, okay? You can go back and review the VOD if you want. You're free to clip it. That didn't happen, okay? Please listen to me and not to the voices in your...
Again, he said there's people of video running around screaming as the cylinders hit or as the bombs hit. That's what he said.
Head. That wasn't said.
Cool. We will just move on from that and accept the fact that you're wrong.
Referring to? So in this video, like I can't show it on my stream, but like there's pretty clearly a gas canister and people freaking out. Did like people plant the gas canister and then got a bunch of crisis actors who later died to like freak out on camera and then they died with foam at their mouths?
No one's alleging.
I'll send you the video. Can you give me an explanation for this?
Vaush, no one's alleging that the people who died were crisis actors. People are alleging, Ian Henderson is alleging that, yes, like you just said, the canister was manually placed, so I'm glad you've been able to understand that now. And you asked who peer-reviewed this. I told you it was the members of the fact-finding mission team. And also, OPCW executives have never been able to debunk his claims with public investigations or reports.
Wait, so do you believe in crisis actors?
He said, so far Jackson said twice that he doesn't believe that there were crisis actors. But again, you remember what I said? Vaush is trying to get... Remember how he framed it? He's like, you either believe that it was a false flag because you're a conspiracy theorist with crisis actors. See those words that he's hitting that's red meat for his audience? Or, so you believe it was a false flag that the chemical attack was committed... Or you agree with the Syrians and the Russians that it was the other side. So you're either pro-Russia or you're a conspiracy theorist. Right? That's what he's doing. He just keeps saying, see, he's flailing so bad he has to go back to that well house. You're a crisis actors? Please say you believe in crisis actors so that I can try to salvage something from this debate. That's what he's desperately trying to do.
I don't believe that. You said the people who died, I'm alleging, are crisis actors. I've never alleged that.
I just sent you a video. There are people scrambling and freaking out, and you can see a gas canister. They are acting the way you'd expect them to if their house just got hit by a chlorine gas canister. Is this video fakes? Did somebody run in there, plant the gas canister on the roof, and then get the camera ready and have a bunch of people freak out, and then later people in this video were found as corpses? Is that, like, the thing that happened?
So the white helmets who are running around Douma and the site of the scene who are alleging that there was a gas attack, I believe those individuals were construing a false narrative. Yes.
This isn't white helmets. This isn't white helmets.
Well,
I know you
Vaush,
keep wanting to pivot to that because you have like prepared talking points, but this is not white helmets.
Vaush, let's just go point by point here. If you believe if you believe, and I'm not saying you do, but let's say you believed Ian Henderson's report that
He can't.
What?
Oh, wait. If we're at the point now where you're so obviously aware that you've been blown the fuck out that you will literally not participate in a conversation that we are having,
Ian Henderson's report said that
I've already given you more attention than you deserve. I know you were desperate to get my attention. If we're literally at this point
Ian Henderson's report said that it was more likely that the crater had been made by an explosion, probably from an artillery round, rocket, or mortar. That these cylinders were manually placed. That these cylinders were
calls him a neo-Nazi. He claims that he's getting blown out in this debate, which is the exact opposite of the truth. And then he rage quits. I'll play so you can see that he quit.
Place, and it was likely an artillery round, a rocket, or mortar that caused the explosion. Okay, so if you had an explosion that went off and you had white helmets who were running around yelling that this was a chemical attack, wouldn't you probably be freaking out? Hello? Oh, he must have. I don't know what happened. He muted himself. He's still talking. I think did he hang up on me? Does anyone know? He hung up.
That's it. That's the debate. Absolutely crushed. Vaush was absolutely crushed. Lied, had no facts. He cited nothing. Nothing. He sent one video at the very end. That's it. Now, the thousands of people that are watching Vaush think that he crushed that debate. Think about that. Think about that when you're thinking about the reality we live in. Unbelievable. No facts, no disputing any of the things that were said, completely lying and then getting caught and claiming that he didn't say what he was caught saying. Name calling in the first 20 seconds of the debate. Absolutely pathetic. Now still, they say, remember what he said? Remember what he said at the beginning? The facts are so on his side that you'll have to be a liar or mentally ill to not agree with him. That's what he said. Is that what it looked like to you? And yet, I can show you my Twitter feed when I was commenting on this on Twitter. People saying, I'm pro-Assad. I'm a conspiracy theorist. All the evidence, it's blatant. All the evidence shows that the official story is true. So in conclusion, Vaush got blown out of the debate. You can see the tactics that people like Vaush use. Just lying, name-calling, slandering you, trying to obfuscate from the general question. When they get caught lying, just claiming, nah, I didn't say it. Never providing evidence, claiming evidence exists for things that it doesn't. And you can see this situation in Syria. The very people, the progressive left, that were supposedly anti-war, are the biggest neocon type shills out there. They're the biggest advocates for war. Don't believe the CIA's narrative? You're a Holocaust denier. 7, 8 times Vaush went off on that line of attack. If there had been a Democrat president when George Bush invaded Iraq, people like Vaush would have been there telling you, if you question the weapons of mass destruction story, you love Saddam Hussein, you hate this country, you're a conspiracy theorist. That's where Vaush would have been. That's where all of his followers would have been. All they know is, if the other side does it, it's bad. That's all they know. As soon as their side engages in the very things that they claim to stand against, they support it. So, check out that debate for yourself if you want. I hope you enjoyed that. And, yeah, we'll move on to other things.